Take a break.
Hello, what's up? Hi, what's up, Brittany? Hello, hello, hello. Confused Strawberry, hello. How are you guys? I'm doing great. I'm doing great, and by that, I mean I'm doing okay. Bird is still very much in the puppy stage, and even though she's a year old, and so she just kept us up all night. So I'm not feeling awesome, but I'm still really wanting to do the entire thing today. We'll check at the halfway point because I woke up very nauseous. Woke up with a headache because I only got a few hours last night. But that hopefully won't stop us. That I am hoping that because normally with like the lack of sleep it goes away eventually. So I think we're fine. What up, Delphi G Hercub? Hello. She ate your shoes. She has only eaten one pair of shoes, and it's when we first got her. So when we first got her, she was anxious. She ate a pair of shoes. She has never eaten one again. Maybe she didn't like the taste. Life was cray-cray for the last couple months. I feel you. I'm happy to have people back to live. I haven't been, super consistent, so I know it's been hard for people to get there, It's especially if your real life is going crazy, it's hard to like just pop into a YouTube stream. You got to plan it. And that's why I try to put out ahead of time, but I've been failing lately. Please take care of yourself during the stream. Oh, I'll do just fine. I'll do just fine. I am psyched to be live. It will only be if I feel like what I am making is not good anymore. Because otherwise, being live makes me feel good. I like it. Let me make sure that the right CR is pulled up. Perfect. This audio is messed up. Okay, so I did, John sent me apparently a better version of the episode that's not in the main playlist. It's like a re-upload. But it does say there are audio breaks all over the episode. So we'll see. And maybe with those audio breaks, it won't end up being as long as I think it'll end up being. We'll have to see. I set a budget, assuming how long it was going to be. We'll see how long that ends up being. But I also think that I probably won't do like 1.5 for talking. I'll just do slightly longer, or slightly faster. I'll do like 1.3 or 1.35 or something. They're like 0.5 to 1 second breaks. Oh, I see. Okay. Understood. Yeah, we'll see when we get there. But for now, I mean, I don't honestly have much for takeaway other than what other than what I've already said about the last 2 episodes, which is that I think so far they're my favorite 2-episode chunk. And I mean, we'll address the elephant in the room, the title in the room, the echo tree in the room. I may or may not have predicted it. We'll see. I don't know. Not the moon tree, obviously, but the echo tree sounds awfully suspicious. Now, it could be an at dawn we plan sort of thing. Maybe, the players, maybe the players make some joke about it being an echo tree. I don't know. But I would take it personally as pretty strong evidence. The last chance to finalize your theory. Oh, that's true, because we might find out more from the hag. That's true. Okay. Final theory. Stuff I'm confident about. I'm going to assume by the title that the actual tree is called the echo tree. I'm going to assume that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm going to assume it. So the echo tree is connected to the sun tree. Confident on that. Now, everything else is a little bit more wibbly wobbly. There's been this archfey that has been referenced way more in the actual Feywild than it was outside of the Feywild, which I think, should be taken with a good deal of, not confidence, what's the word? Importance. The people in the Feywild are closer to it, and they would know more of the history. So, and the real problem with my original moon tree theory is I can get an analog for the Gilded Run. It's the ley lines. I can get an analog for the Shade Murk. It's the fucking, it's the temple underneath, underneath Whitestone. That is, fucking sucking out the good juice. It's the, but I had a little segment where I compared the Archfey to Pelor, which, in some incarnations of the Feywild, Archfey are godlike, but in others, they're much more demigod status. So it could be that the Archfey is an analog for, evil Pelor. But that doesn't, I don't know. For some reason, that doesn't, I don't know. It doesn't feel quite right to me. I don't know why. I can't put it into words, but there's something about the Archfey being evil Pelor that doesn't quite sit right with me, even though it's a really easy way to close the loop of the theory. I could leave it open, or I could just say that, but I don't believe it, so I can't say it. I also, with the Archfey being a more prominent presence so far, I don't know how the actual interaction is going to go, because I feel like evil Archfey is not going to fucking bargain. But I definitely thought that the entire sequence was going to be kind of a bargain, at least at first, and then maybe have some fallout after the fact. So, I'm not going to hem and haw around too much. I'm going to put something out there. I think that they are going to fight the Archfey. Okay, wait. I've got an analog that could work. I've got an analog. The Archfey is either a representation of maybe the Briarwoods that built the pyramid, or maybe Vecna, which was their reason for bringing the darkness to Whitestone. I'm going to go with Vecna because it makes more sense because the Briarwoods are dead. So I'm going to go with And that also, I feel more comfortable putting them as analogous because Vecna seems to be on like the demigod, person of power level, but not quite god level. Okay. So we have the Archfey equaling Vecna. If there's a lot of like right hand imagery, or even left hand, if there's hand imagery going on, then like if the Archfey has like one big ol' monster hand and then like one like small hand, like that Rick and Morty episode. If he's got like big hand and small hand, I feel like that's some Vecna imagery. Yeah, so I'm gonna go with that. I don't know about it though. And then oh man. I think it's possible. I think it's actually very possible that ooh. Okay. I've also, so then we get to the actual tree itself, and I've been like, fuck. What the fuck is I don't know what the fuck is up with this hand, or not with this hand, with this, I'm getting all confused, with the tree and with Vex, because it's become more of a Vex arc, but then in the Moonbrush we lost it a little bit, but I feel like we're about to get it back. What if, because they didn't talk about with the vestiges, Fenthras, a bow that felled the Titans, lost in the Feywild, acts as the heart of the cancerous tree. I wonder if taking Fenthras will actually heal the Shademirk. Like, I wonder if there's going to be an opportunity, or no, actually, wait. They can take Fenthras no matter what. They can take Fenthras no matter what. And if they take it, it'll unplug the stopper. It'll make the Shademirk probably swell and expand and go and do bad stuff. But it won't affect the material plane. But there will be an option to like suck the curse into the bow. Oh my god, I like fucking spit. I was so excited. I think it'll have an absorb elements type property to it. So it is in the heart, and it's like everyone thinks the Gilded Run is what is containing the Shademirk, but haha, so stupid, it's actually Fenthras. And if they fucking pluck it out, but the Archfey is like too blinded, he's too crazy, he doesn't understand what needs to happen to see. And so if they just take it out, Shademirk will overrun Gilded Run, or maybe it'll like infect Gilded Run. Maybe Fenthras is like part of like what's stopping Gilded Run from getting infected, because it has this absorb elements type property. And then she will have Vex will have the option to absorb the Shademirk, possibly cursing the item and binding it to herself, and possibly cursing herself. But it would totally delete the Shademirk if she did. It would totally delete it. So now we have an actual choice for Vex of, am I essentially going to do the Percy? Am I going to be a scapegoat? Am I going to bear the curse for the Feywild and for that I've now become a part of with the bear totem, sort of, and the people of Singorn. I don't feel great about that theory, but I'm locking it in. Because the Archfey and all of the like it being a much more prominent Vex arc has really thrown off my original theory. Because my original theory was largely based on it kind of being a Vax and or maybe Keyleth arc. And then the end of it sparking a Vex arc. But I think maybe if she takes it as a cursed item, maybe it will kick off a Vex arc, similar to Craven Edge kicking off the Grog arc, but I don't know. We'll see. Like a larger Vex arc, you know? I don't know. Big B's hand. Is Scanlan a follower of Vector? No! Oh, man. I'm in Florida waiting for Milton. Hopefully you're safe. I hope you're safe, Rebecca. It is. Florida's been getting fucking pummeled. That sucks. Like I grew up in Kansas. We had tornadoes, but like I do not. Tornadoes can obviously be incredibly destructive, but hurricanes, and maybe it's just because, you know, I don't fucking live where hurricanes would ever be. Hurricanes seem so much scarier to me. It's like the winds of a volcano with just flooding and like, I don't know, with like so many extra layers of bad. It seems like to me. So I feel for you. Stay safe. I'm halfway between Tampa and Orlando in the very center of the state. Hopefully that's better. I know that Florida's like relatively like all very low, but hopefully like, you know, the trees can kind of windbreak it on the way into the center. Hopefully it's safer to be in the center. I honestly don't know when it comes to Florida. It's so thin. I never know. But yeah, hopefully stay safe. Evacuate if you need to. Listen to officials. No storm surges in the center, hopefully. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm trying to think. I don't think we have a whole lot else. What do you think about this theory in terms of feels good, feels bad? Oh, like in terms of like feels good for the players, feels bad for the players. The good thing is I'm not flooded by ocean. Bad thing is I'm kind of in the path depending on wobbles. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, like you said, good thing you're not flooded by the ocean, because that's like when you know we have tornadoes. It's like you get to a storm shelter, you get underground, and like there's definitely danger. Some storm shelters are not built up to withstand certain categories of tornadoes, but broadly, if you're underground and if you have enough warning, which in Kansas at least they were pretty good about giving warning, it was pretty unlikely that you were going to be in serious danger. The most dangerous tornadoes are the ones that crop up really, really fast where people don't have time to get there. But so I hope that with no flooding, crossing my fingers that it's a little bit better, or at least no ocean. But yeah, so in terms of feels good, feels bad about my theory, Matt probably wouldn't want to put the cast in a lose-lose dilemma. That wouldn't be very fun. It depends on. Sometimes I think lose-loses can be okay. Like theoretically, you could classify Craven Edge as kind of a lose-lose. It's like if you utilize the item, you're getting a benefit, but you're getting more and more drawn into the allure of it. And it you know, potentially will get you later. Now they could have never picked up Craven Edge in the first place. It depends on how much they knew going into it, you know, about like what Craven Edge could do. But Craven Edge is close to a lose-lose, and I like it a lot. I think in general, there can be a question of it's basically institutionalized. It's the individual over the group. are you going to take on the bad thing? Is it, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few? That sort of conversation. And the only way to, I think, truly hit home a needs of the many and needs of the few is to have one of those two groups suffer either way. I think that's it's one of the major ways to hit home that sort of storyline. Now, it'll also depend on whether or not Fenthros is permanently cursed. I think if it were me, I would make it dispellable and not make it as overwhelming as Grog's. Because Grog's was all about how far would he push it. And I think that is kind of the core of Grog's flaws. How much are you willing to do to get that one step further? I don't think that resonates as hard with Vex's character. I think that Vex's character is a lot more... I think that she may resonate with the needs of the many, needs of the few, specifically because of her relationship with Singorn. That's why I'm kind of leaning in this direction, is I think it's a more interesting question for her specifically, because even if in a normal situation she might have said the needs of the many, is she going to put the needs of Singorn over her own? This city and this people that she has a very complicated relationship with very specifically. So I think the whole thing would feel a bit like a gut punch. But I would also say that I would want either one to theoretically be stoppable, but it will take a great effort and a great cost. And so that's maybe how we can kind of marry in her wealth factor, is she might have to spend a lot to get Fenthros uncursed. I don't know. But they didn't spend 5 episodes looking for Craven Edge. If Vex refuses to take the bow, that means the last mini arc was for nothing, sort of nothing. Yeah. And I will say that is a good point in this situation. Okay. I'll add a slight caveat to my theory that I didn't say out loud, but I did have in my brain. Once they kill the Archfey, I think they have to take the bow. I don't think they can just leave it there and leave the Shademerc stable. I think that killing the Archfey is going to destabilize the Shademerc, and so they will either have to take it or somehow destroy maybe. Oh well. Yeah, I think they'll have to take it. They'll have to take it, and either they can take it with the curse or they can take it without the curse. The tree is melting down either way. Yeah. This episode has so many quotable lines. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I'm excited. So I think it's a bit feels neutral. My theory. It's a bit feels neutral. A lot of this Feywild arc, yes, was about getting Fenthros, but Fenthros was the thing at the end. I called it a road story. It's the Golden Fleece, And in most road stories, the actual thing at the end doesn't ultimately matter, or just the challenge at the end is something that all of the things you experienced on the road might be help you solve. Maybe one of them could also volunteer to essentially become the new Archfey, and maybe Lord Ukrot does that to restabilize things. someone can like volunteer, or maybe they can volunteer the sun tree. I don't know. I think there are ways to play with it to maybe make it a little bit feels better. But I don't think they're approaching a point where everyone is going to leave happy. Especially with what they encountered in the Moonbrush. Like, the Moonbrush was a very distinct piece of you need to pick a side. And I would bet if the Pixies hadn't been such dicks about Grog, I think that there was probably a sizable segment there of, like, the Pixies are doing this to stop the spread of lycanthropy. And so they have to. I think we were going to get a more neutral or a more gray morality there. And I think we're going to have a gray moral decision with Fenthros. Now, how good it is will depend on like what the things are that you're sacrificing, and yeah, I think it'll depend. Either way, they still got something with the bear totem, and you could argue that they kind of got Singorn to a degree. So it's like in a similar way that the Titanstone Knuckles didn't have a huge impact on Umbrasyl, if Vox takes out the Shade Merc. Oh, actually, okay. I think there's maybe how I would make it a little bit better is that something about taking out the Shade Merc, whether it's how it restructures the Gilded Run, however it affects that area. Maybe there's something within that area that is unrecoverable if the Shade Merc is still there. Something about that decision will majorly buff Singorn. Whether it's like a particular magical material that like makes them all of their soldiers a little bit more powerful, whether it's, I think there's a lot of ways that you could make that a power boost for Singorn. And so then it becomes a decision to Vex of, do we buff this really powerful ally, but that I have a lot of like personal involvement with and don't really like? Or do we potentially put them in danger but I personally get very buffed by getting the uncursed Fenthros? I think, and then even you could have the Singorn people offer to help her dispel the curse, but it requires like a big degree of trust in them. I think in general, wrapping it back to her relationship with Singorn, I think would make the decision a lot more palpable. I don't know what to call it. Visceral. I think it would impact her a lot more if the decision is somehow wrapped back to Singorn and her relationship there. Possibly, if you want it to be kind of a win-win, you could have it be to where they kill the Archfey, they can just take Fenthros, whoopsie daisy, there's your uncle. Or they can sacrifice Fenthros to get rid of the Shade Merc. If you basically want to go the opposite of my like lose-lose, you can maybe turn it into a win-win of either they take Fenthros or Fenthros is and if they take Fenthros, the Shade Merc stays stable. And if they sacrifice Fenthros, the Shade Merc goes away, and that is potentially good for a series of reasons. I don't know. I think that's maybe a way to turn it a bit more into a win-win type of vibe, or maybe not a win-win, but maybe more of like an additive decision rather than a subtractive. So that's a possibility. Volunteer Garmelie. Volunteer Garmelie to get in the tree. Get on in there, buddy. Yeah, that's exactly what they should do. Yeah, yeah. Listen, lycanthropy is just a medical condition, not inherently evil. Stopping its spread just makes the Pixies kidnapper dicks, lol. I mean, you could argue that they are essentially setting up like a quarantine. And it also does depend on on Ukrot's morality. Like, are they wanting to spread lycanthropy? We honestly don't know. We have no idea what the werewolves are gonna do now that they're free. They might have some pretty evil plans by our moral standings that the Pixies were preventing. Or they might not, and the Pixies might just be kidnapping dicks. That's very true. So yeah, I don't know. I think in general, I think it was meant to be a morally neutral situation, but with the way that it played out, the Pixies just seemed way more evil than the werewolves. Way more evil. So I think that was a bit of a problem. Or maybe not a problem, but it made it go a little bit slower. I want to check something real fast. Wait, what? Oh, fuck, it's overwriting. Okay, I'm glad that I checked it early. So I have... How do I write it for regular dictation? As I've spoken. What? Why is it overwriting? So I have a thing that I'm kind of working on. That I'm a little excited about, but it might help us unlock a new content format. But it has to do with like getting your guys' chats and like collating them into like a big document. But it is doing something real strange with it. It's like overwriting each of your chat messages. Maybe. Oh, I don't have a penned to file checked. There we go. Okay. Fixed. All right, sick. But yeah, I'll show you something. I'll show you something that's maybe a bit of a leak. Let's see. Chat log. Yeah, okay. I wrote Python code for the first time. Ugh, gross patooey. It was fucking terrible. But it is potentially allowing me to take your chat messages and form a word cloud with them. So like it only just started running, so you can't really see it, but you can kind of see it here. Oh, I'm sorry, what? Python is the goat? I hate Python. Yeah. I hate it. But yeah, Python sucks. Look, I want a compiled language. What can I say? But you're objectively wrong. I don't think objectively is the correct word here. All coding languages are Turing complete. All of them can do anything. They're just better or worse. It was the first language I learned, still looped. It's interpreted. It's not compiled. Is one reason that I don't like it. And it's not object oriented. I'm an object oriented fucking cuck, I guess. And it is very hard to write really large programs with it. But as I think people point out, there's issues with every coding languages. With every coding language, it's all about which one you're most comfortable with, and I'm comfortable with compiled and object-oriented languages. Like I'm a C# JavaScript or Java girly. Anything except GUI is goated. I was literally writing Python code before joining this stream. Well, either way, I wrote some Python code. It takes all of your chats and puts them into a little word cloud. So we might be able to do something like chat plays D&D or something. And rather than having to run like a poll for what you guys do, we might be able to like put all of your chats into like a little word cloud and then have someone interpret what the chat wants to do. That could be kind of fun. But yeah. Like Twitch plays Pokemon? Yeah, kind of like Twitch plays Pokemon. Except like the thing, because I've wanted to do something along the lines of Twitch plays Pokemon for a while. But because D&D isn't a video game, you can't just translate chat messages into like button presses. So then the most easy way to do that is just to run a poll, but then it just kind of turns into a choose your own adventure, which is not D&D. Like that loses one of the core aspects of the flexibility of D&D to me. So I wanted to get a way where I could we could do chat plays BG3. That'd be hard, but it'd be cool. Goldfish makes D&D character like fish plays Pokemon. Yeah. But I'm hoping we're going to test it on this stream and we're going to kind of see how the word cloud shakes out. I'm hoping that gathering all of your chats into a word cloud over like, a set period of time, like say like a minute or two, I could then have like a guest, look at the word cloud and try to interpret what chat means by their by their statements. And so it would essentially be someone else piloting the actual characters, but they would be the oracle reading your divinations. Or something like that. I don't know. I'm playing around with it, but we're testing the actual word cloud feature for the first time this time. And yeah, I guess that's the only real housekeeping I had was that little bit about the word cloud. Otherwise, I think we're kind of good to go. I think we're kind of chilling. Let's see. 132. I am burpy. Blah, 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 blah. Sounds a bit like improv, taking suggestions from the audience. Yeah, precisely. Yeah. Yes. That is very much the vibe. I would want it to be a little bit more involved. But very like an extreme version of that. Precisely, Brittany. That's very much where my head's at. And so I think it could be a little fun, and it would allow for I could even like break the audience into groups. So cuz that's like just like existing functionality within streamer.bot is I can break you guys all up into groups. So then I could even have like, oh, these chat members are controlling this character, these chat members are controlling that character. So we can start like gathering your responses for what you want to do, and then when it's any given character's turn, we pull up the word cloud and like Ryan or Mike or someone or Paige interprets your eldritch utterances. Team anarchy. Well, there will probably be some anarchy. Hey, that happens with every Twitch plays blank. But I think it could be cool. I'm excited. But with all that said, let's start, because strap in. The estimate is like 9.5 hours. And that was with a little bit of a shorter intro. So we gotta get going. But let's see. It's muted, of course it's muted.
Welcome back to tonight's episode. So, picking up where we left off, Vox Machina having to find and collect the artifacts known as the Vestiges of Divergence to prepare themselves for battle against the Chroma Conclave, a group of...
Oh, I will say, okay, so the first thing we're going to do, we're going to set the playback speed slightly higher than normal. We're going to set it at 3.5. And then I'm also going to try using the ducker. If you've watched any recent gaming content, you might kind of recognize a little bit what I'm talking about. But it will basically allow me to, like, during, like, maybe a battle where I don't want to pause as much, or if I just have something really quick to say about the battle, then I can just reduce essentially the volume of critical rolls. So if we, like, test it right here.
Extremely dangerous ancient.
So testing. So it's still going, but it's a lot quieter. We can still read the captions. Then it'll come back.
Father's still around and kind of a dick.
Yeah.
Been a long week. However, you guys have making your way into the Feywild in search of a specific item known as Fenthras, a bow.
I'm not gonna do it during roleplay or like during like any times where like something could just get said, but I'm thinking about it for like the combat side of things, where most of the time they are just talking about like dice and shit. So I might be able to talk through some of the combat stuff, but we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. We'll try it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and we won't do it anymore. So I'm even gonna turn it off for now, and then if we get to a combat, I'll turn it on. So making my way, paid alongside Oath of the Chat Paladin. Yeah.
Which Vex has been sort of keeping an eye on this whole time.
Totally.
Like that. we're all having Gen Con plague residual here. They've made their way through a number of strange, dangerous, and awkward encounters in the Feywild, including an encounter with their father, I meant to say earlier, in Singorn, which is currently hiding out in the Feywild until they prepared for battle against Thordak the Cinder King. You went through the Moonbrush and parlayed between pixies and werewolves. You pushed past the Gilded Run, a series of enchanted, dangerous rivers that keep the Shademurk Bog in check from spreading across the land with its corruption. And you stepped into the Shademurk Bog, its strange, sludgy, black, corrupt interior, stumbling upon what appears to be a small hovel built out of a tree trunk. The gnomes making their way towards via Vex's broom. Caught a partial glimpse of the creature that lived within. A door was suddenly opened, and upon floating back, the broom was robbed of its magical enchantment temporarily. The party regathered and are now deciding what to do here in the depths of the Shademurk Bog. So, as the gnomes have returned, your broom has seemingly been proven to still function.
Don't say seemingly.
Why?
Don't say
It's fine.
seemingly.
We confirmed.
Yeah.
What would you guys like to do?
All right. So that place over there, the hut.
Yeah.
Oh, power is back. Oh, wait, I did scoot past this. We just lost power again. At least I got my laptop charged. Helene destroyed my county in South Carolina. Shit. Man, thoughts... I hate the term thoughts and prayers, so I'm actually... I almost started saying it, and I'm not going to say it. But I hope that everyone that is in Milton and Helene's path is doing okay. Listen to county officials. If they tell you to evacuate, evacuate. Mega only things. Yeah. Yeah. And stay safe. Listen to the officials. They know they've got the best chance of knowing what's going on. I know they don't often, but try to listen to them. It's tough. Apparently some tornadoes broke off of Milton and are heading towards Miami. Jesus. Yeah. Stay safe, everybody.
I think it was not a good idea to go over there. I think it's one of the things that what's-his-fuck warned us about. Yes.
The hag, right?
I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention
Yeah,
to
he
it.
warned us
I'm
about...
feeling the hag. Is anybody else feeling the hag?
I'm
something about a hut.
not feeling the hag.
How do you mean?
the hag.
Yeah, how do you mean
Had enough
feeling?
hag.
Well, not feeling the hag, but I think we should have...
The hut of Wodonna.
Yeah, that's
The hut of
probably
Wodonna.
Wodonna.
Right.
Miss
It could be.
So why don't we go around the hut? Is that possible? Is Gormili gone?
Gormili left you guys.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't even enter the forest with you.
However, she is aware of our presence now, isn't she?
So, we're big and scary. She's a
don't
little old
think-
lady.
What's the terrain like around this this hut?
The forest of the Shademurk Bog is a very, very thickly wooded swamp with thick trunk trees and almost weeping willow type sagging canopies, but the entirety of each piece of brush here is coated and seemingly seeping this kind of black, sticky, tar-like ichor that just kind of pools and seeps into the ground. So even traversing this territory has been a slow, arduous process. There's a small clearing around where this kind of tree trunk hovel is currently located, and the tree itself does not appear to match the surrounding trees that kind of embody most of this forest terrain.
Does it look possible to skirt around it from where we are?
You could skirt around it, most definitely, yeah. It's just something you saw in the distance and went and inspected. You could avoid it entirely.
And we do have a direction to move.
Yeah, we know that this is
Was-
not where the bow is.
Yes, it was
Dude, the fucking... The TV is so much better. Still absolutely hilarious. That I want to make clear, they've got 3 different cameras, as well as on-screen elements, all feeding into this OBS setup, or whatever software they're using. And they cannot... They can't mirror that. Like, I guess there's something to be said for, like, oh, the other players can maybe see him easier, but, like, these two would have to turn around. I don't think they could see him that much easier. They could easily put him on a screen that's more within their sight lines and then put a little on-screen element Liam right there. Especially if Mans could get a green screen. I'm sure Geek and Sundry could spring for a green screen, and then they could just fucking just put him right on in. Oh, it's so silly. It's so silly, but but it is upgrades, to be fair.
It's on Garmeli's list of things to avoid.
But maybe she could help us.
I
in a
know,
way.
it's so terrible. I want to, like, explore everything here because
I wonder if she knows the other hags that
It's
we've
like,
encountered.
you know, it's like
I
don't think
that
they have a
urge
club.
when you're standing at the edge of a cliff, like part of your body wants to jump a little bit. I
kind of like when I dove into the river.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Well, so you guys did kind of jump, and it didn't feel good, right?
Right, true.
Devil's advocate.
So,
What if she's lonely? And 2, what if she's not the hag and she knows where the hag is?
1, I'm certain she is lonely. And 2, she's probably the hag.
She's pretty
definitely
sure
probably the hag.
We've kind of already had this conversation before we went and poked a badger with those floating instruments. I mean, we really don't need to do every
No,
single
we don't. We
thing.
really don't.
I'm just saying.
And I have bad
profiling,
history
that's
with
all.
hags, and I would like
you
to
do.
skip this fucking place.
I'm okay with that. I honestly I could use a bit of sleep at some point. I think moving in the correct direction, getting a bit of sleep somewhere safe.
And we've been dozy-doing the whole time we've been having this conversation.
I'm working on that as well.
I feel like we're trying to talk ourselves out of this.
I think we need to not go towards the hut.
Okay, we'll
was-
not go
the
towards
scariness.
If there was a time to not be us, this is the
probably
moment.
now.
I
Right
take out the javelin of lightning.
No!
Oh, no!
You have a javelin of lightning?
He does.
In fact, have
Why
it
have you never used
you
the
doing now?
javelin of
He has
lightning?
one time.
And I'll just
Don't.
make sure that it's clean. I'll put it back.
Okay.
Let's just sneakily go off and just not pay any more attention to this.
Okay.
Charming little tree.
I feel like we've done enough damage for one day.
Yeah, we gotta at least come back this way, so, you know.
This is true.
Alrighty. You got
Maybe,
it.
Stealthily.
stealthily walk away from the hut.
Do we still have pass
And-
without a trace?
Do we still pass the trace going, or do I need? No, it
Traveled
dropped.
quite a
It dropped
while, yeah.
because we fought something, so I would need to cast it again, which I do. Cast again. Pass without trace.
Thank you.
Maybe Dust of Tracelessness is behind us, so the hag doesn't feel tempted to maybe follow in our
Don't tell
footsteps.
me what to do, devil woman. I take out the dust of tracelessness. It looks good, I put it back.
Hog, please, flower girl, please.
Javelin or dust of tracelessness, they go together. If I do one, I do the other.
You're terrible.
I need a little
That's
danger in my
terrible.
life.
I promise you, we are going to kill something.
There's a
else.
giant
Dude,
werewolf
we just killed a crocodile
following us.
plant. We just killed a crocodile plant.
It's true.
Seriously, we just fought
We're
something.
inside his gut. You have to remember
Just
I
did
didn't
that.
really hit it that much. It was very unsatisfying.
Let's walk away. Can we? I want to stealth.
All right, everyone make stealth check.
Okay.
All right, new D20. New D20.
Oh, high
Did
hopes.
you say pass that?
Pass without a trace. I cast pass without a trace.
That's weird.
That's a dick move. That is
weird.
a
You get a 20? Did you get a 20 on it?
He got a 19 and I got a 3.
Oh,
Got it.
that's just not cool.
That's one better than before.
Yeah.
Are these new
It's a
overbites?
step in the right
They
direction.
are.
Switched, yeah.
New dice.
There's no excuse now.
All right, so
I think it's just a curse on you,
Stealth.
Marusha.
25.
25. Vax?
Did we use the dust of tracelessness?
No, we use pass without a
No.
trace though, so add
I
10.
will settle for a 27.
Okay, with a plus 10?
No, I didn't
No.
use.
Pass without a
Pass
trace.
without a
How's that
trace.
trace was used?
I just.
Use it.
All right,
That's
37.
Traces. A lot of traces going on. It's fine. Plus 10, so 37.
36.
36.
20.
35.
30.
All right, and Mike.
Weak.
Right.
Yeah.
Natural 3. So you guys make your way around the outskirts of this kind of open glade area, scooting by. As you begin to separate, finally getting to a point where the direction you're trying to head, where you noticed seemingly all the liquid that's seeping from like the actual movement, momentum of the horrible black material is like pushing slowly outward from apparently some center place. You follow that slow flow best you can. As you begin to pull away, you hear a slight creak sound in the distance.
No. Can we see if the door
Hide,
shut?
hide.
Did the door shut?
Perception check.
Yeah, perception.
25.
You look back over your shoulder and notice the door just and closes.
Fuck.
Okay, no, that's...
As it closes, there's a sudden
out here.
flash of wind, and there's a flicker in Pike's form as all of a sudden she...
No!
Guys! And her divine form vanishes in place. Apparently sent back to the source of where she projected her essence.
She didn't
That
get,
is
like,
never
stolen
not
or something
settled.
away.
Not to your knowledge. It's similar to the previous times that she's been able to keep her form there for you.
Okay.
Especially between planes. You imagine it's been rather difficult for her to even be here for
Maybe the
time.
hag cast a spell the way she did on the broom.
Or maybe things just got strange.
Poor reception.
Something I said.
I love you, Pike.
Something is.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't think that Matt was doing this. It would be a huge dick move to like have the hag like steal Pike's fake form somehow. I like Talison's kind of like, let's not think about it too much. Like, to me, it shows maybe slightly more. Well, I don't know how much Laura's like role playing and how much she's actually concerned. But it's like Tal has a lot more experience with TTRPGs, and he's kind of just like, or maybe things are just strange, you know, because it's like as a DM, as Matt, it's fun to make things kind of a little bit strange in fiction, you know, have it be a little bit like, ooh, what happened? But we all know what happened. We can all like wink and nod at each other and be like, oh, that's crazy. But which is all that is to say, I think that this sort of like messing with the players a little bit, or just like using kind of more flowery poetic language. I don't know if he was really even meaning to mess with them there. I think it can be very fun for more experienced players, but it can be confusing to either newer players or if you're a player that's new to the system, very new to the system. Because I think I've said this before, but I had that experience in Blades in the Dark when I first started playing it, or when I first started GMing it. I was probably a similar level of like flowery and poetic that I normally am. But because both I and the players didn't know the system as well, the players really frequently got confused with what was just me being fun and me being and me being like serious about like a mechanic, you know. That was like a really common like, oh, I don't know if that means something mechanically or if you're just having a goof and a gaff. That was really common feedback in the first couple of sessions. And so I really toned down what I would call my poetic language, like what Matt did there. Like I think that's totally chill for this group who's been playing together for a while. But for newer players or like players first learning a system, definitely I learned firsthand that you got to tone down that sort of stuff because they will start to they will be uncertain if it was actually mechanical or not, you know. It is 100% just to get her out of the way. Yeah, absolutely. So that you don't have to like role play her, yeah. Dualistically, Ashley's gone, but also maybe Matt would make them have to rescue her character. Watsonianly, VM don't know. Yeah, it's tough when it's such a overriding and obvious like dualistic reason. I think as players you kind of want to just ignore it. Like, and I think it would be I've done this before where a player couldn't join and I made a side quest of like rescuing them. I would not do that again because the rescue attempt didn't resolve in one session. And so then the next session, they're trying to rescue this person, but they're at the session now. So they don't get to play for like half the time. Like, if you build in, like, the Watsonian reasoning has to be very hand-wavy and, like, players don't need to care about it. And if you make them care about it, that can have very unintentional consequences that you don't want as a DM. But it's something that, yeah, it's a tough one. I think it's something that you can absolutely do with, like I said, with more experienced players. But even then, if the entire reason for something is purely out of game, I would try to make it as fluffy and hand wavy as possible. Like, the higher the reasoning is for out of game, the more obvious you should make it to the players. Hey, just ignore this. Don't worry about it. It took me too long to recognize doyalistically as a written word. I don't know if that's I think it would be doyal with an A between the Y and an L, but I understood what it said. So yeah, I actually did that as well. Yeah, it happens. Roleplay should add to the game experience, not subtract from it. In this case, trying to figure out why Pike went away would subtract from it. Yeah. But I think that in this case, Laura is legitimately uncertain if there is, like, something that they need to do about this, I think. Because I think she just has, like, broadly less experience. Whereas Taliesin is a little bit more confident about, like, hey, there's nothing going on here. We should just move out. But yeah, and that totally adds on, like, roleplay on the DM side, role playing the world. You want to be careful that it doesn't subtract too much. Yeah. Like a sleep session, shared dreams where they rescue the missing person. Yeah, I've run something like I ran something similar to that. And if you're confident in your one-shot skills, like, you're confident that you can fit it all in one session, that can really work. But I always go too long, so it really doesn't work for me. But yeah.
Something you said.
Okay.
All right.
Can we see the hag moving inside the hut through the window?
You make a perception check as you're glancing that way.
I look for Ukurai while she's doing it.
God,
Seriously?
14.
14. You see movement on the inside, but no actual physical beat on an entity. You just see the light being broken in the window.
Okay, so she's in the...
Gigantic.
That's good.
11.
You've yet to break single digits with
You
them.
barely notice anything beyond the trees. You have to remind yourself, oh, there's a house there. But
We'll pay off. We'll come back around, right?
That sounds accurate.
yeah.
Who are these people?
Keyleth, what direction was the big scary blight on the land?
Northeast?
Northwest.
Northwest? Northwest.
So we head that direction.
This direction.
All right.
This direction.
Following Keyleth's lead, you guys begin to slowly make your way through this bog, and
Keep an eye out for anything moving.
everything is slowly moving in its own right. This kind of
You do that, Taco.
sliding of awful
Anything
liquid.
seemingly aggressive.
Understood.
Don't shoot any trees.
As you kind of push further northward, you guys are having. You have a sneeze?
They went away.
Okay, good. You get the sensation. It's not even a sensation. The rest of the party, aside from you, you guys are getting knee deep in this liquid now. It's to the point where you're having to take one step, lurch it out of the liquid onto another, and you're having to go out of your way to kind of hug the edges of trees where the roots themselves are kind of protruding to give you some sort of foothold as opposed to getting stuck in this bog. You, Scanlan, are having a particularly rough time trying to walk on your own because with your light form, it's a lot of strength to even pull your little feet out of this tar-like substance. So
Pimped a lot. You want to?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Can I pick him up? And it's black stuff, right?
Yeah.
Can I smell the black stuff on him?
yeah, it permeates the area, but it's particularly strong at his feet and lower extremities. It's almost went up to his upper thighs. It smells like a combination of wet top, sulfur, and compost decay.
In the summer.
Yeah, like hot Florida compost. Yeah,
Accurate smell.
yeah, it's delightful.
Drakkar.
You smell terrible.
Sorry.
That's a lot coming from Grog.
That is true.
How about you, I would put you on my shoulder, but how about you, sit on my shoulder, straps back there and just hang out the back?
Sit on your shoulder
Yeah,
straps.
just don't put your feet near my face. Hang out on the back of me.
All right. Thank you for the lift.
No worries.
It's good you can keep an eye out for the hag following behind us.
That's good.
Yeah.
Wait, am I being Yoda carried right now?
Yes!
I'm flipping and climbing vines and shit.
Oh man, that makes me
Sleeveless
want
like
a
hero.
Scanlan backpack real bad.
Okay.
Anyway, continue.
As you guys push on forward, Keyleth guiding the direction, you're the only one who moves without an issue. Are you tracking ahead of the party, or are you staying with them?
I'm tracking a little bit ahead of the party.
All right. You travel for about another hour or so forward, and you, just being naturally alert as you are, notice some shift of movement that is more sudden than like the slow sway of some of the various branches and boughs of the nearby trees. A little bit in the direction you're traveling and to the left.
What did it look like? Just movement.
It moves again, and you see what appears to be some almost large rock-like figure that's shifting. And the more you take a moment to focus, it looks like a humanoid-type creature hunched over, facing away from you.
Take a break.
Can I point everybody around, keeping a wide berth?
Okay.
That lead the way.
Percy, look through your eyesight. Look through your little scope and see what you see.
Take a break. Oh. I did see something that I wanted to highlight, a comment that I wanted to highlight, because I think it's very true, but also does a good job of highlighting why I like New Exhaustion even more and why I would want to focus on New Exhaustion even more. Where was it? Sputnik. It's a Sputnik. You did it. You beat the boss. Hell yeah. That Millennia, right? Good shit. Good job. Let's see. Yeah. So Sputnik talking about, how essentially combat scales as you level up. So combat becomes a more and more kind of scalable way to drain resources, whereas exploration becomes more and more difficult unless you start doing wackier and wackier explorations, essentially. But it becomes harder for it to keep up and still be mechanically engaging without either feeling too long or very contrived, which I do agree with. But one of the things that I really like about 1D&D Exhaustion, and now to a slightly lesser extent 524 Exhaustion, is that you can give it as a failure for exploration, and it essentially multiplies the amount of resources that you'll have to spend in a combat to an extent. It's like a passive multiplier on the amount of resource spend in a combat, because as it makes you worse and worse and worse at D20 tests, your resource expenditure is going to get less and less and less consistent, meaning you're going to be hitting less, you're going to be doing less damage, all of those sorts of things. So it will actually increase the amount of resource drain of a combat or a social encounter or anything. So I really like, and that's also why I will definitely be cutting exhaustion from minus, I think right now it's, -1 every 2 levels or -2 every 2 levels or something like that. I don't remember how much it is. Maybe it's -2 every 1 level. But either way, I will be making it -1 per 1 level, and I want to make it 10 or 12 levels. So that they can, very much sink into it. -2 every level. Yeah, I want to make it a little bit slower, a little bit more gradual. Because my thing is, you can always hand out more than 1 level of exhaustion for a particularly bad, for a particularly exhausting activity. So I want to make it a little bit more granular, and then we can start adding on and on and on to it. Because I think that is, I totally agree, one of the things that exploration was really missing. And I think that this type of exhaustion, while it doesn't serve as a resource drain in and of itself, it multiplies the resource drain of other encounters, which is, I think, a really interesting place that exploration could continue to inhabit. Now, there is still the aspect of spending a bunch of stuff to bypass travel and that sort of thing will always be massively efficient. This is why in campaigns where I'm much more concerned with travel and exploration, like where it's a much more tentpole feature, I do potentially look at ways to possibly kind of nerf some of those more skip type spells. Same thing with Goodberry, Purify Food and Drink. I think the best exploration third-party module that I've ever seen, which was Weird Wastelands, they modify a lot of spells to give them a material cost that is consumed. So it starts to become you essentially have to pay for transport, or you can go the long way for free, which I think was a really good way to handle it. It does start basing that more on the economy, which can be kind of tough to manage as a DM, but it at least gives you an option to manage it, to make sure that they don't spend the spell slots on skip spells constantly. So I think that those two things of introducing like 524 exhaustion and of making the most skip type spells have some sort of material cost, I think that's going to go a long way towards making exploration a more draining and prominent feature of your campaign without making it super long or very contrived. It's still going to be a challenge. No two ways about it, but I think those are two ways that you can go about making it a little bit easier. I need to reset the zoom.
Try and
Yeah, there we go. My only struggle is that while I like the slowdown, having 0 movement from 6 to 12 feels weird bad. I mean, that's very fair. I could see that, especially if you wanted it to be really, 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 what's the word? Granular. If you wanted it to be very incremental. The way that I have thought about doing it, and I would have to hash it out with any players that I played with, but it would basically be every one, there's say 12 levels till death. Every one level is -1 to D20 tests. And every 2 levels, every one level is -2.5 speed, rounded down to the nearest 5. If you want to make it an every 1 level thing, the other way that you could write this is every 2 levels is -5 to speed. And then you have to remember, the every 2 levels part of it, which isn't quite as clean. But I think this feels pretty close to right for me, and I think the 2 levels, remembering that, is not too bad. But this is the part I really, really care about. Honestly, if I couldn't figure out the speed, I'd throw it out and I'd just make it this. I think it's a little weird that your speed wouldn't go down, but this is not the important part to me. This is the really important part. And so I'll finagle this however my players want. And if we can't make it work, then I would be fine cutting it. But anyways, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back. Go get some water. Hydrate or dehydrate. And I'll be right back. Goodbye. What up? Hello. Let's get back to it. I don't have any time to talk. We got CR to watch.
Scope it.
Okay, make a perception check with advantage.
Yes. 16.
Oh.
Okay. You take a moment and kind of train on this movement. You now see there are two figures that are facing each other, and they themselves are covered in this horrible liquid. And you recognize the form a little bit. They're humanoid, but they have long, exaggerated jaws, very long forearm limbs, tall, straggly black hair, long, pointed hook nose, and they're both eating something that's partially stuck in this bog. These are trolls. These are two large trolls that are currently in the process of eating some sort of creature.
Half trolls.
Be very quiet.
You've had a piece of troll in your bag for a while.
Oh yeah, troll dick.
Yeah.
So we've killed them before. That's good to know.
Yeah, they're huge.
Trolls are pretty big.
They were.
How big are they?
Like, I'd say even with the hunch, 9 feet tall.
Yeah.
10 feet tall.
Just, maybe go around.
What
do you think?
We could kill them quite easily.
Yep.
Well, there's two of them that we see.
That we see.
They're pretty
Imposing.
stupid, aren't they?
Wait, didn't Tiberius turn into a lady troll?
That was a thing, yes.
That happened. To be fair, also, everything in the Feywild has been more sensitive and defensive and more intelligent.
They could be smarter.
They could be smart trolls.
They could be like hag trolls, which is just terrifying.
And they're eating something that's stuck.
Which could be us very
Which could
soon.
be
We
us
need to
very
keep
us. Let's
moving.
keep
The longer we stand still, the more stuck we
You hear
become.
this in the distance, and you now, looking through your scope, you see one of them has looked up from its eating, its mouth covered in all sorts of like shiny, fresh liquid, and it kind of glances past. Its eyes are white against yellow eyes, so it has this very kind of flashlight across the cat's face type gleam across the eyeballs, and they kind of.
Can we all see this?
Yeah, you guys can see, since you've all made note of these creatures in the distance, it kind of just
Why don't we back it up slow? France?
Well, how about we don't move it like at all right now?
kind of turns around, says something to the other one. They both like grab a big chunk of whatever they're eating, jam it in their mouth, and then dive down into the muck.
Oh, shit.
Can we get up in the tree?
If you'd like to try and climb.
Can we try to climb the trees?
Climb a tree.
To what end? Then we're just going to sit here forever?
Well, no,
For a
then we
minute?
can go from tree branch to tree branch. Are they tightly enough connected that we can travel on the top of the trees?
Yeah, possibly, might require some jumping.
I am a backpack right now.
I'm gonna get on the broom and fly up.
Okay, so, you fly up. You
After
okay? Go ahead and make an athletics check if you don't mind.
I'm not scared of trolls.
18.
Would you be, please?
Yeah. It takes you a minute, but you manage to get up to the tree. You come up into the trees. Do you break the canopy or do you stop up with the branches?
I wanted to. Yeah, sure.
Okay. As you're climbing up, your sister actually goes past where the branches, leaves, and the top of the trees end. Before you can really kind of speak out to question, she disappears. You, Vex, come shooting up off the top out, and you can see now before you the shade mark in its entirety, kind of wrapping around the base of the mountain. This kind of comes up into two sharp peaks, like horns on some sort of a large based devil, but it's just a formless rock mold that comes up into those two peaks. Looking around you, you can see the trees are very, very dense and heavily packed together, and what immediately catches your eye is about 2-3 miles ahead, right towards where the base of the mountain seems to sink into the shade mark. There is one very, very large tree that stands above the rest of them.
Why didn't I go above the canopy before?
Is it to the northwest?
It is what would be considered to the northwest of you. The rest of the shade mark kind of continues this relative 20, 30 foot tall canopy. This tree probably goes up a good 100 plus feet, and the branches string outward and have large strands and vines just dangling from them. This is a massive example of local flora and fauna.
Wow. Okay, I say, I see the tree, and I come back down into the canopy.
Okay.
Can I come down and grab Keyleth and lift her up into the tree too?
Sure.
Ooh.
How high are the lowest branches?
The lowest branches are about 7 feet up.
You want to lift?
I'm just a passenger. I'm on you. If you're not going up, I'm staying on you.
Yeah, I'm not going.
You're not
up.
gonna go up in the
We're
tree?
gonna-
You think my giant ass is gonna jump frolic fucky fuck from branch to branch to the treetops like some kind of acrobat?
I don't know.
No. No.
We're standing on muck.
Well, okay. Is what we're trying to do figure out a way to not have to walk in the muck?
Yeah, I think
So
so.
you're
Like, I
good.
feel like the trolls are gonna like somewhere near us.
Can I put my back against a tree?
Yeah.
A large tree.
Yeah. The nearest tree, the one that Max actually climbed up, is one that's closest to you guys, and it's close enough you can just take a 5-foot step and back up into it.
I'm back here. I'm back here. I'm back here. I'm back here.
You're against the tree.
I turn around. The trees talk.
That's me. Don't back up into
I
a
spin
tree.
around again.
I'm back here. I'm still back here. I'm still back here.
While that's going on, can I fly down and get Percy out of the muck and bring him up into the tree?
Sure.
I'm going to chime in over the earring and say somebody could turn Grog into a marmoset or something to
That's what I
work
was
for
gonna
the
say.
circumstances.
Oh, shit.
I can always polymorph you for a moment, Grog.
I might be down with being some kind of monkey.
You want to be a monkey?
Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of monkey?
A gorilla.
Okay. Oh shit! And I turn Grog into a gorilla.
And with that, Grog's already pretty large form just grows smaller and hairier.
Whoa! You're
nimble
like,
as shit.
what the fuck? I
you
should
look-
get Scanlan.
You look down at yourself and kind of marveling at your hands, which haven't changed too much other than just the placement of the fingers and thumbs. You already have pretty big, strong hands. But you also pull up one of your feet from the muck, and you can see the additional appendage that you now have in the kind of prehensile toes.
Get in the tree.
I don't see
Get in
much
the-
strain.
get in the tree.
I'm not
No.
sure.
Tree.
No.
Please.
Grog.
Oh,
He also has the mind.
seriously?
Yeah.
Which might be more intelligent than what he was before.
Actually, let's take a look.
Oh, shit.
Let's have a look at what the.
Gorilla skip.
Let's see. Let's pull the muscle manual here and see exactly what we're working with.
Gorillas are really fucking smart.
don't you?
I think
I think they'd be smarter than Grog.
I do, but I don't have it in my little.
They can learn sign language. They have like an entire.
Float.
Yeah.
Float.
Strong Jaws kitten.
Oh.
All right, we'll go with the stats for an 8 because that's what's here and available. Intelligence of 6, so you are as intelligent as you are.
I do this with my foot.
Looks good on you, Grog.
I'm gonna be.
No, you can't talk.
Oh shit. Scanlan, do you Grog's back still, or do you want to come up in the tree?
Oh, you'll
You
be
wanna
like
be
a
on
little silverback baby.
Can I go down and grab Scanlan and put him on the broom with me?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honestly, I can't even tell the difference.
That still translates, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I know the twins are good on flying.
Yeah, I'll stay down here as bait.
For the most part.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah,
know. How long ago did you bust out my wings for me, DM? Under 24 hours?
Yes.
Yeah, it's been 24 hours, so unfortunately
No
your
wings
wings
for
are not
you.
available.
Well, but you can walk unhindered, right? You can walk fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can someone borrow your broom?
Again. Yes.
Again?
That worked really well last time. Totally.
Give
Somebody
it to your
can.
brother. He's trustworthy, right? Right?
He had the carpet before, so
That's
maybe not so much.
Well.
But the whole point was for the trolls to not have us on the ground for the trolls. But
Oh, right. It's true.
can we just try to trail amongst the trees?
Let's see what happens.
Stick to the plan.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna use a B shape, and I'm gonna go into an eagle form.
Okay, giant eagle. All right, B shape is taken. It's gorillified. You have Scanlan up on your broom.
Yes.
Max and Percy, are you just traveling through the canopy,
Shit.
or are you carrying somebody, Keyleth?
Do you want to
I
carry
can
Scanlan?
carry Scanlan.
Okay.
How thick are the trees here?
like we could-
they range anywhere from between 5
It's
feet
such
wide.
a hard time when I flew up the other day. Such a hard time.
Yeah.
And everyone's just floating up, easy as pie.
To be fair, I've been flying a lot longer than you have, Max.
True. And your wings are much larger than hers were.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I've got a skinny little.
Yeah. It is. I've never. There is an interesting aspect to Hags of. I do think that Hags need to kind of have a purpose or like an ambition, or they don't have to, but I think it makes them more interesting. Because I think a lot of the hags that I see are typically like relatively passive. They just kind of like fucking with sapient creatures, but they don't. And then, you know, they make their fucking brews and whatever. But like, I rarely see a lot of like motivational depth, and even just a hag that is content to live out her life in the wilderness. I do think if that was her motivation, live out in the wilderness, you know, be chillin', then she would develop a bit of a relationship with nearby flora and fauna, especially using her haggy ways. You know, we see the hags tricking and fucking with adventurers and sapient creatures pretty often, and maybe the thing is that they don't need to do that to flora and fauna, but I think they still probably would. And I do think that it is interesting to think about them essentially keeping trolls as like kind of dogs or like guards, you know, as like attack dogs, but they have like trolls kept outside their abode. That could be super interesting. Yeah, I think in general, and it always kind of depends on how substantial you want the enemy to be, but having an enemy have any sort of motivation and or relationship with their environment, I think is going to improve them a lot. Like the fake croc, the Feymerk croc or whatever. It had, at least in my mind, a really clear relationship with its environment, where like it was in the Gilded Run as a predator. It was the natural predator of this area. And that single like motivation of like, oh, it's easier to catch prey in the Gilded Run as me, the croc, than it is anywhere else because of my specific biology. And I think that, again, depending on how prominent you want them to be, how long you want it to take for the players, going into that for something like a hag, of like, how is she shaping the environment around her to suit her needs? If she's more paranoid, maybe it's a little bit more extreme. If she's less paranoid, maybe it's a little bit more naturalistic. It can also really go towards foreshadowing what type of hag this is, what kind of personality you might encounter in the way that she has shaped the environment around her. Yeah. The trolls diving into the muck also probably added to that. Yeah, that's true. These are clearly fey trolls of some kind. But I will say, I think if we hadn't gotten the fey croc, which I kind of wrote about here about the foreshadowing, I think if we hadn't gotten the fey croc, they might not have been as afraid. They might have just been like, oh, these are like kind of weird trolls, but like not that, whatever. But I think that after having encountered the fey crocodile and seeing how much fucking stronger it was than your standard ass croc, I think they're a little bit more afraid of the trolls because of that, which is cool. It's like it's a good way to foreshadow any future challenges. Yeah. Fey warped trolls is a scary thought. First thought that came to mind is blink trolls. I could see that. I could see blink trolls. Yeah. Environmental effects are a great thing to give strong monsters. Even like, I mean, hey, I agree. I agree. Environmental effects, lair actions, all that sort of shit. Super fun to give monsters. But I'm even just saying like a monster that feels right within their environment, or you can either like they are there because the environment is how it is, or they have shaped the environment around them. Like I remember one of my favorite first encounters that I think I've talked about very briefly, that I ever came up with, was a slot canyon, in an environment where there were aerial predators that hunted the plateaus and the steppes above. And because of that, it was much more common, like the trade routes, oh God, my ringer's going off. What is that? Yeah, I know, bug. Twas spam. But the so a lot of the creatures that didn't want to risk the plateau would go through the canyons, and so a group of Ankegs moved in, and they had holes all over the sides of the walls, and they would make very thin pitfall traps, essentially, that went down to more tunnels below the canyon. Like this, which some ants have been known to do similar types of shit. And so they had basically a fucking system of someone would fall into the pitfall and then Ankegs would jump out of these holes in the sides of the walls. It was a super fun encounter. My players really liked it. It ran really, really well, especially when they started to go into the Ankeg tunnels. That was fun as hell. But it's all just like minor ways of like, how would the environment shape this? Like the Ankh eggs are there because more things are going through the slot canyon. And how would they shape the environment back? It can result in very naturalistic world building, as well as some really obvious routes to make the encounter much more interesting. So you're saying that if not for the Fey Croc, they'd be in denial of the danger. I need a fucking soundboard in here. I need a boo soundboard bite. I do not have any. I do not have a soundboard. I have a fucking stream deck. I could make a soundboard. But yeah, I agree. That gets the slow clap from me.
Little broom, so I'm not flapping any wings.
I'm skinnier than your broom.
Yes, well.
Let's do it.
All right.
I guess I can take one of you on the broom with me.
Take him. I'll be fine. I have a.
Do you want to hop on here since you have no flight?
Oh, push on climbing. Nice.
All right.
Brother.
All right, I fly over to Scanlan.
No, but I will anyway.
I'm with you now?
Right, he's on the broom with me.
All right, so the twins are on the broom. They go. Grog, you just have a field day leaping through those branches and just coasting through, keeping an eye as best you can at the guiding broom above the actual tree canopy. You go ahead and grab Scanlan as well and follow suit. As soon as you break up as well, you can see the large tree in the distance. Percy, doing the best you can to kind of keep an eye on Grog, or at least listen to guard. You drink your potion of climbing and begin leaping off and kind of like ninja scattering your way through the higher branches of the trees as well.
Oh yeah.
So if I can go ahead and get Grog and Percy to go ahead and make 3 successive athletics checks, if you could.
With advantage?
This would be for you.
What's the modifier for King of the Apes?
I'll give you advantage on this just because you're Nate. So go for it.
Athletics or acrobatics?
Okay, so this isn't something that's come up in a while, so I'll just add this to the evidence pile, just for you guys to think about. But the more rolls, the more likely there are to be successes, and the more likely there are to be failures. Like you're going to go towards an average. So if you're adding all of the checks together, then it is much more likely to come out as the average. If you only care about the number of fails and successes, that is again going to go towards the average. But if you're looking out for like one failure, or on the flip side, one success, that becomes substantially more likely. So more rolls both go towards the average if you're caring about all of the rolls. But if only the highest or the lowest roll amongst them matters, it skyrockets the chance that is going to occur. That you're going to get a very out of the norm high roll and a very out of the norm low roll. So it is a strat. And it's why I don't mind group rolls where like you count the number of successes and failures, because that's going to tend towards the average of the group, which I like, while also giving some chances for a little bit of swinging. But one person doing successive checks, you have to know what you want. You don't want to just like throw out checks willy-nilly. You want to make sure that you are doing it and you know what's going to happen.
For the purposes of climbing and the grabbing, I would say this is more of an athletics check. This is like upper body strength and...
Not parkouring through the treetops.
The 20, 12 plus 8.
16.
Alrighty.
Oh.
21.
24.
Alrighty. Last one.
That's great. 23.
Natural 20.
Both
Alrighty. To your surprise, as the potion energy kind of surges through your body, even with the relatively slick surface that a lot of these branches and trees have, you have an innate ability to point out which ones are the strongest, easiest to grab a hold, and just keeping that momentum going in the semblance of a parkour like leap and grab type circumstances. You may have managed to move through almost with the grace of the gorilla ahead of you. You lose sight a few times, the better part of the next 40 minutes or so, to eventually make your way closer and closer to the tree where the shade of it against the permanently dusk sun now begins to creep over the place you are in the forest. You've now entered a shaded nightfall by the actual tree's location and placement. The below you is pitch black at this point, other than a little bit of light that filters in from nearby lit areas of the forest.
Also a punk band warming up.
Never ends. Here we go. You guys make your way towards. Are you going straight for the tree? Are you?
Okay. Do we want to go straight for the tree now? Do we want to like rest up before?
I think we want to observe it and rest up.
like
Observe,
watch
yeah.
it, like see what's going on with it before
Yeah.
we just go straight to
We
it.
don't have the mansion, right?
We have the mansion.
We have the mansion.
How many hours since we've slept last?
I'd say it's probably been surmising 6 to 7.
At least it's been since the river.
So we can So we can at least do some we can get closer and do some recon.
Yeah.
Let's do recon. Let's observe it for the next 6 to 10 hours and then rest up in the
It's
shack.
a long time. All right.
I go ahead and I take off with Scanlan and do kind of a high aerial loop around the tree.
Alrighty.
Oh geez, around the tree, around it.
Just over the top, really high, really high.
I want to like
give
kind
me
of
a nice-
perch on a top of a tree nearby and just kind of see it from a little
Watch.
I want to see if I can find the source of the bog muck.
Okay. You both make a perception check from being up in that tree.
The tree. Oh.
I think do I have an advantage because I'm an eagle?
Well, it would be
Up
if you're
above the tree. Okay.
Yeah.
Eagles have like advantage or something.
8.
I do have advantage.
Just cause.
Okay.
Eagle eyes.
That's not bad. Eagle eyes. 27. Ooh.
27. As you on the outside of this gargantuan tree, you can see there are a number of places where the branches meet and where elements of the bark are slightly split, and there is just a slow, perpetual flow of this black tar-like substance. And you've seen it in smaller scales in this actual forest. It's like the entirety of the landscape is kind of creating this, but the bulk of it, whether it be the source of the general corruption or at least is the largest central location of its source, there are a number of places throughout this tree where it's just seeping out like sap.
Like sap.
like bleeding out oil.
Like
Oh,
eating
yeah,
the top of the tree and stuff. Like
Like evil maple syrup.
evil maple syrup. Yeah.
Sounds tasty. Can
Like Ghostbusters.
we see any kind of movement, any kind of things moving around the tree?
You don't see anything moving around the tree at the moment, other than just a gentle swaying of a little bit of wind hits the sides of it, and portions of its long, hundreds and hundreds of hanging vines just kind of slowly get moved and tangled by the windfall. If you want to make a perception check as well.
Okay. That would be.
Okay,
I got a natural 20. Using luck.
great. So the two twins up there on the broom, as you kind of glance on the other side, you both can see the branches themselves occasionally will and curl up, almost like an arm recoiling, and then relax slowly back out again, like a stretching arm that has been still for too long.
I think the tree is alive and not in a normal plant sort of way.
They are.
Yeah.
You also notice some of the vines that are kind of wrapped and around and curled around these branches as well will occasionally recoil and pull in and shift and move up. It's like there's a whole ecosystem based around numerous forms of plant life that cause this thing to almost act like a giant organism.
Fuck, I do not want to get close to that thing.
Intimidating.
I'm gonna rest my chin on my sister's shoulder and just stare for a minute and say, but you know, that bow is going to be really cool.
God, I hope so.
Yeah. Worth it.
Still on my back, Scanlan. You want to get closer?
I'm using my 8 perception. It's just a normal tree, guys. Nothing out of the ordinary, no movement, nothing. It's safe.
Thanks, Canon. Your eyes. Your eyes.
Can I check myself for parasites?
And you find a number of them, actually. They're delicious. The two of you that are below the tree line, you don't get a grand view above. It's too hard to see. But if you guys make your way close to the actual base of the tree,
No, what? The base of the fucking tree? No fucking way.
I'm
Don't
gonna
do
get
that.
close enough to at least make out some detail.
And I'll do kind of a tighter loop around it. See
Okay.
if I can get any more
all
details.
right. Percy, you get pretty close to even get a view because the density of the trees. Closer you get to this, so you guys are gonna have to get probably within the next 20, 30 feet to get a view of the exterior of the large tree.
No, that's a bad idea.
Yeah, can we see him walking towards it?
No, you have no view of them this high up. They're below the tree line. Percy, as you get closer, you can notice that the actual roots of the tree almost come 10 feet up before they merge with the outside of the tree itself. There's a number of.
Is it a solid trunk or is it like a combined trunk? Is it?
It's a solid trunk in most of its places, but there are some vines that wrap around it and curl and create these giant tight nets, almost like a rat king of tails across certain portions of its exterior near the base, and where some of the roots join with the central tree trunk.
I'm going to back off and try and find a place to I'm going to scan the ground to find a place to put a door for a mansion.
Okay.
Safe.
Okay. I mean, there are a number of areas that are somewhat clear on the ground, but there is no. All the landscape is coated with this molasses-type material. Even the bits that aren't submerged and are relatively shallow, there is still that substance all across it.
Doing a tighter loop.
Right.
See if I can get any more details that we haven't already seen.
Okay. Keeping your eyes out as best you can as you loop around a second time, you get closer. No real change in what you're able to observe. You have a higher detailed look at it, but once again, you see a number of these like vine clusters around some of these branches. You see elements where the bark tends to split and it's spilled over and it's split again and just spills out more of this.
Yeah, your map looks like Navi. This is kind of what I'm picturing. Not anymore, yeah. This is kind of what I'm picturing, is like all these little dots are like maybe, normal trees. Rat King has a description, never noticed that before. Ugh. it is a good description. It's evocative. I hate Rat Kings. So I do not like it, but it's a good description. Makes me feel gross. But yeah, I'm picturing something kind of like this, where the Archfey is the enemy right here, and then maybe these are like so tall as to basically be like walls in the terrain, so we don't really fight back here. Or maybe this is like, too fucking snarled up. I don't know. Just something to contain the arena a little bit. And then you have these like big roots up here that are maybe climbable, but maybe need like an athletics check to vault. And then with this like semi-alive tree feel, you could have these like dotted areas where like maybe the fucking trees like occasionally fucking slam down and shit. Sort of Ent-esque. So they have this tree they have this battle with the Archfey, but while maybe like once per turn a shadow shows up on the ground or something, it's very video gamey. But it's like every turn like a shadow shows up on the ground and that person has to move, otherwise, if they pass their turn, they'll get slammed with a vine or a tentacle. And the Archfey could have spells like Entangle that possibly prevent the party from moving. All sorts of stuff that you could do here. But yeah, this could be if you work in the tree as essentially an immortal second combatant, you could have a pretty reasonable Archfey that doesn't get rolled over by 4 PCs. Like, you could have the Archfey be a relatively reasonable single combatant where you don't have to have any summons, you don't have to have anything. If the tree is constantly there trying to attack Vox Machina, but very slowly. Like, slowly enough that they can easily avoid it, but it's going to constantly be a threat. And if the Archfey, charms them, hold person, whatever, might run into a bit of a risk. Wouldn't those be called lair actions? So you could conceptualize it a few ways. Normally, and this is not a requirement by any means, but a lot of times lair actions either can't be used if the combatant is disabled, or they can only or how do I say this? A lot of times they're instantaneous effects. Not always. Sometimes they are very delayed, but more often they're more instantaneous. So the thing with this is I'm conceptualizing the tree more like having a fight in a blank room with a bunch of like pillars coming down almost in like a predictable motion. Like almost, that's like a common movie thing of like there are all these pillars, dun, 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 and the party has to figure out the pattern through it. I'm thinking about the tree much more like that, even to the extent of like killing the Archfey wouldn't necessarily stop it. Now, putting it as lair actions could also definitely work. And I like lair actions because they encourage environmental actions. But I also think you can just build in things to your environment separately from the adversaries. So it's like if Matt just wanted to grab an Archfey stat block, I don't know if it would have any legendary actions already. Let's see. Archfey 5e. No, that's a Forgotten Realms wiki. Is there any Archfey like stat block? Monster. Oh, I guess not. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense that there's not like an Archfey stat block. But yeah, it's like I sometimes I don't often while I like lair actions and legendary actions a lot of times I don't necessarily work them in. I have more like environment action type stuff because I want them to feel separate. I think a lot of times it's easier with the lair actions to make a more interesting adversary that you can kind of like package and sell to people. But if you're at home, you can just like make them totally separate if you want. But obviously that makes balancing the encounter a little bit more dicey. But yeah. You just described the path to the engine room for the movie Galaxy Quest. Exactly. It's been in a million things. So that's much more what I'm thinking about the tree like. But yeah. Maybe just don't look too hard just in case. Yeah, fair enough. So here's what I was just a goose guy investments. Well, a lot of times I don't think about I don't think about the fact that I might stumble onto CR stuff on Google. I do forget often. But yeah, it's like I like lair actions more when they are tied to specific enemies interacting with the environment in a specific way. So, for example, Forge of Fury Dragon. How it's a young black dragon. Are they going to talk about... no, they aren't. I'd have to look it up. But basically, the Forge of Fury Dragon, if I remember correctly, has a lair action where he, like, sprays acid into a vent or something, and it, like, will, like, spray out from, like, from odd angles at the party. So I like that. I like a lair action that has to do with, like, you know, the adversary like fucking stomps their feet and it causes like an earthquake. I don't know. I like it when it is very clearly like the adversary shaping the environment. Now, to all that said, that could very much be the case here. The Archfey is the one that ostensibly started the Shade Merc. And so linking it directly to him could be like an expression of that. Or you could have a much more like kind of separated, a little bit more sentient tree that is kind of acting of its own accord. Maybe the Archfays even kind of let things get out of hand a little bit. Something to that. So it kind of depends. It depends. I like both lair actions for adversaries as well as just environmental actions totally separated from adversaries. Any way you can work in the environment, I love, but but occasionally you type something in, I'm like, shit, hopefully nothing comes up. That's fair. I still remember Mega looking for art of the Raven Queen when he hadn't hit the scene that is most often depicted in the art of her yet. I do remember people being worried in chat. I do recall that. But yeah, in general, either way, the animate tree, I think, is going to be worked into the battle in some way, and I think that's cool. I think that's however it's conceptualized, honestly, I think that's a good way to work things in.
This black filth.
Okay.
You aren't able to make out any sort of other details about its surface.
I fly back with the others.
Percy,
Yes.
are you on the ground?
I'm close to it.
Do you see any sort of animal life around the tree?
Nothing, no.
The only thing I've seen is actual branches moving like arms. I think the tree's alive.
If I were animal life, I would live beneath the surface.
Like the trolls.
Like the trolls. I think there's quite possibly things that live in the muck. Probably not on top of it.
Do you guys think maybe we should get in the mansion and have a nice little chat, figure out what the fuck we're gonna do?
Sure. Sounds good to me.
Why do I not become
Yeah?
a gorilla anymore?
Yeah, we want to be at full strength,
It's up to me.
unwillingly.
I look at Keyleth and I go,
She doesn't see you because she's way above the trees, and you're just kind of down in the forest as a gorilla going. You're not on the ground. You're up in the actual tree top.
While we still have a, I'll phone down to Vex and Vax and Percy and say, while we still have a giant eagle, is there any point to me and Kiki scanning back to where those trolls were and just making sure they're following us or anything?
No, although if you find a log approximately 2 feet thick, I could certainly use that.
A log?
A log about 2 feet thick.
About how long, though?
Doesn't matter.
Like, you want to fly down? We fly down and I take the broom and try to find a log.
Yeah, you're in control.
All right.
All right, so the two of you can make a perception check.
Yeah.
17.
That's interesting. I got 15.
Okay.
What a lackluster, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
It takes you guys the better part of an hour to finally find a piece of abandoned, dead tree husk to which you'll be able to carve a piece that matches the description of what Percy's requesting.
Right.
It requires some cleaning. It is very thick with the actual tar, but you do manage to bring it back to him. A little larger than what you wanted, but it can be carved down.
I've got a thought. So
I dropped Grog's polymorph and my eagle form.
No!
I don't. After I've landed.
Oh, okay.
You were back to your regular Grog self.
my pants are down as my hand was behind my bottom, just contemplating.
All right, and in that brief moment, all of a sudden some of your senses come to you. Not much else has changed other than your physicality, but...
Hi, guys.
Hi, Grog.
Oh, I think a little bit actually got out, buddy. Sorry.
Gross. Come on.
I didn't, don't worry.
So foul.
All right, so you've all managed to reconvene a little ways off from the base of this large tree.
Okay.
What do you wish to do?
Should we
Mention it all.
Yeah?
I think I could use some sleep, and I've got a little thing to work on for a moment.
What are you doing with this log, Percival? What is this for?
Is this what we were talking about last
Swap
time?
shoes. I think some swap shoes might not be a terrible idea.
I can help you with that.
Thank you. Swap shoes.
So you can walk like me?
Yes, I mean not quickly. It won't help you walk quickly. It's not necessarily the most stealthy thing on earth, but you won't drop 2 feet into the muck every time you take a step.
I've got a question. Should one of us, that can turn into things, go in the muck?
Oh.
Maybe.
I feel like, is it bad? Like, do we get any kind of bad vibe, bad energy back?
Other than it being
Roll
magic?
an insight check.
The muck is unhappy to be there.
That mud looked at me the wrong way.
No, but I mean, what if it makes us sad to be around it?
It does make us sad to be there.
19.
Those are some nice wear, and you're probably gonna have to get a new pair when all this is over.
No.
It stinks. It's sticky. The monk itself is probably not very nice conversationalist.
Yeah.
It doesn't also, from what you can tell, appear to be sentient or give you any sort of bad vibe that you can pick up.
Okay.
I'm looking at it.
I mean, I'll go in.
I can go.
Thanks.
If you want. That sounds fun.
What are you going to turn into?
Something that burrows. Oh well, I guess I could have. I technically taken a short rest, correct?
Not yet, no.
We haven't yet.
So we're going
In
to
the
do this
time I
now,
was chilling?
yes?
Okay, well I'll take a short rest.
Let's take a long rest. I mean, let's.
Well, no,
No,
I,
it's
Well, no, I
taking-
just want to take a short rest.
Short
Just
rest
five-
is about a half an hour or so.
Yeah, just in the time
half an
I
hour
was
to an
in.
hour.
And then I'm going to turn to an earth elemental, and I'm going to swan dive.
wait.
No, it's
We'll
swan
get,
dive.
we'll get to that. Because as you take your short rest and begin sitting to the ground or about the trees,
Moving.
I thought we were in the mansion.
no.
no, mansion hasn't been cast yet.
Oh.
So as you're resting here amongst the treetops,
We're in the treetops.
yeah, the branches begin to sag ever so slowly.
Oh, shit.
And particularly Keyleth and Percy, actually Grog as well, you begin to feel the branches slowly, almost
That's man, it's a weird thing of like there wasn't even a ton of crosstalk necessarily there, but it was like a weird circumstance of they had come up with a plan that they had all agreed with, and then they kind of immediately went into kind of shooting the shit type roleplay, which is fine. Shooting the shit type roleplay is good. But then I think that Marisha just kind of assumed that the spell had been cast. Like if we had the plan, we're now executing on the plan, correct? Which I really feel for her on, and like if I don't think that Matt should be as harsh as I feel like he is being or is going to be on it, But to an extent, I will also say that as a player, taking things one step at a time and is going to result in less miscommunication, because she jumped straight from I'm going to take a short rest. Percy says, well, hey, let's take a long rest. And then she's like, no, I want to take a short rest. Now that I've taken the short, went straight into, now that I've taken my short rest, I'm going to do this earth elemental thing. And I swan dive. And so she was kind of using a short rest like you use it in fucking BG3, where it's just kind of a button you click. And you get your resources back and whatever, which is not exactly how it is. So I think from kind of both angles, I think it's worthwhile to slow down and be like, oh, you thought you were in the mansion? Okay. Like, hey, Scanlan, do you just want to cast the mansion first? Or are we going to do other things first? Like, I think it's worth to slow that down as a DM and to slow it down as a player to kind of be like, okay, I'm just going to take the short rest and then I'll do whatever after the DM narrates what's happening on the short rest. I think that's a case where where both of them were kind of going too fast, and these 5 were not really we're kind of talking over each other, which is not a great recipe for good communication. So yeah, I don't know. Tough little moment, but I'm sure it'll go past relatively chill.
Just trying to push you off from them, like you sort
Did
of
I say
slide
something?
forward.
I think.
Oh no.
No, we didn't say anything.
Did I offend him?
You're so lovely, even though you're covered in this black stuff.
Yeah,
I can
you're-
tell that you have really good personalities.
You've clearly been moisturizing.
You really don't think that?
All the branches begin to slowly
Shit.
sag down.
I push off.
And you
We're
guys all
flying,
begin
we're
to
hovering.
slide down.
I'm going to
in
try and
front
make
of
a jump for another tree.
Yeah, I do the same.
you. Okay. Make a.
I will too.
What about you, Rogue?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
This is a horrifying.
All right, I'll try.
10.
My potion is worn off, hasn't it?
At this point in time, how long did it last?
1 hour.
Yeah, it was a little worn off.
I frenzy raged last time.
Disadvantage.
You're dead, sir.
Oh no.
Don't worry about it.
Oh my god, you rolled 19 twice in a row.
No, 19 and a 16.
Oh, okay.
24.
Okay, so you leap on another tree branch and stand there for a
I got a
second.
23.
You also leap after and actually land next to Grog, and you both are like,
Hey, buddy.
Hey, pal.
What'd you get, Percy?
7.
Oh no.
10.
Oh no.
Reach, leap for the branch, but you're a good 1.5 feet, 2 feet short, and as your fingers catch
Percy,
the edge,
catch
you
me!
And this is another situation of, I think that it's very reasonable to run this like in terms of mechanical interpretation of the fictional events. I think it's very reasonable to either run these as 4 separate checks or as a group check. You know, I think that there's a very solid in fiction kind of description of like, oh, like, you know, Percy, you're about to miss it, but then Grog reaches out and catches you, or like, I think that there's a lot of solid ability for it to be narrated as a group check if you wanted to. But it depends on what you want as a DM. This is a great example of what I was talking about earlier with the repetition of checks. Having 4 of them make it all make the check individually skyrockets the chance that at least one of them would make it, and that at least one of them would fail it. It is so likely that there's going to be at least one win and one fail within that group of 4 rolls, especially with people having, you know, different modifiers to it. Now, if you had taken that as an average, as a group check, you are then testing the group. It's an actual skill check of their abilities rather than it's a skill check of the group's abilities as a whole, whereas the 4 leans a lot more into the chaotic nature. Their individual abilities will have an effect, but just the sheer amount of rolling will overcome their abilities, their actual skills more often. So you're going to get more of those failures. Now, again, I think CR prefer it this way. They're a high roll party. I think you're right. I think they like the chaos. I think that Matt likes to highlight people's strengths and weaknesses, which a lot of high rolling does do because it routes you closer to the average. So you're going to have the individual skills having more of an impact, but also have more failure at the same time. It's going to lower the swinginess while also increasing the likelihood that there's at least one failure, which is a very weird situation with like high roll versus low roll. So it's but it's especially, and this is where, I don't know how much Matt does this. I don't know how much other DMs do it, but I do. A lot of times I modify that sort of thing based on like a vibe check, if that makes sense. So
take a break.
Oh, we gotta take a break. So like I might run that as a group check or an individual check, kind of based on how much, on what the vibes are. Like, are the vibes a little too lackadaisical and I want to promote a little bit of fear and maybe slight paranoia, then I would probably go with the individual side because I know at least one of them is probably going to fail. Or are they already paranoid? Are they already a little bit wigged out? And I want to promote them sticking together, being careful, the benefits of them being in a group and being together. I'm going to go with the group check because that's going to highlight them as a group, highlight a sense of the strengths of the group covering for the weaknesses. But that, whether or not I want to do that, can be dependent on how the rest of the session has been going. So I think that as a DM and as a table, you're probably going to lean one way or the other, just like at base. I think that they lean higher rolls, so they're going to lean towards the individual skill checks. But both can have their place at instilling different tones and vibes at the table. What up, Nick? So with that all said, I'm going to take a quick break. And we're not doing bad, honestly. 2 minutes and we're a little bit, I think we're like 5 or a fifth of the way through our talking budget. That's not too bad. I mean, I don't know how far we are in terms of this, but I think we're making okay progress. So, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and I will see you guys in a second. Goodbye. What up? Hello. I start campaigns with individual roles, and as the party learns to work together, I switch to group checks. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Makes a lot of sense changing from solo. Yeah, that does. Yeah, it definitely, it sort of models them becoming stronger as a group. Yeah, that's very, very cool. That's a good way to passively instill that sort of vibe in your group. That's very cool. Yeah. A lot of times people will not speak up if they don't get a thing, making everyone roll. They might just be quiet and not get it. Watching someone else do the thing lets them do nothing but watch. Yeah. I think I understand what you mean. And I think I agree with it. Yeah. But yeah, all that is to say, I definitely think that regardless of your broad inclinations, both definitely have their place. And I think it could be said that maybe Matt wanted to instill a little bit of fear into them here, so I think that running it as an individual check makes a little bit more sense. But I would also say that it also kind of depends on the vibe of the players. I might not do it in a situation where it seems like a player's plan failed or that they were confused and getting talked over. That's why I said Matt may be being a bit too harsh here, because I don't know if I would go this more individualistic route when Marisha's already not a little bit iffy on it. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Lick, and both of you go plummeting about 15 feet to the ground. All right, you both suffer 4 points of falling damage as you catch yourself and jamming your ankles a little bit. There's a sploosh of liquid as you impact in the lower kind of patch. It goes partway up your calf, almost to your knee, as you kind of hit, and you have to kind of wiggle to try and
mention now.
Okay. Can we drop the endless rope down and say, hey, grab on?
Yeah.
And try to yank up into the tree?
Okay, you guys take the rope and you begin to pull yourself up. You feel your branch begin to slow.
Oh, I was on the broom.
You're still on the broom this whole time?
I've been on the broom, yeah. I don't want to stand on anything.
All right, then you manage to get the rope down. You guys grab onto the rope and you pull them ever so slowly out of the muck. It's a lot of weight. I need you to make a strength check.
Can I tie off on a branch?
It won't hold.
Can I help?
Sure, we can do that. No, you don't need a strength check to tie the rope off. We'll just take it. You guys managed to pull yourself at least out of the muck. However, you're going to climb up the rope to try and get back in the branches?
I'm just going to hold on.
We just need to get in the fucking mansion.
We just need to get the mansion.
Can we have the mansion?
Okay, I'll do the mansion.
Well, I mean, we can still come in and out of the mansion.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not like it's, you know.
All right.
I will cast the mansion. I will sing a song to conjure it. I will sing, home, home on the range, where the trees are acting real strange, where chickens are pecked, Vex shoots me in the neck, and the hot tub is killed with grenades.
Well done.
I'm sick. Don't make me laugh that hard.
All right, with that, Scanlan, after leaping onto the next branch, you create the doorway into the mansion up in the trees. You guys all slowly eventually climb back up and get to where the entrance is, and each member of Vox Machina, currently present, leap into the mansion to safety, where it's seemingly much more clean, though you are dragging clumps of this liquid into the main carpet.
I command my servants to wipe our feet. And...
Wait. I'm sure you want to, test the gunk.
Yeah,
right,
we should,
Percy?
go out
Is
and
it flammable? Is it poisonous? Is it acidic?
I take my fire hands and I see if I can light the gunk on fire.
Okay. As you bring it near, the gunk does not burn. You see one little, as a bubble kind of bursts, and there is a little burst of kind of sulfurous flame, but
that is true, Hoovy. He definitely is doing that. And I like it. I like it as a passive environmental feature. But but simultaneously, I don't love that a lot of this was with a backdrop of all of them having agreed on a plan that they wanted to do that would have avoided all of this kind of hullabaloo. Even when Keyleth started doing her stuff, she thought that the mansion was already up. So this kind of goes back to something I also haven't brought up in a while of if you as a DM, can gauge the intentions of a player, and you see that character actions that they're describing won't get them their intended effects, I think it's worth slowing down and, like, checking with that player. Of, like, hey, are you guys sure you want to faff around in the trees without the mansion up? And then they say, oh, the mansion isn't up? And you go, yeah, the mansion isn't up, and you're just faffing around in the trees. And then I think then if they choose to continue faffing around in the trees without the mansion up, that's carte blanche, do whatever. But I think in this case, some of them thought it was up, others just wanted to get it up. And Matt was like procking rolls mid them doing all that, which I don't. It makes the consequences not feel like consequences of your actions. It feels like you just getting fucked with. If you just didn't understand something that your character would have obviously understood, like whether or not the mansion was up, it creates this dissonance between like, oh, my character did this stupid thing that they would have never done because I just didn't understand something because of like table talk, which I don't love. I think that kind of kicks you out of the character's mentality, out of their headspace. Think it de-invests a little bit. He probably wanted to do it before they started planning. Maybe, but I think I don't think there's a necessity to go that fast. I guess to wrap around to everything that I'm saying, I don't think you need to do that before they start planning. They can plan out all they want, and then no plan survives first contact. They go in and, oh shit, we misunderstood the trees. Or they could go out and experiment with the trees while the Magnificent Mansion is up, which is, I think, what Keyleth wanted to do. I think she assumed that the mansion was up and she was going to go fuck around with some shit, knowing that she could come back to the mansion. So that's, I don't know. To be fair, Sam and others said no mansion isn't up yet before Matt. But yeah, I think it was a lack of explicit action plus wanting to do some environmental storytelling. Yeah, no, I know they started to, like, she was going to do her short rest thing, and she said, oh, I thought the mansion was up. They both said, no, it's not up. And then Matt said, before anything else. Because she started to be like, oh, well, if the mansion's not up, I'm not going to do that. But he said, before anything else. The trees start sagging, and everything spilled out from there until now they're finally in the mansion. And it could just be that Matt has a lot he wants to get through, so he's going a little fast, which can be chaotic with 6 players, especially a player that's on Zoom. And if you're probably getting signals as the DM that there are audio issues and that there are technical issues, I'm very sure that the speed at which he's going through this could have some very easy to explain meta rationale. But I still think that even if it's explainable, it's not the right move. Yeah. Her latency was pinging at 500 milliseconds. This is 2015. That's still Skype. Yeah, it is. So, I think that there's very, very reasonable reasons for why Matt might be rushing a little bit, but I do think that the rushing is degrading the sequence and the session.
It burns away in an instant. The actual liquid itself does not catch.
Okay.
There's another question. I start taking a rest.
All right.
Should one of us lick it?
Sure.
Grog?
Yeah. I take a pinky smear.
Give it to Mikey. He'll try anything.
Like a droplet, right?
Yeah.
I stick my tongue out. I touch my tongue.
It resembles, and it's only familiar to you because you've tried this before. It's like tasting the filthiest copper coin you've ever held in a pocket before. It has that kind of metallic residue to it, but also this kind of griminess where it's probably been devoured and digested by a number of creatures before it found its way.
Take a note of digestive tract.
Yeah, it is not pleasant by any means.
Do you feel evil more than usual?
I raise my hand. No.
Okay.
Well, give me a little bit. I don't really know what I can tell you, but I'll take a look at it.
Well, hold out your hand then.
Thank you. Take that. I need that tree as well. Let's take that down to. You want to help me with this before your nap or after?
I don't know. After.
Start on it, and then you can help finish.
All right. So you guys begin.
I'm gonna go work for a little bit.
Okay. What the rest are you doing?
I'm going to hobble past Vex and say, I think that room is not as well suited for men. I think you might have done Gurn a favor. Just taken a very long spin class, I sort of tenderly.
And that's it's a good, or not good, but it's this sort of balancing act, because I think just laugh at that. I think that I am assuming in this that he has a bunch of stuff he wants to get out. Like Hoovy kind of said, of like he wants to tell the trees, and he probably wanted to do it before they started planting. Like, I think he has things he wanted to communicate, but he probably just had a lot of them. And so it's like, if you cut the checks, then you can't communicate the things. But it is good for us to keep in mind as DMs, and this is something that I have to like constantly remind myself as a when I'm looking at like one shots, or just like I want to do all of this in this session, is it's like the more things we can do, like checks are going to really drive the point home for important stuff. But you're totally right. They slow down the session, just inevitably, and like non-inconsequentially. So if there's a way that you can take the maybe not as important stuff that you still want to be there and work them into a non-check scenario, like maybe like watch like a fucking one of the trolls like hops up into the trees but then slides off of it, that may tell them at least a majority of what you wanted to communicate, and there's no check needed. Or can you just start cutting shit? Like, is the sliding off the trees actually important, or is it just more environmental storytelling, which is cool, but does it take up too much room for the amount of story that it tells? These are all very, like weird or hard things to balance. And so it is worth looking at, like, and again, this is why I locally record all of my sessions. At least nowadays that I run almost exclusively online, is because I want to be able to see, especially if my players give me the feedback afterwards that like, hey, it felt like you were rushing. I want to go back and look at it and be like, okay, when was I rushing? How was I rushing? Are there things in this session that I could have cut? And that helps me for the next time that I'm running a similar sort of session to know like, okay, last time I should have only had like 5 checks and I had 7 instead. So for this new session, I got to try to get it down to 5, at least within my environmental storytelling pieces, which is hard for me. It's hard for me, especially when a lot of that stuff is, improv and it's vibes. So then I have to like plan even less to account for my improv instincts. But yeah, it's a very hard balancing act, because that environmental storytelling is important, that foreshadowing is important, but you can't let it get so bogged down that you can't get through what you want to get through without rushing. Yeah.
Well, I have a seat. Sorry, I didn't think about it.
Oh dear.
So Vax goes to rest his bruised arch.
Enough time.
You're making those.
I'm gonna make swamp shoes.
Okay, that's gonna take you a number.
They're very simple.
They're simple, but
yes, I have
if you're
to make
making
a
a
lot
pair
of
for most everybody here.
And I'm going to be enlisting her help. It's literally just
Help 'em as
thin
soon as they come
slices.
back.
I'm not making them super. I'm
I'm gonna
slicing.
druid craft the shit out of those.
Yeah, I'm gonna have her. I'm showing
I'm
her.
gonna come out of the door with
But-
you.
That's
keep
pretty
an
much
eye
what
on.
I'm doing other than sleeping.
Okay, go and make 4 tinkering checks.
I'm gonna inspire him once with an inspirational quote. You have to look through the rain to see the rainbow.
I gotta leave.
So I have to take a -10 now
Yeah,
for that,
be here when that
that
happens.
like really removes
Hey.
negative 10.
Did you get
I
everyone
can't
fortune
be here when
cookie?
that
Where'd you
happens.
get
Hey,
that?
pal, life is what happens when you're making other plans. If plan A doesn't work, there's still 25 letters left in the alphabet.
Oh, wow. That's 3 inspirations.
This is
you just
borderline
Burn that
Lisa Frank
page.
quotes here. This is.
Kill him.
Can I remove that extra 2 from your charisma?
Yeah, all that reading finally goes to shit.
It was my footprints you
It's
saw.
proficiency bonus plus proficiency plus dex. That's
Yes,
right.
go for it.
All right.
I was carrying you all along.
Thank you. I hate everything you stand for. Oh, this is nice. This is that's
Remember, you don't have to use the inspiration dice if you don't want to.
it's 2 26s.
Okay.
I'm keeping the inspiration dice, and let's see, it's and 2 19s.
Alrighty. Yeah, you guys take the better part of the next hour to make some loosely functional swamp shoes. They'll get you a short distance.
They're not pretty.
going to last you time.
Rope
but yeah.
and rope.
Yeah. All right. So you finish your short rest.
I really want to swan dive into the
I
mud.
feel like Keyleth, a swan dive is maybe not the best idea because I feel like it'll make a lot of noise. Maybe
If I tighten my
quiet.
abs and keep my feet together, it shouldn't make much noise at
Been
all.
watching a lot of
I
Olympics.
have been watching a lot of Olympics.
I come back in with a big bag of ice.
And 2 spirits trying to hold it for you.
I'm gonna
Long rest or just a short?
short rest right now so Keyleth can go into the
I'm going
muck.
for the full long rest after my.
I'm gonna
crap.
go outside with her and just hover on the broom.
As I'm
keep an eye.
I'm going out as well, and I'm just sort of shuffling in place and moving.
Do you want to hang out on the broom with me?
Oh yes, that would be better.
But,
Yes.
All right, so the 2 of you in the room. Grog reader.
I'm going into the kitchen with the Titan Stone Knuckles, and I'm gonna start hitting things.
Wow, Grog's getting aggressive.
Okay.
Well, I want to see if I can upgrade Knuckles, so I'm gonna start using them more.
Oh, smart.
I have a training basement, but okay,
This
sure.
is close to it.
And there's food.
Yeah, you guys make your way to the front doors. In the distance, you hear a series of dull thuds, bangs, cracks, and various sounds as Grog begins to just punch his way through the entirety of your mansion's
Do you
kitchen.
want to check on that?
Seems like it's normal.
All right.
Flip your bed.
You thought you'd never see a fully dominated spiritual servant look nervous, yet at this moment you have about 17 of them all just going. You just tear through the vicinity.
Yeah.
You're trying your short rest. As you get up, you hear this noise as well as you guys make your way to the front door. You're left to try and finish up this project probably for the next 20 minutes or so while they go ahead and attempt this process. Vax, you're resting up your loins with ice.
No, I mean, I'm going to take my bag of ice and I'm going to sit on the door jamb and watch them go and just see if they need help, but I'll stay here if I can.
All right. All right.
Scanner,
You.
do you want to actually sit on my lap so that you don't have to suffer through the indignity that Vax just did?
Yes, that would be lovely. Thank you.
All right. As you guys step out,
You
Keyleth.
can tell me a story.
Whatever you want.
Keyleth, as you step off of the tree, climb down or just leap down into the muck.
I swan dive.
Okay.
I take a minute to compose myself, and then
Your Earth Elemental?
gracefully as possible, pull like a Pocahontas, and then turn into the Earth Elemental as I dive in.
Sail.
Zero.
All right. As you do, your form suddenly ripples and extends out into the form of your elemental body. You slam into the surface and sink down below you guys. You see a slight of the liquid, and it kind of leaves this sort of crater of splash that slowly closes up over with no sign of Keyleth now visible. on
I'm
the
gonna
surface.
hand Vax the endless rope and say, I just want to drop that down to the muck so that she can get out if she needs it. Maybe.
Yeah, I go and I tie
Like
one
fish
end of
for
it
it?
to the heaviest piece of furniture I can find in the foyer.
All right. The heavy furniture per se, but there are a series of large marble pillars that are load-bearing within the interior, and that's probably your best bet. So you go ahead and wrap the rope around that.
Load
Yep,
there.
I'll use the swirly whirly knot.
Right, the one that Pike taught you from her sailing days. Great. All right. So you
I start to earth glide, breaststroking through the mud, the water under the swamp. To the
okay.
tree.
I mean,
To the tree, you're going to the
it's
tree.
only about this thick.
Heading towards it a little. You know?
Swimming through the tar itself is a slowing process, even as an earth elemental. Earth gliding would mean going subterranean to where the actual physical earth and soil is what you can traverse through. The tar is not natural compared to elemental form, so you'd have to go beneath the actual bogs.
How much further down is it?
I'd say it's
Hit
probably anywhere from 3 to 5 feet, depending on certain things, to get past how much of it is seeped into the ground.
Okay, then I go down.
Okay, you go down, and you have to get lower the closer you get to it as the actual seep, the actual depth in which this substance seems to have.
That's a good example of like slowing down and like because he could have just kind of barreled forward and be like, oh, even as an earth elemental, it's not really working out for you. You do this, 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 and this, and then giving her something to react to. I think that would have been bad. Instead, he slows down for a second. He's like, yeah, because of the tar, that's not really going to get you what you're going for. And I think in this case, it's fortunate that she has an ability that she's trying to use. And so he can say like, oh, even trying to use it isn't succeeding. But I think that's a good example of like the DM slowing down and being like, hey, I get your intention. You'd have to go deeper. And then she asks the clarifying question back, how far? And he says, 3 to 10 feet. And then she does it. And we're all good. So yeah, it's tough sometimes to slow down, especially when you have a lot to get to, but I think it bears out to better results long term.
Penetrated, the dirt gets lower and lower.
Okay.
You begin to move through as you glide into the darkness.
Yeah, we should have definitely tied that rope to her before she
Yeah, before she went in. Yeah.
You begin to.
I want to use my tremor sense too to just like be aware.
Yeah, you every now and then you feel a large twitch in the ground, and you kind of shoulder charge into what seems to be a large root that is dug into the ground. And you start finding little pockets here and there beneath these roots of that awful tar-like substance that had just been pushed into the ground, like these little kind of tar geodes, if you will. You start feeling around and finding these large roots that are just a heavy network of chaos beneath the tree. You're now under the tree, probably a good 25, 30 feet below it.
Yeah. If I reach out and kind of touch one of the roots, like just run my hand along it, what happens?
What is she doing?
You're my hero.
You run your hand along the root. It's stiff. The surface of the bark itself is a little rough at the touch. Yeah.
Sorry. I just love that word. Dick joke.
Okay, I move back
It's my favorite word.
a little bit, kind of getting away from the tree.
Okay. You glide backward, away from that large root that you had run in.
Do I sense any type of creatures living under here?
I did mention this was earlier, not in the most recent version of the theory, but I was like, oh, I think that Keyleth might be the one to commune with it. But she can't cast commune while she's in Earth Elemental, so... Ooh.
Not within your vicinity, no.
Any movements? Nothing crazy.
Just the occasional, shift. Like a very faint movement that's rather sudden in certain areas near.
Okay, I'm gonna start making my way back to the mansion.
It
was good.
You earth glide back up. You guys, after waiting a few minutes, suddenly emerging from the bottom of the bog, you see Keyleth's now covered in black tar-like material, elemental form emerge.
Look like the Swamp Thing? Do I look like Swamp Thing? That's cool.
Are you okay? Oh, right. Cool.
And then
She talks. It sounds like a slow-moving rock slide.
Do you speak rock?
That was, it was very poetic.
Yeah.
I kind of make my way up and drop Earth Elemental form.
Okay, so you drop the form. Much of the muck just kind of drops off of where the form once was. A little bit still clinging to the bottom of your robes, but mostly clean.
Yeah, I think it's good. I didn't really see much or learn much more.
Creatures around?
No creatures.
Did the muck try to eat you?
The muck did not try to eat me. It's not as deep as I would have thought, actually. It's only about 3 feet or so deep. I do believe that the tree is living, though. I think that its roots were kind of twitching and moving
But you
around
felt
me.
the roots. It's not an illusion. It's a real tree.
It is a real tree.
Okay.
The roots were very turgid.
What a good word.
Someone taught that to me
So I
earlier.
feel like a terrible person now. Thank you. It's just a great word. That's all.
All right, so with her return.
Do you want to go, maybe?
Yeah, I guess we should go in and see what's going on and what's cooking in the kitchen.
Hey.
You guys rush into the kitchen and looking around, you can see now every cabinet's pulled off of its hinges and shattered in half. What was a central stone island is now just a pile of smashed granite. Every single possible breakable utensil, platter.
Don't forget the holes in the wall.
Oh, it is just ruin. You see every servant is now on the ground trying to scoop things up, and as soon as they get a handful to go ahead and set somewhere, it's just slapped out of their hand. Hug a fist.
What are you doing? This is our kitchen and we need to eat dinner here.
I'm trying to activate these, and they require pain.
With With that, what was once a large black cauldron that was used in soup and other sort of basic liquids is now a large heavy is now on the inside in the shape of a fist, and it's half as useful.
Do I notice any difference in the goblet?
Make a perception check.
Ooh.
At disadvantage?
Just
Because
you
you're super
haven't invested,
tired.
One less. 10.
yes. No difference whatsoever.
Maybe I need to hit people with it.
I start backing away slow.
I walk in at this point, and I'm just looking for some chicken.
I also walk in.
Oh, you're not an earth elemental anymore.
Are you remodeling?
Too bad.
I didn't intend to, but Grog has forgotten that I have a whole training ground downstairs that he could have used.
Grog.
Do you, Grog? If you need to hit someone, I can give you a few of the servants.
Would you?
Sure, I've got like 100 of them.
How
You
many?
guys don't mind, do
Do they
you?
feel pain?
They all turn to you and kind of go,
How many can I have?
You can have a dozen. Baker's dozen.
I'll go into the next room.
Dozen bakers.
With the
Go,
dozen
go
servants.
downstairs, Grog.
What if a change happens? Don't you want to be there?
All right.
Scanlan, does your house if Grog breaks it, if it goes away, it poops and it comes back, is all his damage there, or does it...
Please. Grog always leaves this mark.
Like the damage, I believe, I've never seen damage this bad in our place before, but I believe it will reset. It goes back to normal at the end.
we'll find out.
Normal-ish.
Hey, we haven't looked at the spa since
I
we
haven't been
destroyed
down the
it.
spa in a while.
I'll pick up one of the servants by the head, and I try and crush his head.
No.
Your fingers pass through its spectral form. There's no
Make
action.
yourself grabbable.
I think you have to try harder, Grog.
Passes through again.
Fix this. Just now. I will break more stuff.
I thought that would work, honestly.
I punched the cow before.
You did punch a cow.
I think I kind of flipped it off.
Do you have any
Grog,
left on you?
Scanlan, he doesn't want you to know this. He told me this the last time we were here. You actually have to do that 33 times before it takes hold, so just keep going.
I'll grab again. I'll grab again. I'll grab again. I'll grab again.
As you keep going, you're not even sure quite what a 33 is, but you just keep going. The servant stands there. It's kind of loosely formless face, other than you can see eyes, a nose, and a mouth, but the features are very plain and translucent. Just stay wide and staring straight at you.
Fine. Bring me a cow.
Oh.
We usually have one cow.
The servant's vanishing. Come back. You hear a familiar ding.
No, I hated it when you punched the cow.
No.
I'm going back to my
It's time to ring this.
I want to make it very clear. I know I'm turning up the speed for the fuck around in the mansion segment. Great D&D. Fun D&D. It's super nice to have segments of the session where the PCs blow off some steam, fuck around with their abilities a little bit. I do not want my upping the speed to be a critique on that. But it's something that we can pace through a little bit faster. Maybe I need to hit people. I thought we already did cribbage. I thought we already did it. Everyone would rather have you turn this up, event since you like it aren't going to have much to comment on. Exactly. That's kind of where I'm at. Is like, it's good D&D. It is good. I am glad it's in the session. It's fun for the players. It's good for like the highs and lows of pacing. But I'm not gonna have much to say about the fuck around.
No.
I'll beat the shit out of it.
Oh, that is awful. I leave. I can't watch. I go and look for chicken.
Before you beat this poor senseless cow.
It's a purple, like, ethereal cow.
It's still a cow. It's still a cow. Don't.
I'm gonna Rocky Ribs the shit out of this cow.
No.
All right, and as you
Street Fighter it?
just
Yeah.
bonus round, you take the next half an hour beating the non-living crap out of the spectral cow. Every impact has a sound hit. Does not seem to react in pain as much as just. There's no physical damage seen upon its form. It just gets knocked around.
I've got an idea. I can fix this, Grog. I want you to be a satisfied customer. Let's go downstairs.
Okay.
I take him downstairs.
All right.
I say, you're gonna punch me and keep punching me as long as you can. All right?
Are you sure?
And I transform into a triceratops.
Awesome.
I go downstairs to watch.
Is this my day birth?
Birthday. I mean,
As you hear the growling creature you've never seen before in your life, horns protruding from the front of its bony armored headpiece, its scaled armored body standing before you, massive, snorting, you just start punching crap out of it.
Yeah. Rage punch.
I'm gonna fight back a little.
Bit. All right, you guys begin to scrap back and forth for the next 10 minutes. Because it takes 10 minutes of solid punching and missing for God to eventually whittle your Triceratops hit points down to 0. However, in the process, you do manage to get a bit gored, suffering a total of 9 points of piercing damage throughout the entirety of this. Just little scrapes and scratches, the occasional puncture wound. But eventually you get one solid crack with the gauntlets across his face.
Wait, I gotta test something. Let me know if this is loud. Oh, I'm seeing it on the audio mix. Is it too loud? I don't know if you could hear what's happening. I was like, I need to drink more water. I need to. And I like that my water bottle is big as shit. But also, it's literally like difficult sometimes to drink from it. So I got this little thing on Amazon, this little spigot thing that has a hose in the back of it, and I run that down into my gallon jug water bottle. So then if I want to like take the water bottle, I just fucking grab it, take the hose out, we're all good. But then if I'm like sitting at my desk, I can throw the hose inside of the water bottle and then drink out of a cup. And this is way easier for me to drink water out of for some reason. Well, I shouldn't say for some reason. It's lighter. I can one-hand it. Barely heard anything? Good. Okay, sick. So I can fill that during stream. That's good. Because yeah, it takes a little bit of solid like pumping time to actually get enough water in there. It is cheap. It was, I want to say like $20, $10. It's literally just it's a pump and a hose, but it fucking works, and that's all I need it to do. Would not have heard a thing if CR was on. Fucking perfect. Okay, sweet. Matt's shortcutting what could have become a weird PvP fight is great. It is really good. I fully agree. Like, you can definitely see that Matt is making some decisions in this for brevity's sake, which is good. Like, cutting out things that you think are, obviously, you know, I think one of his places of maybe speeding up a little bit too much was not great. But I do think that broadly, he's making some good decisions for time. Like, even if he hadn't wanted to cut time, I think he could have had the hag fuck with them a little bit more, but he let the hags get away. When the PCs decided twice not to engage with the trolls, he just had the trolls leave, not like follow them, not potentially, you know, interact with them in any ways. He's making a lot of decisions of like offering things to the players, and then if they don't immediately bite, he's pretty quickly moving on. Which is all very good for keeping the pace up. Like you said, shortcutting a weird PvP fight of this Triceratops versus Grog into just, hey, you know, it takes like 10 minutes for you to whittle down the health, and this is the result. I think even if Matt had wanted to take the fight a little bit more seriously, you could have just done like a, hey, give me an attack roll and we're going to treat it as a skill contest. So give me like an attack roll and we're going to treat it like athletics. And I'm going to summarize the entire combat based on that one roll and like how you did in it. That can totally work if you'd wanted to. But also if you just want to skip it, since we're in the fuck around in the mansion sequence, I think that's very, very valid. Yeah. It's a funny contrast to that Vasselheim bar crawl. Yeah, a very funny contrast. Matt's attention to detail. He says Grog has never seen a Triceratops before, even though Scanlan has been one, but Grog wasn't there. That is a solid attention to detail. Yeah. It's interesting as how does Matt either reinforce their theory or provide signals on whether or not their line of thinking has merit. Yeah, it's a really important thing, especially when we've been kind of building up to this Fenthros bit of he is not offering a lot of information, but he is providing not like detailed isn't quite the right word, but generally not super narrow responses to a lot of their questions. He's providing, I think, generally more broad responses, which is cool. And especially, I'm sure it's even more interesting for you guys since you know what's coming. You can probably see with a lot more clarity what he is disincentivizing versus what he's incentivizing. RE Vestige power up, grog punching things. I mean, yeah, you can see it there. You can see it with their entire Feymerk or the Shademerk exploration, which is a good thing that like I'll probably rarely bring it up. But it's a good thing for y'all to be thinking about, just if you're thinking about your own DMing and potential ways to improve, is like, where things are going. Watch out for foreshadowing, for when Matt is disincentivizing a certain train of thought versus incentivizing it, giving more hints. What do the players pick up on? What do they not? Again, you knowing where it all ends up, which I might, be able to make some commentary after the fact, if I've taken, notes on things, but you guys have a much more clear view on that. Yeah. The difference between this and the bar crawl is that in Vasselheim, the players had just gone through a traumatic event with the CC attack, but here they don't need the break as much. Yeah, I mean, I still didn't love the bar crawl in Vasselheim. I would prefer something like Qual's house, the little mini dungeon in Westrun. Gave them, it was very clearly a dungeon that they were over leveled for, which is great, because it gave them a chance to kind of fuck around a little bit, vent some of their in-character emotions, while also not having huge stakes on everything. I think the thing that bothered me in Vasselheim is that there was, as far as they were aware, there was an active apocalypse happening. They had no idea that things were going to settle down as much as they did, like that the dragons were just going to like take over a few cities and kind of just chill after that. They had no clue that was going to happen. So from their perspective, I would say that there was an active apocalypse, and they were just off in a bar getting drunk. Which there's a conversation around like, how do you give your players a break without making it feel weird? I think it's an opportunity for one shots. I think it's an opportunity for, maybe a new DM to try out something, kind of like with Liam's Quest. Because that was a situation where I just didn't feel like there was any really in fiction justification for them behaving that way. But I also empathize with like the players just needing a break. And so I think that looking at, trying a different system, trying a one shot, something like that, can be a way to give the players a break while keeping the fiction a little bit more cohesive. Yeah. This is such an important thing. I once had a party go searching for a stream where the local inn got its water because I described something I called meat water as extremely tasty. Yeah. They were convinced the water was magical. Yep. Yeah, and it's tough as a DM. You're never going to be able to really always police your words. What the things that you say are not scripted, at least a majority of the time. So you aren't always going to be able to avoid accidentally leading them down the wrong train of thought. So it's good to watch someone, especially like a DM that you respect. It's good to watch them see a bad train of thought and then divert the players back onto the right train of thought. Disincentivize the wrong train if you can. Or honestly, this is another factor to it. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Like, It depends on how long they're searching for it. It depends on how much investment they're putting into it, because you don't want it to be a huge disappointment that totally negates their expectations and they feel like they've wasted all this time. But it can be fun for them to chase a red herring for a little bit. And then for them to get, very conclusive evidence that it's a red herring and be like, we got tricked. Shoot. So a lot of it does depend on the timing. Yeah. We all know that Matt's words are scripted. You're so true. Yeah, it's so true. Roughly half the time the players make wild leaps, those leaps become true in my world. And they can. Yeah, if the wild leap is something that you really love as a DM, you can make it real. If it's something that you think is really funny, but you don't want to be the case, you can allow them to investigate it a little bit and then learn that it's not true. Or if it's not something that you think will be satisfying to uncover, you can very quickly try to divert them. But yeah, you're never going to stop them from making wild leaps. You're never going to stop them from getting ahead of themselves and coming up with wrong conclusions. Because you can't police your own words that hard. So looking at how other DMs handle it and how you want to handle it in any given scenario is important, yeah. I turned it into an underground stream that was an entrance to the underdark underground. Hell yeah, that's cool. That's very, very cool. So they didn't find the thing that they were looking for, but they still found something. That's cool. That can help cut the negativity of the possible red herring. That's solid. Yeah. So it's honestly something that I can't always talk too much about, or at least in too much detail on this stream, because it's something that you often only know in retrospect, or if you have vision behind the screen. But it's something that you guys can definitely keep an eye out for when you're watching through this, and something to discuss in spoilers chat, I suppose.
And the Triceratops form shifts back down. Tiny little Scanlan shorthole.
Wait. Did it work? Are your gauntlets better or whatever you're trying to do?
Do I feel anything?
Perception check.
You need to rest so you can perceive things better.
And you roll lower?
I could. There's one number lower.
No seeming change whatsoever. Oh, no scarring. The good thing about the gauntlets is they're powerful enough where all those impacts doesn't appear to have scratched or dented the surface.
No.
Okay.
You're a little sore. That last hit did carry over a little bit. The form didn't absorb the entirety of the blow, and you did come back with 4 points of bludgeoning damage to your chin. So you got a little bit of blood on the corner of your lip that you can taste, and you're sore on the right side.
Just for fun while everything's going on, I'm running 2 passive experiments in my lab while I'm working on the shoes.
Sure.
Oh, and I help him finish the shoes by helping Druid craft.
I'm leaving some of the muck on some chicken that I took from the kitchen to see if it has any effect on flesh after a long exposure.
Okay.
And then I'm stilling some to see if I can even identify anything in there or anything weird.
Okay. All right, so what are you guys doing now?
Being disappointed.
Do you have to roll for that?
Disadvantage.
Natural 20. Dang it, but it really was.
Metaphor. You know what, Grog? You could. It might make you feel better. It might make you feel better if you repaid the favor. I've been meaning to try to upgrade Mythcarver.
Yeah, come get it. Come get it.
All right, I'm gonna do a stab. I'm gonna sing a note and see if this does anything to Mythcarver. I'll just go, "Ah!" and I'll try to jam it through his arm.
Okay. You hit up a scale of notes, and one note resonates with the blade. And the harmonic resonance kind of causes it ever so slightly as it kind of amplifies the sound. Go ahead and roll an attack.
Oh my god.
18 plus 9.
That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Not much. 1d8. 3, 6 plus 1. Ooh, 9.
9 points of damage to you, Grog, as the blade just kind of sinks about 4 inches through one of your pectoral muscles.
And I will sing as I withdraw it as well.
You pull it out, and the blade almost vibrates as it does. It scatters the blood off of its surface as you withdraw it from the wound.
Do I notice any change in the weapon?
It is bloodless.
Damn it.
No noticeable change.
Nothing?
Nothing.
You're only gonna do it once?
But it hurts you. I don't.
Nah. Do one more, but like angry sing.
All right. All right, one more time. And I'll do some like Sabbathy sort of.
Go for it.
Right.
Take advantage on this one because of your singing.
18 plus 9.
All right, go ahead and roll damage.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, that's better. Oh, 15.
Other pectoral muscle now. A matching wound. This one kind of tickles you a little as it goes a little deeper and kind of tickles the outside of a lung.
Oh.
All right, I withdraw. And any change?
You guys withdraw. Kind of rings with the pullback. Blood scattered. Blade is clean. No noticeable change.
All right, forget it.
These things don't work.
I know.
What are you doing wrong?
I don't know. Wish there was a manual.
Have we looked for instructions?
No.
Writing on the Titanstone knuckles?
There are various carvings on it.
Carvings.
Anything on mine?
There are runes around the base of it. What languages do you know?
Nothing. I know common and gnome.
Yeah, you don't recognize it.
I mean, from what I have written down, it gives debuffs to saving throws. It buffs bardic inspiration. Like the buffing unless does it just do that passively? Because then there's something. Yeah, and if he was a swords bard, it would be a whole other thing. But it's tough. Now imagine Scanlan saying, "Has he lost his mind?" I mean, I think that there's something interesting of like if I were to change Mythcarver to try and make it a little bit more useful. Because this is like, I don't know, it's fine. But the thing that I would do is I would change this line to be like the mobile feat, where mobile makes it to where they can't hit you regardless of whether you hit or not. Like you don't proc opportunity attacks from them regardless of whether or not you hit. Because this has like the benefit is synergistic, but you almost never want to hit with it. But yeah, exactly. Scanlan isn't ideally set up to trigger it. There could be a bit of an interesting thing where instead of on hit, if it was just like on attack, so like whether or not you miss or hit, that could be kind of interesting where, okay, he's sacking his action. He's probably not going to hit with it, but it then gives that enemy a debuff to like the next saving throw. So, and especially if it's not like concentration or what have you, it's not like we're trying to get True Strike in here. But if it was sort of like a bless, or not a bless, a bane, essentially. If it basically just like applies bane whenever you miss or hit with it, that could be kind of interesting. I could see that being a little bit of like a decision of like, oh, do I want to like essentially waste my action to make the next saving throw more likely to hit? I think there's something there. But it's still dex strength based as well. At least they could make it charisma. They could have made it charisma based. Yeah. He procced that debuff on Kevdak, but yeah, suboptimal. Yeah. Which, I mean, that's the problem, is that proccing this debuff is so hard, and you would have to you have to risk the action. Yeah. What is the Bardic Inspiration buff? I don't know. I just wrote it down. I just wrote it down, and I trust my notes. I have to. It's so shiny. It's like using a mirror to blind someone. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I think there's something there. But yeah, I don't know. Otherwise, it's. But that's just kind of the thing with spellcasters, is like it's hard to give spellcasters a weapon because we don't have any interesting weaponry for spellcasters until you get into like the very high rarity magic items, where you have like some wands and some staves, but there's no like delineation between spell focuses. Theoretically, you could have made this a spell focus, but that's essentially equivalent to like making it a hat. Like there's no real delineation. So yeah, I don't know. I think Bardic Inspiration is advantage on the user's next attack, which isn't really. Yeah, I don't know. it's an example of like, just because a class has a proficiency doesn't mean they will use it. You know, just because they have proficiency in longswords does not mean that they're supposed to utilize that, you know. Sword also has a good bonus when attacking with +2 and extra d6 force, but those never come up as Scanlan never melees. Yeah. So, it's a fine weapon for a very particular type of combatant. But I think that's more representative of Matt not necessarily being used to like D&D's like power system and magic items and all that, more than it being like a bad core design. I think there's just like a lot of like, I think Matt's like looking at like, okay, what are bards proficient with? Long swords. Great. I'll make it a long sword. He'll use it if it's good enough, but it's just cantrips are so strong, which I don't think most new DMs come in truly intaking, is that even though cantrips kind of on paper a lot of times look worse than weapons because they often don't add a flat plus at the end. I think a lot of new DMs don't intake that cantrips are as good as weapons, arguably better. And so you think like, oh, if I give him a good weapon, he just won't use cantrips. There's also another factor to it of he has so many spells at this point that like he's rarely using cantrips at base. He's rarely using cantrips in general because he's just using so many spells at this point. So yeah. I think it would be more on Vax as an offhand weapon. Yeah, potentially. Yeah. I think Mythcarver should have been a spell focus. Yeah, violin would have been cool. Yeah. It's a shame that he theoretically gets more value from his saving throw horn than the vestige. Yeah. Warlock players know. Yeah. The horn and the boots of haste are 2 Pathfinder carryovers are so OP. Yeah. Well, and the fucking the concentration circlet was crazy. But yeah. So like I don't blame it for what it is, but yeah, it is. I think it is underwhelming at best.
I'm gonna go up to Grog and cast Cure Wounds. I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds at 3rd level.
Okay, go for it. You roll it up.
Can't read anyway. Worthless.
10 whole points of healing.
Thanks, man.
I also go and cure myself up.
Okay. All right.
Take a rest.
What else you guys want to do?
I'm gonna long rest now.
Let's eat some chicken.
Wait, do we have any vague plan? Will we plan
We
it?
probably should. We plan tomorrow. How about
We'll
that
plan it
tomorrow
dawn.
morning?
Plan it dawn.
I want to go upstairs and just
Plan.
open the door and keep an eye out of it for just a little bit and see what I see through the doorway.
Okay.
What do you think is the best way the vestiges could have been dispersed for the characters so far? Like, if I could like reorient them, like put like Mythcarver on Vax or something. I don't know. I mean, everyone's the only maybe difference I could see is, I mean, it's tough. It's tough to ever make an argument for putting Mythcarver on anyone else because it has the Bardic Inspiration buff, which like is not extreme, but it is there. I guess the question is with Mythcarver, does the debuff apply to only to your effects or to everyone's effects? Like to everyone's saving throws. Is it just like the next saving throw in general, or is it the next saving throw from you?
Take a break.
Oh, take a break. Yeah, if it's just the next saving throw to you, I would say that it should go on Scanlan still. But if it's the next saving throw to anyone, there's an argument to be made for Vax wielding it. But I wouldn't put it on anyone else. The RQ armor, I think, could make sense on either of the twins, but the fact that Fenthros is very clearly for Vex means that I would put it on Grog. There's an argument for the Titanstone Knuckles going on Keyleth because she already has the Flaming Fists, so you could stack it a little bit more. But I still think that they're... Well, I'd have to look at the exact text of the Titanstone Knuckles again, but there's an argument for putting him on Keyleth. But I wouldn't put any on Percy yet. I don't think any are useful for Percy. And most of them, I think it's kind of a wash if you move them too far. Depending on the Mythcarver thing. I don't know. Mythcarver is going to have that downside no matter who you put it on. Nobody in the party will use the combat stuff and the bard stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, Deathwalker's Ward could go on Vex. Yeah. The disadvantage is, I think, tied to Bardic Inspiration as well. It's tied to Cutting Words. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Just based on the vibes, I think they're all on good people. It kind of depends on the exact text. I would have to see the exact like stat block for it to know if I would really put it on anyone else. Kind of tough to know. But I will go. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then I will be right back. And I'll see you in a second. What up? Hello. I'd argue flying is useful for anyone for the broom. Oh, yeah, I mean, if we're talking about like all magic items, there's all of their magic items, there's a larger conversation about where to send them, but if it's just the vestiges, I think the vestiges would mostly wind up being like a wash if you moved them on anyone else. Like the Raven Queen armor could definitely fit. God, my camera is being weird. Like not the actual camera, but the mount. But it's like several of the vestiges you could put on other people, but I think it'd mostly be a wash. So I don't think there's anyone that I'm like, yeah, totally. If anyone needs 2 vestiges, it would be Vex. She's the most underpowered. I mean, that's fair. But at this point, it's like, you know, he's unlocked. He's like with the Raven Queen. That's a whole thing. So, yeah, I don't think I would move them around too much, but I might if I saw the text. Like, I think there's a possibility that the Titanstone Knuckles being on Keyleth actually makes more sense, but I'd have to see their text.
Make a perception check.
Yeah, big, I guess.
Come
Yeah,
on.
he could. Yeah.
Oh, that would be 15.
15. All right. How much time do you spend out there?
Well, at the door.
Yeah.
Like, how much time can I spend and still get a good rest?
Well, I mean, you need an 8-hour rest for a full night's rest. So it
Yes.
depends how much time you want to push off until you begin taking your rest.
Oh, right. How about like a couple hours?
Couple hours? Okay. First hour, seemingly no real change. Second hour, go ahead and make a perception check.
17?
17. You do notice a little ways off, some of the tree brush shifts a little bit, and then you see what looks to be a few trees kind of
Disappeared?
seemingly there's now a hole in the canopy where once was straight canopy.
What do you think that is?
I don't know.
Like a giant werewolf, maybe.
A giant werewolf eating an entire tree?
It's not. The tree's not missing.
The tree, like, disappeared?
There is now a hole in the canopy where there was not previously. Seemingly the tree tops that filled that space have kind of moved out of the way.
Oh, I bet something was sitting in the tree maybe and was keeping still. That could be it. Can I look down underneath us and see if the trees are kind of staying put where we are?
Yeah, glancing about, nothing is moving in your vicinity. And the area, the part of the canopy that's not missing, is a pretty large area.
It seems bigger than like a creature would be.
It would probably have been the sudden removal or shift of multiple trees to leave that opening in the canopy.
All right.
Holy moly.
All right.
Maybe something has trees on its back.
Whoa, maybe Hag can like just move her hut magically whenever she wants. Do you think that's possible?
I don't know, maybe.
But the big scary tree, that's staying still.
Was it coming from that direction?
Still
Was it coming
in
from
place.
that direction?
Yeah, what direction was it coming from?
Actually, it would be kind of southwest of where you are now. It's
So
not
the direction we came from?
No.
No, we
Came from
went
south.
It was southeast, so it's not where you came from. It's still about maybe a quarter mile to a half mile from where you currently are. So it's not like on your path per se.
All right.
I rolled some dice.
Shit.
Well, for a full night's rest, you're fully healed.
I guess I shut the door. It's
Okay.
creepy.
All right,
I
close
don't
the
know who
door.
I would talk to about that. Can I go find Keyleth? Are you asleep yet?
No, I don't think so. I've been helping Percy with his
We're
shoes.
in my room.
Okay.
Making shoes.
Oh,
Finish now.
okay. So you guys are
Just
together?
finished making shoes.
Oh, look at those beautiful shoes.
Yeah.
That's lovely.
They might work.
They're not, but
They're pretty rough with.
No, those are great. Those are
Thank
great.
you.
rustic.
Nice.
Very rustic.
Thank you. I'm proud of them, Percy.
I'm proud too. But
Your shoes suck.
you're not here.
He did pop in briefly just to tell you that.
Those shoes suck.
Close the door.
He did that to everybody's room.
Just in case.
Cover all his bases.
Can I sit
You
down?
were supposed to be a bootmaker. You're just super judgy.
Oh, this is
You
true.
are a bootmaker.
You start
that's
making your own
very
boots.
That was
yeah.
your very
You didn't ask
first
me to make a boot.
Can I start playing with the shoes and ask Keyleth, do you know of anything that would cause entire trees to vanish?
How do you mean vanish?
Well, I was staring at the door, and all of a sudden, like around a space of about 3 trees just disappeared.
Like something really large passed in front of it?
No, like they dropped, and there's a hole in the canopy.
Huh.
That's different.
Do you know of anything that would cause that?
In the
Do I know
Feywild.
of anything that would cause that? Can I roll like a nature check?
Roll a nature check.
Don't fucking.
Can I?
don't
Oh,
fucking
would we
fail
have heard
me.
anything about that? And
Wow, those dice.
don't use them
I don't
anymore.
know. You pissed off.
14.
They're so
14.
nice, and maybe just put them on display. Maybe put them in a really pretty glass
No.
case.
Make them work for you. Make them work for you. You paid for that shit.
Turn them into jewelry.
I mean, there are a number of things that could have done it, whether it be, lumbering. People chopping down trees takes them down. Creatures that are large and push over trees. Trees that are dying, rotting, and eventually fall over on their own.
Did it look like they dropped down though, or did it look like they dropped over?
It's hard to know from this perspective. You just saw them kind of fall out of the canopy. So you're not sure if it was at an angle or straight down or what.
That could be so many things.
Yeah.
They're being
It's hard to
dipped
say.
into
At this point, can I tell anything about the muck from just boiling it into separate components and trying to just see what's in there? I'm assuming it's probably just death paste. It's just rot.
It looks to be just congealed, decayed matter. It does not have any properties that you can tell on like a chemical level, at least, that stand out. Than this
But it is decayed matter.
It is various types of decayed matter, organic.
And the tree is producing it.
So it is like oil.
Well, here's my question.
It's producing a lot of it too. Way more than it should.
What do trees need to live?
Right.
Sunlight and water.
Sunlight and water.
And a little bit of minerals and dirt.
Where's the sunlight?
Not
Why is then the tree's alive?
Well, we're also in the Feywild.
night. They might not need the same
Gotta
thing.
Might
eat
not be the same
something.
thing.
This is what it's producing, and it's got to eat something.
Maybe it eats living creatures.
Maybe it eats
So
things.
first of all,
trees.
would you imagine that the science of the Fey, what that phrase means, would it be the same as our own? Well,
No.
maybe it follows different rules.
It probably does, but at the same time, you don't get something from nothing. And life needs things to live.
That's so poetic.
It's
I mean, this is tough. Because I think you could perceive this as a flaw. He said the thing was says, you don't get life from nothing. Is that... Are we talking about like life finds a way, or the iconic line from that's iconic?
You don't get life from nothing.
And we did see those branches moving like actual.
Life needs things to live. Oh shit. Okay, so this is one of the best How quotes. Dude, I would have never clapped onto this so hard. That just rolled right off my head as like technically spoilers. Yeah, who cares? I don't for like iconic lines like that, I don't care. Cuz that's like all like meta text stuff. It's fine. Yeah, that's yeah, I guess we'll see. I mean, I'm interested because it is a flaw to think this way. Like they are kind of soft pushing back on it. Of like, oh, maybe the Feywild like runs on different rules, and then he's like, oh, well, you don't get something from nothing, and it's like my man, my homie, my G, you do. I'm gonna be straight up with you. In D&D, you just do get things from nothing. Like, this is not a sympathy sort of magic system. This is not this is not Mistborn where you have to burn metal to do things. Like, in D&D, you just get things for nothing. Which is like, to me, it's a weird, like, it's almost like a flawed flaw, you know? Because it's like, that could be an interesting flaw if it was even remotely grounded in the reality of this universe, but it's not. So to me, it almost like pitches me out of it. And so I'm wondering if that's why it becomes such a thing, if like the players start like really making fun of him for that. Because it is just like such a flawed logic train in D&D specifically. And it's the most like obvious like applying real world physics where they just don't work that Percy or Taliesin has ever done. People make fun of the phrasing a lot. Life needs things to live. I guess, yeah. It's taking a very obvious real world thing that just like isn't true in D&D. So I guess that is kind of memeable, yeah. Don't say that to poor Percy. You'll make him grumpy, poor science man in a non-science world. He's very scientific minded. But okay. My problem with it is that he is scientific, but he also uses magic in his science. He utilizes magic in science. So, like, yes, in science, maybe you don't get something for nothing, but he is littered. The world around him is littered with so many examples of you getting things for nothing that like it makes sense for our scientific mind, but I almost can't even believe that a scientist in the D&D world would ever utter that statement because it just so doesn't make sense for the world in which they live. And legend says they're still quoting it to this day. Still quoting it to this day. You're thinking about it too much. It just sounds funny in general. I guess the thing is, it doesn't sound that funny to me in general. But maybe I'm the weird one. Yeah, I don't know. Science is funny in this world. Science exists. Science works. But as soon as you realize that science works largely by falsification, you can't falsify things in a magic world. Yeah, precisely. And like that's absolutely like where Percy is going with this. Of like, that can't be the case because of this axiom, this unfalsifiable axiom, the second law of thermodynamics, where that second law just doesn't exist here. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is probably, to me, one of the biggest examples of Percy, or of Taliesin, like meta speaking through Percy. But I also get it. It's like it's easy to want to apply the real world knowledge that we have to how the fantasy world should work, you know? Sam's response, I think, cements it, teasing Taliesin for it. Yeah. To me, it's reminiscent of the classic Life Finds a Way from Jurassic Park. Yeah. It is but it's almost the opposite of that, where that's saying, like, life will figure out a way to do the shit. Whereas Percy's like, we can find whatever the source of this is because there must be a source. It is reminiscent, though. I agree. Yeah. I don't know. I think, yeah, my mind is revolving around I would almost say that this is one of the more prominent examples of metagaming, actually, but accidentally, you know. I don't think he's meaning for it to be that way, and like metagaming that like doesn't work, which I guess, I don't know. Does metagaming have to work in order to apply? I don't know. What was metagaming? I think it's debatable metagaming. Taliesin using real world physics where they just straight up don't apply. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. That's interesting.
Limbs on a being as opposed to branches on a tree.
Well, I mean, nothing here has really been natural.
It could be like a Venus flytrap.
It's just a hypothesis, but what if the tree is carnivorous?
I think that's a very viable option.
So you think maybe it was the tree that ate those big other group of trees?
It's
Possibly.
very big.
It's a cannibal tree?
It might be a cannibal tree.
It's eating its own kind.
I mean, the Sphinx did say that the bow was the hard to its tree. I think if we're not expecting to not fight the tree, we're stupid.
Does Fenthras mean anything? Fenthras doesn't mean anything, right?
I am the wrong.
Fenthras, is that Elven?
Fenthras is Elven, and there is no direct translation to it.
But I think that's kind of my point, Daniel. Is it's like you're right. Percy would know about physics and whatnot in the universe, and in this universe, the thing that he said does not apply. So the physics that he would know about are not the thing that he's saying. He's saying the thing that Taliesin would know. Because the physics in this universe just don't work that way. So that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, the magic and the physics in this world are not divorced from each other. It's not like you can have physics over here and magic over here. They're like intertwined. But it is I think that, like, if you're going like high magic, it's generally going to present as like arcana tech, where eventually magical energy becomes sort of a stand-in for electricity, and then you go further from there. I think that's how you're often going to see it presented. But it's like, I think that, like, wizards really are, I mean, they just are scientists, you know. They're working, like, the magic is the foundational force of these of the universe, so to speak. Like, they live on a material plane in a glass or in a crystal sphere that contains all these different planes of existence. I mean, and physics and all of these other things work differently on different planes. Like in the astral sea, time doesn't pass. So there are sub-magical forces, but magic is the overriding force within the world. So I think it's more accurate to think about wizards as analogous to scientists more than anything. But I think artificers are an interesting class in general because they seek to take that knowledge and turn it into more tangible forms. I think about them like more like mechanical engineers rather than scientists, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I do think of magic as a separate logic layer than physics in D&D world. I mean, in sort of a sub-layered way, I agree. But like, I think my very like concise point would be, since physics works differently on different planes, but magic doesn't work differently on different planes. Magic is the overriding fabric of everything. And so maybe you can learn about the physics of a particular plane, but that is always going to be underneath and sort of subservient to the overall magical fabric of reality, which is a much more prominent force within it. They can regularly subvert physics when it wants to. So I would think of physics as much more of like a subservient force than a separate logic layer, you know? Especially since magic can physically affect things, like with fireball and shit. I think there may also be more of a connection with some of Percy's overall worldview that kind of insists that things can always be understood that doesn't suit the universe, e.g. his convo with the RQ. I mean, yeah, I think that there is a level of that can be an interesting flaw. The desire for things to always be understood. And you can maybe say that when coupled with his arrogance, it can present in such a way where he states something that is frankly kind of ridiculous in this context and feel like it is like scientific accuracy and truth, you know? But I think that's bending over backwards a little bit to justify what I think is just him trying to apply real world physics in a way that does not make sense in fiction at all. Like even as like a thought process. You're making me realize I don't know how much magic Percy knows about. His knowledge in universe might be pretty limited in the places where science starts to fail. I mean, even at just a basic level, he has been around the players or the other members of the party enough to where he has seen Scanlan summon Bigby's hand out of nowhere for no cost because spell slots are just the equivalent of getting kind of tired and they don't have to like eat more food to offset that or anyway, you know, they don't have to fuel it. It's just like they just get it back for free. Right. So he's seen the spellcasters in this party have effect on the physical world in a way that costs nothing. So in that way, they are getting things for nothing. They're doing work for nothing, which is just totally contradictory to the idea of the second law of thermodynamics, which he is essentially what he's saying. Yeah. Whitestone is way more low magic than Iman, for example. I can take I can see an argument that maybe he would have thought like this before joining the party, maybe. But I think his worldview should have absolutely shifted by now. Like in the game, you can move 10 feet the same at an angle across a vertical or horizontal surface, but that's game logic, not in-universe character logic. Oh, I'm not even talking that weird. I'm talking like time passing differently in the Feywild, and time not passing at all in the Astral Sea, and gravity being weird in the Abyss. I'm talking about like physics constants not behaving the same in different planes. Yeah. Electricity is magic. I mean, that's fair. D&D universes, for example, have gravity and light, which operates essentially the same. Not all the D&D universes have light. Like, even the Feywild that we're in right now does not have light that acts the same. Like, the Feywild light does not act consistently compared to the material plane light. So like, that's exactly the sort of thing that I'm talking about. I like Percy thinking things always have a source, even if that isn't the actual case with magic. Philosophically tracks with his idea that he can cancel out his past to an extent. Yeah. I like the idea of magic as a super layer that operates across planes or dimensions. It's reasonable to say physics is dimension limited. Yeah, I'd say that. I'd say that physics is dimension limited. Which creates the super layer of magic. And to that point, that's why I'm saying that I don't think his statements make any sense, like from an in-fiction character point of view, because they are in a different dimension where physics have been shown to work differently, very clearly. And he is still insisting through that no, this must have a reason. Yeah. You don't know if that is how Matt explains spell slots? It kind of doesn't matter how Matt explains spell slots. Like, unless you're going to homebrew a mechanic where you have to, like, pay more of a material to regain your spell slots, and if you don't regain any spell slots on a long rest. Like, unless there's something that can prevent you from regaining slots on a long rest, they come back for free, just like within the inherent fabric of the game. So I don't know. You can say that the spell slots are some sort of energetical force and the spell is coming from them, thus coming from something. If that is the case, I would need it demonstrated that energetic force can run out. You know, like, if that's the case, and like whenever you recharge your spell slots, you're like pulling from like an energetic like soul of the world that will eventually run out. So like more casting of spells is making it run out faster. Maybe that could work, but that has not been demonstrated. I wouldn't say. Well, the cost is to this invisible pool of power that only the character has knowledge of being filled or unfilled. Just because that pool doesn't affect them doesn't make it unreal. No, but it does make it free. Like, nothing that we do is free in the same way that pool is free. You know, everything that we do burns calories. And we have to replenish those calories by consuming more calories. They do not have to pay anything to get the spell slots back. That's why I'm saying that they're free. So unless that is a separate part of your world building, but that I don't believe that that's part of the world building of any anything like that. I may have worded that poorly. I don't know. Maybe. Are we getting repetitive? Maybe approaching it. I don't know. I think there's maybe some more to be said here, but we might be approaching that, yeah. Spell slots are your cell phone battery, empty or filled. Yeah. There's magical energy in the air. If too much magic is cast in a physical spot, the energy there is depleted. Yeah, that totally works for me. Now, the question of how that energy gets refilled as like a natural process, and does that have a cost somewhere else? Like, that can start to go towards that if that sort of process was in place for the magic of D&D, then what Percy is saying would make sense. Like, or it would approach making sense. Yeah. Yeah. We don't know the idea that it gets And we don't know if the idea that it gets worse of using/not using is real or a conspiracy of the smartphone companies. They're not free. You have to eat and properly sleep and other stuff that is included in a long rest. But that you have to do all of those things to stay alive. So it's like this is kind of the delineation that I'm drawing. If say in this scenario, right? Where the fuck is my pen? In this scenario, we have like marshals. No, the pen is on the wrong screen somehow. How the fuck did that happen? In this scenario, if casters had to like eat, drink, or sleep more than marshals, like, oh my god, it also is like sideways. Okay, I can't draw with that. That's fine. Say marshals and casters. If casters had to, say during a long rest, casters had to sleep 10 hours to replenish their spell slots, but marshals only had to sleep 6, which is the amount of time that a standard D&D character has to sleep, I would say at this point, the spell slots are not free. And if there is an option for casters to only sleep 6, but they get no spell slots back, I would say that this is an example of spell slots having a cost and not being free. But because people that cast spells and people that don't cast spells have to do these same things to stay alive and to recuperate, there is no delineation. There is no extra cost to casting spells and to regenerating your spell slots. It's just something that happens to you. Like you honestly, you have no control over whether or not you do regenerate spell slots. You have no. I don't believe it's a may in the book. It's just something that happens to you. So even if for some weird I can't imagine ever a reason why you would want to, but like you don't even have the option to not do it. So yeah. This goes back to the philosophical thought I've had about our plants are eating the sun. Yeah, that to an extent, like you could say that the plants are eating the sun, and so that is an effectively infinite source of energy, but it's not actually infinite. It's just on such a long time scale that it doesn't matter. So you could certainly do that sort of thing with magic, but that's still like disruptible. Yeah. In one game we got tortured and didn't gain the benefit of long rest just because we fell unconscious. Yeah, I mean, the benefits of a long rest can definitely be disrupted, yeah. Going down this logic is going to lead to saying that marshals have muscles and wizards have a magical equivalent. No, I'm kind of saying that they have neither. Like, we have no evidence that adventurers have like a higher caloric intake. They don't have to sleep more than the normal person. Like for D&D characters to wield their features requires no extra upkeep compared to the standard person that we at least have evidence of. Yeah. Fantasy magic is weird and kind of divorced from its original context. Yeah, I mean a bit. Spell slots are just like kind of a weird magic system. But are you saying that casters should have a higher metabolic rate than regular people? Sure, higher metabolic rate, sleep rate. What? I mean, if you want the magic to be coming from somewhere. Right now, what I'm kind of saying is that the magic just comes from nowhere. So if you want it to come from somewhere, you could have it come from food. You could go the Mistborn route and have it come from specific material components. Yeah, you could have it come from all sorts of places. You could go the lift and stormlight route. Yeah, it's a possible explanation at least, because right now I don't know. Tangent. What if there was a spell where the creature you target regains all their spell slots and HP as if from a long rest, can't cast on self? What spell? 7th, 8th, 9th? Basically just like a forced long rest. I think there's a spell similar called Catnap that does a similar thing with short rests, so you could kind of base it on that. You calming, fall unconscious. If a target remains unconscious for the full duration, they gain the benefit of a short rest. Yeah. So if you scale it up, this is 10-minute duration, so it's a sixth of the time of a long rest. So that'd be what, like 4 hours that they would have to stay asleep for, I don't know, the tiger nap. It's like 6 hours or maybe even less. And you could bump up the level from there. I think my gut instinct says to double it, but I'd have to think about it a lot more, and I'd have to like probably math it out a little bit. But my gut instinct says like 6th level, depending on the duration, depending on how like interruptible it is. But yeah, yeah, I feel like there's an interesting complexity with clerics, paladins, and druids, where I'd argue they do have something with choosing their spells after each long rest. They do have something with choosing their spells. I mean, I still don't. I still don't see that as like a cost. Maybe. The rulebook doesn't state what is considered to be a long rest for a commoner, so your argument is kind of pointless. Okay. I mean, yes, I guess. But in order to make... In order to then assume that adventurers have a higher, like... in caloric intake or rest requirements, we would then have to assume, because this is very similar to real life, so we would have to assume that normal commoners in a D&D world actually have a shorter than real life, like, metabolic requirement or rest requirement. I mean, which is, I guess, I mean, that's, you know, I guess that's a way that we can take that, but I am assuming that because this is similar to real life, that commoners and others will have it. And either way, the difference between marshals and casters, there is no difference in the requirements that they need. We know that. So either big old muscles and and weapon skill and I guess like raging, like all of that saps the same amount that spells do. And they both rely on an underlying higher either rest or metabolic requirement from adventurers. That seems like a very, I don't know. That seems like a little complicated to as opposed to saying that spells just kind of come back for free because everything seemingly there's nothing to lead us to believe that there is a difference between adventurers and commoners. But maybe there is. I don't know. To summarize this discussion, Percy thinks he's in the Full Metal Alchemist universe, but he's wrong. We love making fun of him for it. Yeah, I guess that's it. Equivalent exchange would be perfect for this situation. Yeah. When the sad Chopin dude kicks in diegetically. Anyways, I think we are towards the bottom of this one. Yeah.
Per se, but its name has hints, or at least basic ancient elven words for protector and growth.
Interesting.
Protector and growth.
Why don't we poison the tree?
How do you poison a poison tree?
I know.
Give it sunlight.
Sunlight is definitely something you should put in your arsenal. Whatever it's not used to being exposed to. I don't think that...
Sunlight and water.
I don't think rock
Fresh
is going to be
water.
how we kill this thing. I think it's not going to be like the crocodile.
No, it seems...
It needs purifications.
Don't worry, Pike can... Oh.
I also have poison.
Oh, okay.
I think it might just laugh poison off.
Oh.
I don't know.
What about honey?
Honey.
Nothing laughs honey
Do you have
off.
honey? Can you make honey in your...
You make
It's
honey in
got
that
the
pot?
magic jug, yeah.
You can make fresh water in that jug, though,
I
can't
got
you?
very little brain,
honey
don't
for
you?
We'll see.
How about holy water?
Maybe? I don't know.
I can make some water if you want to bless it.
That's not what we're hoping for.
I mean, when I was in my earth elemental form, I got up underneath the tree. I mean, I feel like if we needed to, I can get inside of it.
By
I
yourself.
think that could be a very scary.
Let me tell you a tale of two
Yes.
people that went inside a dragon.
I.
Worked out?
Yeah, no, there's no
Hard to say. I think that's actually
It's fine.
not much of a cautionary tale, really.
No.
Yeah.
If anything, it's a terrible influence.
Yes. I think that's definitely a thought. I think light. I think electricity.
Well, it's not short on water, that's for sure.
There is water in the. Was there groundwater of some kind?
I mean, it was sludgy enough.
Yes, that's fair.
Where's the groundwater?
There were pockets of, or some bit of groundwater in there, but a lot of the dense pockets you found were just like deeply seated pockets of that same sludge-like material that seems to be produced or put out by the nearby roots.
Right.
When you talked to the trees around you, did it seem like they were actually alive, or was it all dead forest that we've been traveling through?
When I communed with nature,
Yeah.
everything was alive everywhere.
about-
So what the
but
rules here haven't really.
Have you been talking to any of these trees around here, right around here?
Yeah.
No, I can.
Maybe
can.
before we sleep, can you
Sleep.
talk to the nature?
I can.
I'll watch.
Do we have any questions that I might want to figure out before I?
Is the
What
big tree eating you all?
is the? Are you friends with the big tree?
How can we cure you?
How can we help?
Cure the tree. Is the tree eating other things? Can we cure the tree?
Is that a tree?
Is that even a
Well,
tree?
what if the big scary thing is
Things
not?
hurt the tree.
Can
Does
it
the
be
tree have a weakness?
Yeah, the weakness.
Yeah.
I'll maybe try and figure out. Okay, all right. I'm gonna go step outside.
Do you want us to hang out on the broom so you don't actually
You're
step?
just giving the broom away.
Well, I just don't want anybody to actually stand on a tree for very long.
Just saying.
I have to be connected with the ground, I think.
That's
Tie a rope around her this time.
right.
Okay. Yeah,
It's
tie a
not
rope
easy.
around me. And I jump back in the mud.
You land about close to knee deep in the actual muck below you.
I'm gonna kind of lay back into it.
Ooh, like American Beauty?
Sensory deprivation tank style.
And as you lay
just,
there,
like,
you slowly
send
sink
things
into
down.
it until you guys just see the outside of Keelan's face emerge, some of her horn crowns sticking out of the muck, a little bit of her chest and her knees, and some of the hands emerging, and the rest of her submerged entirely in this muck. Close your eyes and begin reciting the incantation of the spell. You begin to worry as she begins to sink further in, and as she finishes the incantation, she stops sinking, and it brings her back to the surface halfway, and it kind of keeps her at this balance point there.
We're just like staring out the door down at him. Like,
Only a rope. Suddenly, your consciousness kind of extends all the nearby, and it's a rush because there is just a life all around you. The life itself is dark, it's twisted, but it is living. What do you wish to ask of the nearby life essence?
Okay. Can I figure out what is feeding the tree? What the tree is, if the tree is consuming things around it? What is fueling the tree?
The response?
Can I sense a lot coming out from the tree? That's clear. Can I sense an energy going in toward?
The question is, what is feeding the tree? You have to ask a question.
What is fueling the tree? Yes.
Saundor.
Saundor?
oh, we know we aren't listening. That's not right.
Saundor.
I love having a character who can't read. Not directions.
Saundor.
Saundor is the only response you get.
What is the tree's weakness?
Kuva. Shamanaka.
Gary.
You get no response. It seems like the question doesn't take hold in the connection. There is no answer to the question. It doesn't consume the question asked.
Remember, if it was an
incantation.
actual tree, if it's an actual tree.
Tree. Has it been eating you?
Who is Saundor? That's yeah. How about that? That's good.
He's one
You
of
have
the
to relate to the area, terrain, bodies of water, actual information
Okay.
about individuals. The living essence of the force would not probably know that.
Then can I ask the living fauna around me if this tree is sucking its life force from them? Is the tree in the middle hurting the plants all around? Like, for example,
The answer is yes. These are two questions. You asked one that wasn't effectual, and thus the incantation did not consider it utilized.
Is it a tree?
is
One more question.
the cancerous tree more than just a tree?
Yes.
Yes.
Sure, that probably.
Got a name.
And with that, suddenly you feel the incantation break its hold with the nearby life sources. You begin to sink once again. As you guys pull up, as you reach up and grab it, pulling her free from the swamp, and carry her back up to the entrance of the mansion.
What did he say?
Saundor.
Sondor.
What do you mean, Saundor?
Saundor. That's
Is that a band? What is it?
Flight of the Sondors.
my flight of the Saundors.
Kind of like a elven word.
Is it an elven word? Have we heard?
Recognize the word.
Saundor.
None of you recognize the word, but it does sound like a name with elvish background or heritage, or at least some sort of ancient elvish roots to the name structure. It doesn't have specific meaning, but there are names that you've heard of various people of elven lineage are plays on a similar sound.
Does it sound? I mean, what would those names mean?
Well, I mean, the one that's closest to you is your father's, which is Saundor.
Right. And he's a dick, so the tree probably is too.
Saundor, they're brothers.
Totally.
Isn't that how it works?
That is how it works. Vex and Vax.
That's it.
Yeah.
Percy,
Yes?
you've done a lot of reading on the elfin culture. Do you know anything about a Saundor?
I have no idea.
I have no idea. I'm racking my brain and wishing I had access to a library.
Do you have a library here?
Do I?
Well, you can have one operate within the mansion if you wish.
With books?
Yeah.
Of course I have a library. It's in my personal chambers where I do all of my studying.
Oh.
Kilo.
So
all
it's your actual
It's just an
bedroom?
entire library.
Only in
It's
the
like
back.
Beauty and the Beast. It's just pornography.
Did you ask if the tree was just one thing?
It didn't appear to be one thing because it was harming the plant life around it. So it's not necessarily all connected, it seems, but it is also definitely not just a tree.
What if we like salt the earth?
Well, yeah.
That's an expression.
It's more than an expression. It's legitimately something. Unfortunately, you need salt for that.
Do we have salt? Do you have lots of salt
I
here
have
in the mansion, Scanlan?
All over the floor of the kitchen.
Oh, but
Not
we
like
can't bring it
kinds of
out.
salt.
We can't bring it
Yes.
out.
But
I
you
have
get a
12
bunch of
gallons of
salt
salt.
when you jumped into the...
Oh no, 12 gallons is enough to kill a tree.
And you did the...
I've heard them say before, they're like, oh, you salted the earth.
That wasn't salt. That was something else, and I used it all to do the cannonball.
So what's our plan? Do we attack this thing with brute force? How do we corrupt the ground? You can turn the ground to stone. Will that help anything?
Ooh.
Right?
What's on the other side of this tree? It's huge. It's 100 feet.
Inside the tree is the bow. I think if we remove the bow, I think if we find the bow inside the tree, then I think this is how it is.
A lot of tree to search. Could be way up. Could be in a branch.
What is the legend at the heart of this tree, though?
Part of this tree. I think we go
The
into
tree
it.
used to be like
A person.
had its heart broken or something.
Yeah, what if the...
It says, it now acts as the heart to a cancerous tree, corrupting the verdant land.
If I were the heart of a tree, I'd be in the center.
It was a bow that felled the Titans.
I feel like we probably should have done some research on Fenthras before we came out here.
We can go to
Does
my
that sound like
library.
us? I'm
Let's go to
curious.
your library.
I'm
I follow
curious
you
to
to
see
your
the
library.
library. I just want to see what a giant disaster this is.
You did receive a little information about it from Allura, from her research.
Yes, that's right, that's right.
Did you write that down?
Oh,
Maybe?
Yes.
how about I listen to her hard when she's talking?
Alicia writes down everything. Here's the big question now. How does she find
How
it?
do I find it exactly? When did we talk to her?
Last time you were in Whitestone, right before you left for the actual Feywild.
Oh man, I don't think I wrote it down. I think I'm
Arch-
just listening.
Feywild. Hang on.
I know that Simon's mom is Elwyn.
There you go. See? Perfect. That was pre-stream.
I know that.
Fenthras. No, that's all I wrote.
You were so excited for
I
a
was
second.
so
You were
excited because I saw it written down, but no, I
No.
didn't write. I'm sorry.
You're gonna make me check my notes?
I didn't write it down. Damn it, balls. But I have a real
I know that
good.
there's a hat maker named Deirdre somewhere in the world.
Guys.
Would a really successful history check help Vex remember what the fuck she was doing?
Go and make a history check.
Vegemite written down.
I think that's a shopping list.
I think God, I was clearly writing
Shit
incredibly
history.
fast.
Yeah.
Did you roll it?
I was
17 is my
That's
roll.
something.
17, not too bad. And you
I
give
have
me...
Archfey Blackheart.
Yes.
Okay, that jogged my memory a little bit. I sort of
There you go.
remember.
He was an arch. Yes, go ahead.
There was an archfey that existed here that apparently was the holder of Fenthras that was betrayed and his heart became corrupt, became the center of this corruption.
There you go.
So
We
I
can
bet.
assume that the Archfey is probably
Saundor.
Saundor, and he's probably still inside the tree, and he probably is not going to let go of his bow.
What exactly is an archfey?
An archfey, from your knowledge and experience, which you know, they're very powerful fey creatures. Some largely belong to some of the ruling courts within the Feywild, the Seelie, the Unseelie. Some are unaffiliated. But, like for instance, in Midsummer Night's Dream, Titania and Oberon would totally be archfey.
Okay.
Very, very powerful, influential fey creatures that both have understanding and powers to bend the surrounding Feywild to their will.
And then he must have fought in what was known as the Calamity.
Yes.
Well, the Calamity wasn't against the Titans. The Calamity against, those were the final battle of the gods physically on Exandria before the divergence in which they separated from all their creations for good.
Where does Blackheart come from? Why did I write that down?
His
Blackheart?
heart was corrupted. I don't know why you wrote it down.
I wrote down Blackheart.
Maybe
Okay.
it was.
Wait a second. Wait a second. The Calamity wasn't against the Titans. Okay. Wait, no, I think I have that. I think I have the Divergence, I don't know why I have two of these, but Okay. Calamity.
Those were the final battle of the gods physically on Exandria before the divergence.
Before the divergence. So there is the divergence, and the calamity was the wars before the divergence. Okay. Is there any difference? Oh, this has 7 backlinks in it, and the other one does not. Interesting. Okay. I'm just going to note really quick. Calamity was the final battle of the gods before the divergence. Final battles. Okay. Because I think that's slightly different than what I originally thought the calamity was. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, CR issue, yeah. I know. It's very hard to know what I do and don't know, because I also know that Matt has changed some of it as things have kind of gone on, so there are like slight differences in what it has been established versus what will be established. Yeah. What'd you think it was? I thought that the calamity was another was kind of a like all-encompassing term for the battles, them leaving, and the penance. It was like the entire era was like the calamity, where it's like, no, the gods are fighting each other, now they're leaving, and now they're making us all pay for it. But it seems like it's actually more of a subset than I actually thought it was. Yeah, the wording for some of this stuff takes a while to clear, partially because the PC don't know, partially because I think Mac makes tweets. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Your watch through is almost caught up with Super Geek Mike's. I know, we were just talking about it, especially because he was going to start going weekly, but now he may or may not be. So yeah, no, you're fine, Joshua. But yeah. I think you already suspected that Calamity was connected to Divergence. Yeah, I thought it was much like the thing that I'm picking up on here is that the Calamity are the battles before the Divergence and before the penance. Whereas I thought that Calamity was like all of it put together, but Matt is drawing a little line between that, like the calamity was before the divergence, whereas I thought it was like a more overarching thing. But also he might change it later. So
versions in which they separated from all their creations for good.
Where does Black Heart come from? Why did I write that down?
His heart was corrupted. I don't know where you wrote it down.
I wrote down Black Heart.
Maybe
Okay.
it was
Seemed like a thing.
It seemed important.
Sure.
Okay.
Because he was corrupted.
So we're
Okay.
fighting an archfey inside a tree.
Okay.
I don't know how to fight the tree, however. Okay.
We're gonna
Maybe
get the
it'd be good to
archfey out
find
of
out
the tree.
why
Get the archway out of the tree.
How or
So
why.
name.
Someone's going.
Maybe we can talk to it.
What's his name again? Sorry.
Saundor
Saundor.
was the
Maybe
name
if
you
we
were
call
given.
out.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, Albie. He might have changed it. Because that's why I paused right there, is because he was very much like, was he around in the Calamity? And Matt was like, well, the Calamity was before Divergence. But I thought it was more broad. But he also, again, he might change it later. So hard to know.
Up to him, he'll talk to us.
Maybe.
Maybe if we put Shorthalt forward.
You're so charming.
You are so charming.
Yeah, sure.
And you have so much good advice.
Hey, Saundor.
What if he was
Saundor,
betrayed
why
by
don't you
someone in the Feywild, and we found that thing, whether it was like a comrade or a
Well,
love?
that seems likely, but we have to turn over every stone in La La Land to find it.
Or we have to talk to him and find out, and maybe.
And you can talk to trees.
I can.
Yeah.
I can attempt to talk to the tree.
After
You
a
can
Combo?
Huh?
Scanlan.
Scanlan and Keyleth duo to talk to the tree?
What are we asking the tree?
In the morning.
Yeah, but what are we?
We're gonna try to talk to Saundor and say, you know, why are you acting this way?
Yes. How can we help you? How can we fix what?
Oh no! Look at his face. He looks. Bad idea.
I'm just enjoying you guys planning and plotting.
We're just gonna say, hey, Saundor, how can we help you?
Yeah. Like, how can we help you? Why are you hurting?
Please give us your bow. Yeah.
No. Don't even bring up the bow right now. Let's just try to like help him out.
So wait, are we here to cleanse the land? Is that what we're posing as? We're like missionaries?
I mean, if we did cleanse the land, that would be a wonderful
That'd
thing.
be great.
It would be a wonderful thing.
But we're also getting the bow.
The bow is a wonderful thing. I have a
just
pretty
wondering what
fucking
we're
cool
gonna
bow
say.
now. I don't even know if this new one is going to be as cool. You don't even know what Mythcarver does. Timestone knuckles aren't advancing at all. Who knows? Maybe this bow is shit, and the whole point of this is
I think
so
it'll
we
give
can
you
help
wings.
people.
You'll be able to fly.
Can't we just say that we're obsessed with the 100-foot fucking moving tree in the middle of the Feywild?
Maybe we just think it's really cool.
Yeah, no, we've come to talk to it. No bullshit.
We're fanboys.
Yeah, like we've heard tale, and it's
We
wonderful.
want to know what's up.
Great. That sounds like it's gonna end well.
Well, if he pulls an issue, then we kill it.
I am going to sleep. There's nothing that can be solved right now that cannot be solved over coffee and bacon.
We don't have bacon.
We go to sleep.
Chicken.
I am from chicken.
Chicken skin bacon.
Ooh, that actually sounds really good.
Actually sounds really good.
So perky.
All right.
You guys all taking your long rest?
Yes,
Yeah.
All right, you find
Now
your
I'm gonna knock on my sister's door before she falls
Oh
asleep.
shit! I'm
All
really
right.
tired. What's up?
Well, we don't get a lot of time to talk because everything is so fucked up. But you seemed really on edge, more than normal, than when we lived there before. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
Are you all right?
Yes. I don't know. It's the weirdest thing. I never realized how much it affected me until we actually were faced with it again. It was good, standing in front of him with everyone else, wasn't it?
He's not a concern for me anymore. I don't think fondly back on it. We have been on our plates, but I do care how he affects you, and there is no question how much it affected you when Percival made his offer in that room, and I was a little surprised. And I'm not trying to start an argument or anything like that, and I mean, I know why he did it. Of course, and every fairy within 1,000 miles of that room could see how deeply it affected you, and it surprised me. Because, look, if that makes you happy, it is to be embraced. And I'm certainly in support of anything that gives our father heartburn. But, I'm sorry, his offer, in your brother's eyes, is a bit like gilding the lily, or framing a sunset. You have always been the coolest person I've known ever, and you still are. You're already perfect, at least in your brother's eyes. And I guess I just hope you believe in you as much as I do. Because it's quite a bit.
Thank you. I mean, I can't give back the title. That would be kind
Well,
of
you're a
shit.
counselor now, I understand. That's
Baroness.
what you are.
Baroness. Make sure you say that.
All right.
Just a little bit cooler than before. Just a little.
Floats your boat, Stubby, but... just don't wuss out on me now.
I
All
won't.
right? You've always been stronger than me. I need you to keep doing that.
It's all an act, dear.
Bullshit. That's it.
I love you. Thank you.
Obviously, I love you too.
Go get some sleep. Your feathers are all ruffled.
All right.
All right, so as you separate and go find your own ways to go to rest, you guys find your way to your dreams for the evening, getting a full night's rest, HP resolved to full, spells returned, and we're gonna go and take a break. Welcome back, everyone. So we had a quick break. You guys coming to consciousness.
Ah! Oh my God, we had a quick break. Okay.
Take a break.
Oh my God, and I'm on a break. Ah! Okay, we're a little bit over a third of the way through, and the talking budget might be a little bit too big, honestly. Because, well, actually, no, we're at 4 hours out of 9.5, so maybe it's actually okay. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I think it might be a skosh too big. But, I mean, my voice is feeling fine. Honestly, my head and my stomach are feeling better than they were at the beginning of stream. So I think this is a push through kind of moment. Not even a push through. Just like continue enjoying the ride. I'm not even pushing through anything. It's pushing through more at the start of the stream than now. So I think we are good to keep going after the break. I am gonna take a small one, and then I'll be right back. So see you guys in a second. Get some water. Just go stretch the legs. Get up. Take a little bit of a walk. Hydrate or dihydrate, and I will be right back. See you in a second. What up? Hello. All right. Yeah, I think we're good, especially because I assume that the second half of the episode will have the combat. I am assuming that we will probably have a segment that I want to talk about a lot with however they interact with the Archfey. But then I also assume that a large portion of it will be combat, which we always go through way quicker. It's only 22:30 here, so we're making good time. Usually you only get to the break when I'm nearing midnight. Yeah, no. I think this is good. The main the main reason for worry is that the second half is so much longer than a normal second half, but we made good time on the first half, so I'm not worried. What combat? You heard their plan to ask him how they can help him. Right. Yeah, I'm sure that the crazy, insane Fae, Archfey will be very cooperative. And I'm so certain that this will have no bad consequences. Wait, is this not working? What the hell? Something's broken. Okay. Oh. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. I think I put the I'm pouring water, but I think I put the water thingy to where it was like flush against the ground, so it just like all sucked in from the pressure of the pump and like nearly broke. Transformative. Yeah, that was scary for a second. But we're good. We're chilling. Let's see. My players also try to talk to people I foreshadow as innately evil and mad. Yeah, it happens. You always kind of think that you can appeal to I think there's honestly a reasonable but also like kind of reinforced thing of like, oh well, we can like out logic them. We can outsmart them specifically because they're mad. Like, they see that as, like, I think they see it as almost like a weakness that they can exploit. And so they think, like, oh, we can just we can talk circles around the guy. It'll be no problem. Tree theory check-in? We had a tree theory check-in earlier in the episode, right towards the beginning. And it hasn't really changed since then. So I won't go back through that, but feel free to go back to the beginning. But I think it's within like the first hour, at least, maybe half an hour even. But I don't know, man. I'm not confident about that theory even, other than that the trees are connected. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. They assume mad means lemon grab. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that showing them, I think it's not like the most insane thing for them to assume, but it is also something that you can very easily disprove as a DM if you want to. Yeah. Our game this week starts with a big boss battle, an undead red dragon, end of an arc thing. Ooh, very, very fun. End of an arc, like a Draco Lich. This almost sounds like that's fun.
The next morning, freshly rested, the smell of some cooked chicken in the downstairs area and a little bit of chicken skin bacon.
Can I go knock on Percy's door upstairs just really fast? Percival?
Yes.
Sorry. Good morning. Oh, I forgot you're grumpy when you wake up.
It's all right. Good morning.
Look, Vax came and talked to me last night, and he actually reminded me of something that I to say to you, which is thank you, seriously. We haven't really had a moment to say anything, and
No.
really, what you did back in Singorn was more than I ever expected, and honestly, I don't know of any other time that someone has stuck up for me quite as much outside of Vax. So thank you.
You're welcome. And it's a lovely thing about a title, and I had one to give, is that it's, when used appropriately and properly, it's mostly there to remind you don't really need it.
Right. Question, though.
Yes.
Because I sort of realized, being a Baroness of Whitestone, that I literally my fealty and allegiance to you.
Yes.
All right.
Well, technically my sister, but yes.
Okay. Well,
That makes you feel a little better.
thank you, Grandsire de Rollo. And if there's anything you ever need in return, all you
Never
have to
do
do is
that again.
ask.
That was very weird. No, it was really, it was worth it to see the look on his face.
It was quite
It
wonderful.
was quite wonderful. No, and it worked out well because technically speaking, there's only really about 15 foot square that's actually standing that you are technically a baronry over, and at the moment it is currently a shrine to the Raven Queen, so that works out well.
Oh, that's what. So technically, we gave it to Zara, didn't we?
No, she's just fixing it up for us.
Okay, all right.
We did not give it to her. It's not, wasn't mine to give. Just the title.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And it doesn't change anything.
Good, that would be very strange.
It would. Although I imagine you're eventually going to become very unsufferable, but yes.
Only sometimes, dear.
Oh, you have to be, there's a thing, but we'll get to that later. There is a thing. I forgot there is a thing.
Does this have to do with the hunt?
Yeah, that's the thing. We'll get to that later.
Okay.
That's really, it's not important right now. That's if we survive, that would be very important, but right now it's not.
Not a given.
No.
We might die today.
We might.
I'm gonna get some coffee.
I think that's an excellent idea. Let me join you.
Breakfast served in a the central dining table.
I don't know why, but that was a. I'm gonna have to think about it more, cause I've obviously talked about the fuck around in the mansion sections, and maybe it was because it was kind of rooted in a more like grounded emotional role play. But even the end, to me, felt almost very SCP or like Acquisitions Incorporated of like, oh, well, might all die today. Let's go get some coffee. Like, and for whatever reason, I liked it. I don't know exactly what like made it different from me than like most of their RP in the mansion. But just that little segment of like, oh, that felt like how adventurers in this weird fantastical mansion that are in the middle of a bog, a magic bog, on another plane of existence, about to go fight a scary cancer tree. I don't know. All of it just felt like the right tone in a way that I didn't realize I was missing up until then. But it did feel like strangely like business as usual, but also, ooh. Yeah, that was, I don't know, that was fun. I like the honesty though. Yeah, oh yeah, that entire interaction was very, very, very fun between them in general. Yeah. It sounds like he and Matt have discussed what the titles really mean. Possibly. Possibly at this point. Yeah. I do wonder if Matt pulled Tal aside and said, Cassandra makes those decisions, right? Yeah. Nice Percy, mercy Percy. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I like that.
With no platters, no silverware.
Thanks, Grog.
It's a mansion. We're gonna be somewhere else.
The meals are just placed literally on the table.
Bare bones. I like it.
All right, eat up. Let's go.
You finish your meal. You guys have prepared yourselves. What do you do?
We go out into the world, right?
Bum rush the tree.
I have shoes for everybody.
Oh,
Yes.
those are
yeah.
terrible shoes.
They're off. Where?
We put the shoes on.
You're going to wear the
Shoes
shoes.
on.
Yeah, what describe them?
They're swap shoes. They're circular. They're like large circles, and then there's like a base connected to them. The whole thing's held together with ropes.
Kind of like snowshoes, but with more surface area.
I'm only wearing that if it helps.
It does. It will keep you from sinking in the muck. It will allow you to. You have to walk very slowly. You can't walk very quickly. And if things get hairy, you can cut them off. They're just wood and rope. They're not that complicated.
Basically, wood paddles on our feet.
Yes.
Fine.
Move like a giant frog.
Yeah.
We put the giant frog shoes on.
All right, you put them on. You guys exit the mansion.
I set Deathwalker's ward for necrotic.
Okay.
damage.
Product damage is set. Okay. As you guys emerge. Oh.
Wait.
You don't need them though. You're the one person who doesn't.
How long does protection against poison last? Oh, it's only an hour. Okay, so I don't want to cast it yet.
Okay.
I do.
I won't take that.
Maybe now we're going straight to the tree, right?
Well, are we still doing our...
Aren't you going to try to talk to it?
Yeah.
Talk to it, see what happens, and if everything goes terribly, we just retreat back to the mansion. It's not going anywhere.
Should any of us hide?
I'm going to keep back in the
I
tree
can only
line.
cast it on one person though, Caleb. I'm not as good with spells as you. So if you can do it to like multiple people, it might be good.
All right.
Do we have any fancy crystal
Fancy?
balls for Keyleth to crash up and feed us from?
What?
Crystal what?
Oh, like a fancy
The hero
Heroes Feast?
yeah.
I don't know if we have.
Never mind.
I don't think
No?
you have one.
I don't think we have one.
Just a
I
regular.
don't claim to understand anything.
We'd have to make that decision now while I'm learning my spells at the top of the day.
No,
Anyway, we're
Don't
down.
do
We
it.
should have done it last night if we were going to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
It's going to be fine. We're all going to die.
We're gonna-
All right.
How are you guys going to go talk to me? Just like walking?
The tree is just a door that hasn't been made yet. Remember.
Hang
We're
on,
doomed.
let me make sure here. That is true. That's an old verb.
Yeah.
That one.
Is it a Druish proverb?
It is a Druish proverb.
Thank you.
All right. So, you guys emerge from the mansion.
Yeah. Anyone want to go stealth or anything?
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
gonna be all of us.
Maybe
presenting ourselves?
we'll go. Well, can a tree see us? I don't know.
Yeah, I
Let's
don't
go
know.
stealth.
All
Why
right.
not? And you guys can go talk.
All right.
Roll stealth checks as you emerge from the mansion up into the boughs of the tree where you left the exit.
You don't think we're like perfectly on this tree's radar and going stealth is like insulting?
I'm kind of wondering if the
Oh,
tree
that's
has
kinda
like
true.
tremor
All right.
sense.
All right. you
All right,
know
all
what?
right. You're right. You're
You know
right.
what?
You're right.
Don't do stealth. I'll present us all as a group.
Okay.
All right.
All right. You emerge. Still the dusk light, you know, that kind of warm purplish orange, perpetual sunset below in the sky. The tree there remains. You glance out that little pocket where
Yeah.
the trees is filled once more. The trees now stand. The pocket is now done.
That's where the hole was. But it's not a hole anymore.
Make a perception check as you're looking.
That's good. That's good. 29.
29. About 3/4 of a mile further west from your current location, there is now a different in the canopy, similar size, but even further out that way.
Fuck. It's further away.
Well, that's good.
Trees fucking move. At least it's further away from us, and not closer to us.
Wait, is it the same like cap? Maybe it is something big blocking it. It's like an invisible field. I don't know. I don't know.
So, what's the plan?
We have no plan, so let's just walk right up. Me and Keyleth take tip of the spear, and we just walk right up to the base of the tree.
I'm gonna float on.
Alright, so
Remember him.
what's the marching order?
Scanlan and
At the front.
No, oh no.
Who's after them?
I'm in the middle.
All right, so Grog's up next.
Drink gets behind Grog.
It gets behind Grog already. Percy, Vac, so you guys holding up the rear?
Yes.
And you're in the room above.
I'm in.
I will say this is a good thing to take home because this might be something that you are aiming for intentionally, and it might be something that you are doing totally unintentionally, and thereby it's probably bad. But if you're doing it intentionally, it can definitely work. And I don't know which Matt is doing. I can't tell, so I'm going to assume it's intentional. But the like Scanlan saying like, oh, you know, we have no plan. Let's just walk right up to the tree. Me and Kayla tip of the spear. Like just being like, we have no plan. Fuck it. Let's just go fucking talk to it. Is very funny to me, but it's also, I think, kind of a result of Matt having made the Feywild so pervasively and consistently deadly and dangerous. It's a situation where like they don't interact with the hag, because they were warned directly that the hag was dangerous. They don't interact with the trolls. They don't interact with the trees. The trees fucking slough them off. They don't go towards the gap in the trees to investigate what that is. Matt has instilled this very consistent paranoia on their part. And like I said, I'm going to assume that it is purposeful because of how much it was done. We repeatedly got them saying Keela touched a flower and the world nearly ended. Yeah, that was the very first thing that happened when they got into the Feywild is Keela touched a flower and Percy went blind. Which honestly isn't that bad from like a mechanical standpoint, but from a like vibe and tone standpoint, incredibly impactful. And so I think that it is kind of putting them towards this mindset of like, well, we have no plan, but also there's no way. I don't think they feel like there is a way that is truly accessible for them to get more information to develop a plan. And I think that the reason it feels not accessible is because of all of the work that Matt has done consistently characterizing the Feywild as this incredibly dangerous locale. Now, if you are, say, doing a vestige hunt and you don't want your players to spend a shitload of time in the Feywild, but any individual thing might be okay for them to do, I think this is nailing it. Like, this is pushing them towards essentially a vestige boss fight with little to no information, which is fast, and it allows you to have an encounter that is potentially very obvious. Like, the conceit of the encounter is potentially very very obvious or very easy if they take certain actions to understand. Like maybe, I don't know, let's say, how would I, what would we say? Like say the tree has a certain pattern to it, to its actions and to its movements, that any regular denizen of the forest might know about, of like, oh, it does this and then it does this and then it does that. It does X, Y, then Z. And that is something that might be really interesting to uncover over the course of an encounter, over the course of this boss fight. But it is something that like would be extremely obvious to anyone living in the area. So you don't really want Vox to talk to anyone in the area without paying a substantial cost. So like maybe they could have gone and talked to Wodena and found out about this very core part of the final encounter, but they would have had to pay some sort of cost to her potentially. And so you have a bit of a trade-off, and Matt can exact a fairly high cost for that since he has put in all of the work to foreshadow the extreme danger of this locale. However, if you're doing that on accident, right? If you're not meaning to set up this like danger and this friction, then you can see they're not picking up the hooks that he's putting down. He has been giving them consistent hooks that they are not taking up. And I think very reasonably so. He's made everything seem very, very dangerous. And again, if you don't want them to pick it up, you can now make the world feel full without worrying that they're going to pick too many of these up. So I think that it's a general concept that Matt is using well here, but it's definitely one that I think has to be used intentionally. And and that I think he is using it intentionally, but it's definitely one that you can accidentally fall into on accident, and then you're like, why aren't they? They're so paranoid. Why aren't they going and talking to any of my people? You know. Blindness is a great temporary out of combat condition. It does nothing now, but you can easily imagine how much it would suck to happen at the worst time. Absolutely, precisely. Yeah, it was a great thing to apply to Percy if you want it to feel very dangerous. I've noticed that at high level, the combat risk swings so wildly that even as we're super powerful, my party feels almost more scared to act sometimes. Yeah, it can. Well, and I've talked about how like the reason that LR has to exist is because multi-combatant encounters become so strange. Like if you have a multi-combatant, like say you have a party of 4 level 16s, right? You have a party of 4 level 16 PCs. In order to have like a balanced combat, you have to make the other side of this equation a total of CR 16. Ideally, that 16 CR is spread evenly over 4 monsters, but that would result in 4 CR4s? What? A level 16 party is going to steamroll that. So then instead you have like 1 CR like fucking like 13. Am I getting my CR math right? It's additive, right? Am I going crazy? It's additive. I had this very sudden doubt because I haven't actually run a D&D encounter in like a year and a half. I've been doing bit D or nothing. Wait, yeah, I just looked at it, I'm like, it is not. How, because a CR1 is meant to take on a party of 4 level 1s, and I know that they revamped the CR calculations in Xanathar's. But how does the base one work? It's not additive, like I'm explaining it. Or you use action-oriented monsters, right? Creating adventure environments, treasure, combat? Is it in combat? Kinda. It's complicated. Well, so I know that it gets even more complicated in Xanathar's because you have to start taking the number of combatants into account, which is fair. You need to do that. You know what? Let's just go look at Xanathar's because that is the most complete version of the balancing. Where's Xanathar's? Oh, it's an X. What am I doing? Let's see. Downtime, revisited, sleeping, tying knots, encounter building. So, determine numbers and challenge rating. So this is against a solo monster. If your encounter features multiple monsters, balancing takes a little bit more work. Refer to the multiple monsters table, which are broken up by level ranges for information on how to balance encounters. Isn't it broadly additive, though? We can see the first level. That first level character is equivalent to 2 CR1/8 and 2 CR1/4. Or 1 CR1/4. Yeah, okay. That is what I thought. I forget wherever there are tables in the DMG and Xanathar's. They say both pictures, yeah. I think... Aha, yeah, multiple monsters. So, if you are going at character level 1, and this becomes a 5-to-1. And I think that this is all supposed to be not deadly encounters, but it's supposed to be standard encounters. So at second level, you want 1-to-1 for 1/2. That makes a lot of sense. But you can see that it's Oh, it's page 82 of the DMG. It's a shit show telling you to balance through a total XP plus multiplier based on the number of monsters. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, but the number of monsters, I believe in the DMG, I would have to, oh no. Now do I have to go and look that up? Either way, I want to see, yeah, at 16th level. It's so funny that like 7 remains 1-to-1 all the way up, which is very funny to me. But yeah, in general, the balancing gets a lot weirder because the additive CR is, or the additive XP that Theshel mentioned is what normally gets translated into just add all the CRs together. But that really doesn't work when you start having party members like PCs that can do incredibly powerful attacks just like that. You start being able to like one-shot lower CR creatures. So you really can't treat, like when the party is level 16, anything below like CR5 is going to get one-shot. So it starts to be very difficult to actually run multiple combatant encounters, because even one CR13, which a party of level 16s is going to handle no problem, is going to be, because of like single target disabling effects. That CR13, you can add quite a bit of lower CR monsters to this without it really modifying anything. Like even this is basically the same encounter. Just because of how much more powerful level 16s are. This encounter is going to run roughly equivalent to the original encounter. Because there are just so many powerful high damage spells and AoE spells that can just take out broad amounts of lower CR stuff, but you can't put too many high CR stuff. Like, you are still aiming for that general goal of CR 16, however you manage that. So you can't put in like a CR 13 and like a CR 10. This, well, actually, I mean, against level 16, this might... Actually, no, this is probably wiping the level 16s. But it's hard. It gets sticky at this point. It gets sticky at those higher levels. You have to refer to encounter builders. I refer to encounter builders almost every time I build a high level encounter. I have a good enough sense at this point to where building lower level ones is kind of whatever. But I have to refer to an encounter builder every single time, because I also am trying to work in environmental dangers and aspects to where the encounters at high levels get so wobbly that I like have to consult multiple to make sure that they're all telling me that this might be okay. And even then, sometimes it's not. Which is just kind of the it's kind of the overall risk when you get so high up there. But yeah, all that is to say, I agree with you, Sarah. It's the risk swings so wildly because, and this is my opinion, because one-shotting becomes so much more doable. Single target disabling spells are so much more prevalent. And AoE spells are so much stronger. A lot of spells that used to be single target become AoE, or at least become like multi-target. So the PCs, their abilities do not like scale linearly, but that means that using lower leveled stuff becomes like all of the balancing gets so much weirder. Yeah. One fight we nearly died to a dragon in its lair because of poor planning, then 3 sessions later killed 2 dragons at once over the ocean. Yup. And environment is incredibly important. It plays an incredibly important factor, and there's no environmental ratings system in D&D, so you can't, at least by the book, it gives you incredibly vague instruction. I want to take that back. I actually do think that the DMG gives you some resources for how to balance traps into encounters, because you can translate a trap into a certain CR, I think, based on its damage. And DC, you can translate it to a certain XP value or a certain CR, and so then you can work that in. But broad environmental stuff like high ground and cover, none of that gets factored into a CR calculation. Which is tough. So it makes building especially interesting environments at higher levels even more challenging. So we're cautious. I think we talked about paranoia, R.E. Gilmore's betrayal. Yeah, we did. Yeah. But yeah, the whole additive thing is based on the total XP stuff in Theshel. Yeah. Where you can like broadly add CR values together, but then CR values don't scale, so you actually have to go back to XP at a certain point. It's a fucking mess. It's an absolute mess. Yeah. Truthfully, it's not a science. Different character builds will have different ways to balance. Also that it is truly, at lower levels, you can relatively science it out. But I'd say especially past 10th level, but maybe even past 5th level, it starts getting a little bit arts rather than science. And there's still ways to fuck it up and to get weird with it, yeah. For 16th level, medium, 1 CR16, 2 CR9, 3 CR7, 4 CR6. Yeah, you can see how much you have to start really scaling it up at the bottom end. And even those CR6s are probably going to end up being relative fodder, but they're going to do a ton of damage in the meantime, which if you have this many combatants, how many total would that be? 6, 10? If you have 10 combatants and you have fucking 7 CR7 and 6s running around, they'll swarm the wizard. They can probably just kill the wizard. 1, maybe 2 turns. So it gets incredibly tough. Especially if you want it to be smaller combatant numbers, more single combatants, yeah. Encounter design does not end when the fight starts. Absolutely. Yeah. He says he has no qualms about reducing HP if he thinks he made it too hard. Monster HP, that is. Yeah, that's why I'm a huge proponent of fudging. I would call that fudging, and I'm a proponent of it. Because as you get higher and higher up, it becomes harder to know if your encounter is too hard or too easy. You can consistently just design encounters that you think are fine, but wind up being way too hard because of some very niche thing that you didn't think about. And so, yeah, I have absolutely no qualms about fudging a combat to the difficulty that I originally wanted it to be. If I wanted it to be deadly, I still want it to be deadly. I want it to be challenging and to really get at the players. But if I wanted it to be deadly and I made it on accident fucking Fires of Mordor nuke level powerful, I'm gonna reduce it a little bit. This is why I don't want to DM. Look, go lower. The lower levels are not nearly as tough on this. Anything below 5, not nearly as tough, and most things below 10, not nearly this tough. They do still have some art rather than science to them. But I think this is a non-negligible part of the reason that campaigns start falling off. It becomes harder to balance high level. DMs get more burnout. It's a high level D&D is just more difficult to run than low level D&D. For a multitude of reasons, but just this being one of them. Yeah. I appreciate when the GM has the judgment to fudge adjust on the fly. That's good trust. Yeah. And it's still, as I always say, it shouldn't be you should try and keep it not clear to the players. Like, I don't think that like fudging is something you want them to like consistently be aware of. But it is definitely something that like I'm never, if a player at my, if like a new player that I was playing with for the first time was like, I don't want you to ever fudge, and if I ever even get a sniff of it, I'm going to be mad, I would probably tell them that we're incompatible at a table. I reserve the right to fudge. I try not to do it, truly. I think when I talk about this, sometimes people think that I like doing it. I really try to just like go with the prep. But if I have not properly foreshadowed something, I have not given the players the information they should have for a combat of that type, then I fudge it, you know? Maybe I should link the Matt Colville fudging video in the Discord. Yeah, totally. I kind of messed this up during my first time as a DM. I stuck too close to the written HP and with 4 level 10 characters, and it was against 1 adult green dragon. It was too easy. Yeah, it absolutely could be too easy. Yeah. I really like Ryan Immel's homebrew, or I guess, I don't know, less of a homebrew, more of like a strategy. But he looks at the minimum and maximum health that a monster could have, and he just says it will die sometime in there. Like, it's like the minimum and maximum. And then within those HP values, like the HP values you could roll if you were rolling for HP on the monster, if it's within those values, he picks the coolest and most dramatic time. Because if he was rolling for it, he could have gotten that value. So I think it's a good, that's a solid strat if you want to kind of protect yourself from maybe the more obvious fudgings, or maybe ones that it's easier for players to pick up on. I think that range strategy is really solid because it is all theoretically possible. If you are rolling for monster HP, as long as it's above the minimum, it could have been anywhere within there that you could have rolled. So I find that to be a good, solid form of quote-unquote fudging that is very hard for the players to ever notice, but also gives you a lot of power to fine-tune the encounter as it goes, you know? I pretty much have to double every single creature's HP I throw at my 13th level party. They fought 2 ex-Balers with double HP and extra arachnomancy stuff last session. I mean, doubling HP is definitely the default, or I think a solid default modification, because monsters are meant to have more HP, players are meant to deal more damage. So if fights are feeling too easy, just rolling up the HP is a solid strategy. The only thing you risk there is the fights going too long. But if the fights are going too long, there are ways around that. So yeah, I think it's a solid strategy. Yeah. If I want it to be deadly, yeah, it's all about setup and expectations and also what risks the party elects to take on. Yeah, I don't want them to run into a TPK if I did not thoroughly foreshadow that it was going to TPK them. I never want them to accidentally walk into that. I always, like, if they choose to take on ludicrous risks, that's fine. I will absolutely let them fight things that they're not ready for, but I want to make it very clear to them that they're not ready. Or if I didn't have like a scripted escape, essentially. which I very rarely do. I don't like scripting ends of combats. To be fair, the rogue found a way to do a lot of damage in a short amount of time. It didn't quite work, but the plan was still good. That's yeah. But even so, it can be tough to manage that. Yeah. Our GM said I don't fudge numbers 2 years ago, but time has made him a liar or aspirational. Sometimes he adds or removes enemy count too. Yeah. I will also say that another solid strat that I have found is doing phased combat, where combats I get slightly harder as the combat goes on. So like new enemies coming into the fray, bloodied conditions that change the capabilities of certain monsters. If you have like a phased combat, you can choose based on how the first phase went. Before you start the second phase, you can nerf it ahead of time. If the beginning was too hard, or if the beginning was too easy, you can buff the second phase. And so then you are having this pre-planned change that you can foreshadow all to hell. But then you can play with the numbers ahead of time based on how the first phase went to make sure that the encounter leans more towards what you wanted it to be. Without them ever having an opportunity to see that something was different, you know? So that's also a strategy that can be used, but it's tough. I think that players should not know about fudging in specific. Like, you should never, as a DM, say, yeah, that dragon was overcooked. We'd have killed it if I didn't. Oh, yeah, never. Never. No. Yeah, I would never tell my players, like, oh, yeah, I doubled that enemy's HP. I halved that enemy's HP. Let the mystery speak for itself. Keep the curtain closed. Yeah. Unless the knowing is funny. There's some weighing to it, but yeah. Oh yeah, that's a great strat. Yeah. And I made the same mistake a second time with a Hydra. The same characters nearly one-shot the Hydra. I'm definitely not going to make that mistake when I DM again. Once we can all be together again. Yeah. And I mean, adding more enemies, playing with weaknesses, playing with resistances, that can all help. Adding a resistance to a monster can effectively increase its HP by adding strategy. So you can give it, say, resistance to the weapon damage type of, your rogue potentially, but not of, the other people in the party. So now the rogue has to kind of play around that, where it's like, oh, this thing still has pretty low HP, but I'm presenting a very specific challenge to the rogue. They're going to have to find another thing to do in the combat, or they're just not going to be as useful this combat. So you've essentially added health to it. But if they play smart and they play strategic, they might still be able to kill it very, very quickly by playing around its weaknesses and its resistances. But resistances can also be sometimes tough to narrate and tough to tough to communicate to the players in a satisfying way. So there is that slight caveat there. I did my first time DMing at level 3. I read that as when I was 3. And I was like, whoa, holy shit, you are an advanced 3-year-old. And that was fine for me. It was also pre-written, which is a good start. Yeah, pre-written's a good start, because you can normally look up reviews, which will say if the encounters felt balanced, all that. And level 3 is solid. I'm personally a proponent of level 1 or level 2 being the best start for a campaign, but I have no problems really with XP to level 3, the channel or the concept. I have seen people start at level 5. I think that's too high, but level 3 is solid. Schrodinger's bottle of greater healing. Yeah. What do you mean, the hand of the DM? Of course, my T-Rex pulls out a superior healing potion and judges. Yeah, exactly.
I'm on the broom, yes.
All right, got it.
I actually think I want to tail Grog. Please, thank you.
I'll take the rear then.
Okay, so Percy's at the rear. Vax and Trinket are both right behind Grog as you guys push forward. You touch down into the swamp, the actual thickness of the morass. Moving forward very slowly with the swamp shoes. Grog, you get 2 steps before they break under your weight.
Good.
We tried.
I take them off.
Okay. But the rest of you, it does help. You are not sinking. Your progress is very slow, slower than it was previously when you were already at half speed, but you aren't breaking the surface of the actual substance. It is sticky, and you have to pull it forth, and it is tension put on the ropes. But for the most part, most are light of foot, and it's not a huge issue, except for you. Trinket's just up to his elbows, just through the water.
Does he look miserable?
He's not enjoying himself.
Do you want to go in the crystal? Okay.
He just keeps pushing forward.
All right, I'm scooching his ears while we walk. It's making it.
Thank you.
You push onward. It's not too far of a distance. It takes you about 10-15 minutes to reach the very base of the tree where you had previously kind of scoped out. The large roots climb up 10-12 feet before merging with the base of this large tree. Maybe at this point you can look at it now. Tall thought at the distance. It's roughly 80 to 100 feet in width and probably over 150 to 200 feet tall. It is just a thick,
huge-ass tree.
giant tree.
As we approach, I take a little of the muck, and I'm going to draw a little tree on my forehead, and on Keyleth's forehead as well. If you'll allow
What are
me.
you drawing?
Just like a little mud tree on your forehead.
Oh,
Not a penis at all.
yeah.
All right.
How is my mud tree?
That's kind of like a dick.
Scanlan!
Don't worry, it's for a good cause.
You step up to the heavy roots there and the mass of vines that are all clustered and matted together. What do you do?
Should we fan out? Just in a
Yeah, so we kind of
a little
like
bit.
branched. We just spread out of that.
Okay, so you guys spread out a little bit.
Are we trying to talk to it first?
Yeah.
Yeah. Talk to it. Charming.
I call out to it. Saundor! Saundor, hear us! We are your devotees! We have come to pay homage and respect to you. We follow your ways and your teachings.
And I make myself to look like the tree dick on my forehead.
We wear your mark on our heads to show respect. Please show us your power and grant us your blessings.
Long absence of sound following your statement. A couple of small vines as part of that knotted mass kind of twist tighter and then relax. Does not appear to be any sort of reaction beyond that.
I cast Speak with Plants.
All right.
Just repeat.
Are you waiting for me?
You imbue plants within 30 feet of you with limited sentience and animation, giving them the ability to communicate with you and follow your simple commands.
Saundor. Can you hear me?
Question 1.
There is no response.
I am Keyleth from the Air Ashari. Druids of... Are you still present?
This low, cracking, creaking sound of heavy wood on wood fall begins to slowly emerge in your head. It just says, "I am here."
We would like to see your heart.
What?
Wow. Straight to
Straight
it.
up,
Straight
just
to
right
it.
in.
Just go straight for.
There's a
I want to
pause.
spend the night with you.
You hear, and you notice the vines, some are pulling and snapping, while others begin to slowly pull apart. That giant mass of vines that are clustered between two of the large roots that merge the tree begin to untangle and fall free, revealing what looks to be a slowly opening pathway into the tree itself. You now see what looks to be about 4.5 feet tall and about 3 feet wide, a tunnel, like a crack in the bark itself that disappears into darkness deep.
No.
Me and my fellow companions are coming in.
No. This is just
Coming
stupid.
in?
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, how big is
I go in first.
Wait, you're going
What?
in?
You're just going in?
4.5. You said
going in.
4.5 feet.
4.5 feet tall and about 3 feet wide.
In.
Well, you're gonna have to practically crawl to get through there.
Not
Dog.
this guy.
You can fit in there.
but you're gonna have to crawl.
Army crawl.
Can Trinket fit through?
It's gonna be a squeaker.
Put
Is he like
Frank is
Pooh
gonna
Bear?
have to get down and like.
You got Pokeballs.
I know. I can just put him in the crystal and then
do that too,
I'll
yeah.
put him in the crystal for now.
Okay. Trying to get into slumber.
Want to stay
Well,
outside?
you can do it.
Not normally a.
Turn your shoulder. And...
Buck, 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 buck.
Why don't you pour some Crisco out of that magic jug of yours and lube up?
Yeah, oil yourself
Winnie
up
the
real
Pooh you
good.
through.
Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is slippery. Butter.
This is Sparta. Come on.
Bother.
Going in, I'm going in.
I don't know why I spurged that. All right, so marching order. Who's going in first?
Me.
And me
Keyleth,
second.
then Scanlan. Who's going in after them?
I am.
Then me behind him.
Vex,
And me.
Percy, and then finally Grog.
Grog.
Right.
At the rears this time, Grog.
So,
Here comes the general.
as you begin to make your way into this entrance to the tree,
Oh no, we're so dumb.
the scent catches you as soon as you step 5-10 feet into the darkness.
Smells like fart.
It's metallic, iron-like, sharp, acrid, uninviting. As you step inside and your hand touches the inside of the entranceway, Keyleth, as soon as your fingers make contact with the slick, there's an image that flashes in your head.
Oh god.
The whispers. The whispers.
Oh no.
My gosh.
Don't hit that.
Watch
that. That was just so
boy.
bad.
Oh boy.
Just smack his ass.
Ordinarily, I would plug loot here, but it's too tense.
Way too tense
It's
to
too
talk about
tense
all
to
the
talk
wonderful
about.
things that Loot Crate will send you every month.
Yeah, I'm too nervous to remember the $3 a month discount that you would get by signing up with the
I
Loot
believe
Crate.
that's lootcrate.com/crates.
I can't even
No,
think
it's
about that.
/critical role, and I'll
Crates
take
will
you to
just
the
show you
grave.
everything you can have.
We're not alone.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
There's creatures?
He's watching us.
Saundor?
As you're saying this, your hands following the side, and it opens up again. About 5 feet of walking before the tiny tunnel opens up into an interior chamber.
I hope he's watching. We just crawled in this tree, ain't us?
Trainus?
I'm Matt.
Yeah.
Saundor. Since you're leading us straight to you.
Nothing.
How about we hit the wall?
Okay. This is not even really spoilers for Outer Wilds, but it is talking about a particular path in Outer Wilds. But me and Paige were playing Outer Wilds yesterday, or I was watching her play, and there's a like a sort of puzzle path that you have to go down, or that you have to take to get to a certain place, and it's in a cave, and the cave is slowly filling with sand, and there is a point within this path. So you're in the cave, you're going along the path.
Take a break.
Oh, okay, I'll do it really quick before we take a break. You're going along the path, and then there's a small pit here, and then a small incline here. It's honestly not even that extreme. But there's a small pit, and then a little bit of an incline, and then there's a hole up there. And this hole is what the sand is falling through. And the sand is falling at such a degree and to such a speed that you cannot get through it to get through the sand fall, I suppose. But as the sand slowly fills this up, once the sand fills it up enough to touch the ledge, you can just walk straight through. And I was watching her play this, and I was like, oh my god, this little contraption is genius. Because there is the rest of this cavern right here is a series of very time intensive, as like the sand's filling up around you. You have to make rights and lefts, and you have to make decisions. You have to do things under time pressure. And the game makes absolutely sure that you cannot get in here until the sand is at a certain height. The sand is just filling up all the time in these caves, but it makes sure that you can't get to this part of the tunnel until it is at a certain point. You can't speed run to get there. And I was like, oh man, that's so genius. That can ensure that, you only have like a very specific type of experience in it. They can ensure the tension. And that is kind of what I think Matt has done. To wrap it into the like making everything in the Feywild so dangerous, that is essentially what Matt is doing, is this sort of thing. Is he is discouraging them or heavily penalizing them for essentially getting through into the tunnel too quickly. By making everything around them so dangerous, so that once they do get to the tree, he can craft the experience that they're going to have very specifically. It's a way to not necessarily railroad, but get railroad adjacent. It is a way to craft an experience and feel relatively confident that they're going to experience the experience exactly how you planned, or if they don't, you give them like positives and negatives. So it's like, okay, maybe you know a little bit more, but there's this negative. Like you maybe have to sign like a fucking blood deal with Wodenna, the witch. If she's going to help you, if she's going to give you some information, essentially let you through the waterfall early, she's going to take half your oxygen. She's going to take half your fuel. She's going to make you get an extra thing. She's going to make you do extra tasks in this new side of the tunnel. There's something on top of it. And normally that might feel a little bit over the top, a little bit overbearing, but because everything has been established to be so dangerous, I think it works and it fits. Now, I don't think you want to do this all the time. I think this works really well for a contained vestige hunt. I don't think that, like, the dragons should be handled in this way. Or the Briarwoods, or anything like that. But I think it works really good for this sort of bite-sized anthology type story. It also could have worked for the hunts in Vasselheim, I think, where you are having these miniature experiences that then kind of form together into a grand tapestry or allow you to do other things in more interesting ways. This type of, maybe we'll call it sand railroading or sand roading. Sand railing? Ooh, no, we don't want to talk about railing sand. Sand routing, we'll call it. This sort of sand routing, I think, is good for more contained stories. And that's exactly what this vestige hunt is. So I like it a lot. Whispers. This is why I fucking hate familiar scouts. Well, that's fair. That's fair. I think that familiar scouts, you know, there's something very easy to be said about a familiar scouts. You know, they have very little HP, so they're very fragile. If the warlock ones that can go invisible, you can have some true sight stuff, and people can still detect things that are invisible. It's just harder. But in general, familiar scouts do result in the party having much more information. So I think it's good to either, within the same campaign, just in like different encounters, it's like you can either lean into it and allow them to gain information that is incredibly useful during prep, or you can lean away from it and you can set up filters that you are almost assured you can feel very confident are going to kill the familiars or turn them away. Because they will get you more information. That's absolutely fair. Yeah. I can hear Anakin Skywalker screaming in the distance, sand railing. What do you mean they have Vax? So true. Vax is just their familiar scout, yeah. But in general, scouting is an interesting concept in how much you lean into it versus not. I really like leaning into scouting. Oh, lol, I'm stupid. I really like leaning into scouting. I like giving the players very distinct but incomplete information. I think it's very fun. It also helps really focus their planning. But it can get too chaotic. It can get where they get a little bit too cocky with their familiar, and then they essentially alert the enemies, which can fuck with the stealth. And it can feel like you're punishing them, even though you're not. It's tough. Sand, it's coarse, it's rough, and it gets anywhere. It gets everywhere. Not like you. Only you can't find familiar and bring Vex back. True. Exactly. So it's more risky with him. But yeah, I don't know. Stealth or just in general scouting is something where I like to place very helpful pieces of information so that like scouting is valuable. But I also like to make scouting incredibly risky. I want it to be where if like the scouting fails, the party's in a worse position. So they're essentially having to balance, do we want / need more information, or do we want to go in there and get the element of surprise? Yeah. Clearly Vax should be made Kiki's familiar. Clearly.
No, we're trapped in the tree.
I will time and just say, Saundor, we are Saundorites here to pay homage to you. Please show yourself and make us feel your presence.
Are you guys still entering?
Oh,
Stopped?
Saundor, we're walking forward. We're walking
we're
forward.
going in.
So you all eventually make your way into the space.
I look at Scanlan and wipe the tree dick off my forehead.
It's pitch black in here, by the way. Percy, you see nothing. The rest of you have some semblance of dark vision here, and you can see the interior of here. It is wall-to-wall vines, heavy roots. You are definitely on the inside of the tree, this portion of it, a giant hollow chamber. You can see it kind of lifts up entangled webs of these branches and smaller, long dead trees jutting out inside, like smaller actual physical trees within the tree. As you all enter, the little bit of light behind you, Grog, begins to shrink. And you look over your shoulder as the entrance you came through slams closed and you're all left in darkness.
We're just stuck in a tree.
Well, he fucked it up.
The smell gets stronger and stronger. At that point, as Grog, you kind of pull your way through and you're all standing kind of shoulder to shoulder in this dark space. This one kind of singular sort of tree root that's sticking up in the center in two different places. This thin, reedy voice begins to echo through, sourceless. It says, I know you. The moment you touched my sickness, I knew you. At this moment, small patches of blue fungal.
Shit, I didn't take the 5 break. Fuck, I gotta go do that. I gotta keep myself on because I was just thinking to myself, man, I kind of have to pee. How do I have to pee so quickly? I went right through the break. Shit. So I'm gonna be right back. Gonna take a quick little 3-minute break. Pee, stretch my legs, and then we will be right back. right. Hello, what up? I think we're right back to it. Making good progress. We're like half of the way through. We're a little bit less than half of the way through the budget. A little bit more than halfway on the estimated stream time. But I think that these things might even out. We'll have to see by the end of stream. But I'm feeling confident about it.
Clusters begin to in the room. Areas within the vines and the ground just spring to life, and this dull blue glow begins to fill the room with very, very low light. Just make out shapes. You can see a lot of the vines are just slowly shifting around you. The walls are not still. That little bit of movement you occasionally catch, it is perpetual inside here, like it's this constant churning mass of living tree. You look up and you can see all the branches come and mat together into this giant kind of conical ceiling, where a number of vines drip down and just hang, hundreds of them. You see the vines are slowly coalescing in the center of this upward kind of pinnacle, slithering one into the next like 1,000 slithering snakes. The voice comes out again. Why do you come here, children of the lost? What purpose brings you to Saundor's madness and pain?
We've come to help you.
The mass in the ceiling separates ever so slightly, and you watch as 2 feet descend from this strange apex. You now see the feet are a full creature, held aloft by connected tendrils of black plant matter, come emanating from the back and shoulders as it slowly descends from the ceiling. A thin, elf-like individual, their body comprised of hundreds of small plants, leaves, and thorns. The only semblance of flesh you see across the face is the nose, the eyes, and the mouth. The rest of it just slowly giving way to a similar nest of plant-like type vines that completely fill the exterior of this room. It slowly touches down its feet, hitting the ground. And as it does, the tendrils all detach and withdraw back into the ceiling, leaving it there, arms to its side, its head down, its face comes up. Its eyes immediately open with this bright yellow glow that kind of bathes you. You see the form, the edges of all of your allies now even being framed by this light that's just pouring forth from its face.
I bow.
Follow suit.
Sure, I'll bow as well.
You all bow before this creature. You bow? All right.
I stand as well.
All right. You all come here, but one of you is the reason. He looks straight towards you. The light focuses and narrows from his eyes. Sweet, broken Vexalia, unwanted daughter, unproven ally, selfish and cruel. You drive those you would call family into danger, and death for your own gain. I understand you. There's a softness and sadness to the face as he takes one step in your direction. You are lost without form, without knowing who you are, child. You stand shattered by expectation, presenting an illusion of confidence. Behind it, you never bloodied girl, dagger in hand, body at your feet. You are a killer, run as you may. The tears you cry are not in vain, my sweet, my dear Aria. You can rise above your trembling destiny. I have lived 1,000 years and a day. I have seen many things. I can grant many gifts.
Are we still pretending to like this fuck?
Nope.
I don't want anything you offer.
You mistake My intent is not to hurt, but to understand. I see lots of my youth in you. We are not as different as you may think. You have things I do not. Companionship. I have been without for so very long. And the ones I've let in have hurt me so very deeply. His eyes actually cast away for a second and he steps back into place. It almost seems to like his confident form withdraws into this almost hanging, sad position.
You've been betrayed.
We all have in some degree, yes.
Is that why you are what you are now?
I don't even remember. I just know that I'm alone and she left me there.
She? Who is she?
Memories have faded. I just want someone to understand me. That's all. Can you understand me?
Saundor. I understand.
Is there trust in you? His form steps forward once more, his head tilted, looking at you curiously.
You want to be loved.
I wish a bond, a companion more. Would you embrace me? Embrace your rebirth. I could give you so much.
Thanks, Sonia.
I will give you the means to protect them. Your home.
What would you ask in return?
Your heart.
My heart is someone else's. And I pull my bow.
He withdraws a moment. The tendrils whip out again and it's connecting to his back. And he's pulled aloft, back further in. All I ask is one who knows my pain. What is your answer?
I release the arrow.
One attack.
I'm sorry, I feel so guilty about it.
Attack.
You just wanted a kiss and you shot him.
The dick. 25.
All right, go ahead and roll damage.
He's a lonely guy.
16.
No respect for anyone.
16 points of
Yeah.
piercing damage.
Black diarrhea out of the tree.
That was the word.
Percy, or not Percy, Taliesin, I have no respect for we're not so different, you and I. Such iconic moment. She said the thing. She said the thing. Huh. It's very interesting. It turns The black iron fae living the sludge tree is a nice guy. Yeah, I'm just sort of I'm processing it. Yeah, if only it would have been real nice if the CR audio had been good during this one. Cuz I'm debating in my head what if anything else, this is this is a Vex arc. Like the Archfey at the end of all of this is it's the big boss saying, "Hey, you're the reason that they're all here. I'm going to talk to you directly." So it's very clearly about her. But it's strange because the thing that he is offering is an assuagement of her conscience if she feels a lot of empathy for him. He is basically saying, I have been betrayed. Hey, you also seem like a lot of bad shit's happened to you. Hey, that's so crazy. Isn't it crazy how much bad shit has happened to all of us, to both of us? And then she's like, I'll give you the means to protect them. But that's also the thing that they're already here for, separate from him. And he is not. And so it's either like, hey, it's kind of like if you could go and kill a demon or the devil for $1 million. And then the devil was like, hey, but what if I give you a lot more money? What if I give you a lot more money instead? And it's like, well, I don't know. I don't really trust you, my man. And I could get $1 million for killing you. And he's saying, I'll give you the means to protect them. And this isn't me necessarily critiquing it. It's me trying to understand, because it might not have been meant to accomplish the thing that I think it is. So I'm trying to kind of like break it down in my head. So it's like the reward is weird other than the empathetic aspect, but then he's the one threatening Singorn, I guess potentially her friends, theoretically. But he's also like, hey, let's team up. I swear I won't threaten them. I will actually protect them. So I don't know. I don't see a ton of reason to take the deal, is the thing. I don't see a lot of reason to take the deal because there's not much. Yes, everything has been established to be hostile and deadly, but also it's been established to be like handleable. Like they handled the pixies. They handled the Feycroc. So it's like, yeah, it's risky to an extent, but it's also like, and I guess he's like theoretically on a different level. But this is also kind of a like a meta game knowledge of like, oh, they fucking defeated the Sphinx, they cleared out the Raven Queen Temple, defeated the weird beholder that was in there. Like, it's the end of a vestige hunt. So far, they've been able to defeat all of the vestige guardians. And so there's kind of this meta aspect of they know that they should be able to defeat him. So if there's not a really good reason to take the deal, I don't know why she would, is the thing. That's kind of where I'm at. I don't know. I do find this hard pass at Vex a little much. I wish Matt had given her some dream visits or something to lead up to the personal connection there. Yeah, maybe. Or if he could poke at her a little bit more specifically, or if we had a more developed sense of what he could do for her that no one else could. Like, I need, like, more temptation. Because right now it just feels kind of like generic power, but like an abstract amount of more. You know, he's just like many gifts, and it's like I don't know. She has a desire to the bow, but there's no connection from Saundor to her. It needs a more personal foreshadowing. Yeah, like if he could do something hyper specific and he tempted her with that, and the alternative is just the bow, which is just like a generic power up. If he could do something really, really specific, that'd be something. But I don't even know. One of the problems is that I don't know anything specific enough that Vex wants other than generic power. So I think that's why he just offered abstract generic powers, because that's kind of the majority of what he wants. Especially he phrased it as protect. I can give you the power to protect everyone. But also it's like Singorn doesn't really need protecting. It's chilling. The party's fine most of the time. Like, they have accomplishments that they want to accomplish, but like if they decided to peace out, they kind of just could. If they decided to let the Prime Realm rot under the Chroma Conclave, there's nothing really stopping them. So it's not even like they really need protection. Yeah, I don't know. There was almost zero hints about this narrative choice. Yeah. I guess to pause, as what this is different from what you expected. It is different. It is substantially different from what I expected. I thought it was going to play on her actual desires. She desires Fenthras. I thought it was going to play on that, but it did not. It makes perfect sense to me as long as both the party and the NPC think there's a chance of him winning the fight. I mean, I guess that's the thing is, like, maybe they consider it possible that he'll win the fight. I haven't seen any evidence of that other than that the tree is big. But I mean, they've killed dragons. I don't know. And like, he hasn't been such a threat that Singorn is even worried about him. They're like, that's dangerous. Don't go into the Shade Merc. But also, they're not like needing to preempt anything. They're like, yeah, we can just kind of leave him there. He's fine. So yeah, I haven't seen a huge. I think maybe if there was a sense that they might not win, that's maybe fair. I don't know. Yeah. I also found the offering here kind of weird, but I don't know if it's intended to be confusing or contradictory because that's the manipulation. It could be. That absolutely could be, but yeah, it's not, like you kind of said, it's not a personal enough connection for the manipulation to really take hold, I think. I think he meant from the I think it also bangs a lot on the unproven ally aspect of it. Vex takes the deal she isn't putting her friends in danger in a fight for a bow only she can use. Yeah. I mean, I can sort of I can sort of see that. And if her friends were in more danger, I could really see that. Like, if at this point, 3 of the party members were downed, and, like, even if, like, you go into the combat and no one attacks Vex ever, they only attack the other party members, and, like, 3 of them go down, and then he makes this deal, like, basically makes her feel worthless ahead of time, and then offers her the power. That could be a more solid manipulation tactic that I think could actually get at it. But he's just kind of throwing the unproven thing out there. And like, I truly don't know that Laura considers Vex to think that. Like, yes, the badassness is all a front, but that is contrasting with her lack of self-confidence. But like, demonstrably, she does help. So the unproven ally, if her and another party member had had a beef about that, if someone in Singorn had insinuated that, if another NPC that they had met had insinuated that, but he's like kind of the first one bringing it up outside of her head. So I don't know. Yeah. He seems like he says this to anyone who comes to him as he wants company, but because he makes deals with the first best person he comes across, he won't get anything long term, so the cycle moves. It's yeah, that's possible that he's just kind of, that it's just supposed to characterize him as super sad. But then at that point, it feels weird to me to target Vex as if it is supposed to mean something to her. I don't know. He did bring down her confidence by begging her before offering the deal. Like, he's trying to make it seem like she needs the deal. Yeah, I think I brought up the empathy before. It's like he's like playing on her empathetic heartstrings, but like Vex is not known for her high levels of empathy. So I don't really think that that's going to work. Yeah. You don't like me, but you aren't even from here. I'll help you against those dragons, the clearly biggest enemy and problem. Yeah. Like and that's, I don't know. If I had confidence, this is both sides of like making him seem more dangerous might go both ways of like, I don't really know how much his help is worth. She doesn't know how much his help is worth. And we don't really know how hard he is to beat. Like, we don't have, like, yes, he is sunken into this environment, and this environment is very powerful. But as an avatar of the environment, we don't know how hard he will be to overcome. Because he's this singular manifestation. He can't bring the entire Shademerk down on them. At least that we've seen. So I don't know how much of a threat he is, which both goes towards reducing his value as like whatever he can offer, and making the threat that he poses and like the reason to go the social route also less clear. Oh man. Maybe this guy makes an offer like this to people a lot as a temptation. Like, this is a play he makes and assumes it would work. Maybe. He says something about how he's been alone for so long and the ones he lets in hurts him deeply. Well, that's kind of where I'm like, man, I don't know how this, like, again, like really focuses back to Vex, because Vex hasn't experienced that, at least in a very long time. Like, she let in her father and he hurt her, but ostensibly, but she's let in her brother and the rest of Vox Machina, and they have not hurt her. So it's like they are at different places. He's making himself out to be the more pitiful version of her that never got Vox Machina. And just got fucked over. And so she's kind of past the point of being the same as him. She's kind of already overcome it. Ah, man, I don't know. Yeah. This was the only thing that was made better in the show. I still enjoyed the scene. It's still a cool scene. I don't want this to be like I'm talking too much shit on it. I'm a little confused at its like placement, but the character, like, Matt did a great job on the voice and the design and the set dressing. It's a very interesting and dramatic scene, and it's a good point for Vex to be very badass, but it feels a little bit surface level, I guess. Like, I don't feel like this has been pumped up enough, like the Grog Craven Edge stuff or Percy in the Briarwoods, to the point where this is a huge climax of Vex for me. So it's like, it's a cool moment for her. But I thought that this moment would either kick off a larger series where, you know, it is more complicated and there are like more decisions. But it's kind of just been a series of like repeatedly like just making the, to me, kind of the obvious right choice. I don't really feel like she's been legitimately tempted like we saw with Percy killing, possibly, you know, getting Cassandra put on the list, or with Grog stabbing Pike, and or like kind of sinking too deep into Craven Edge and then Craven Edge fucking killing him. You know, we saw two, I feel like, distinct temptations there that both made sense for those distinct characters. And even Vax swearing fealty to the Raven Queen, he kind of went into it. He gave it over. He was tempted by an oath, by someone to follow, by a philosophy, and he gave into the temptation. Whereas I don't feel like we're getting a legitimate tempting here, is kind of my thing. Yeah. I don't know though, because it was, like I said, it was cool as a scene. It was cool. I don't know. I think he's meant to pull at her heartstrings and attempt to make her feel bad for him and pull at her emotional heartstrings while also giving an easy way out, which a previous version of Vex may have taken. Her not following it shows her growth. And that's my thing, is I can't think of a previous version of Vex that I have seen that would have taken the deal. I think that's maybe my problem. Is because I agree that this could be a good, like, showing growth opportunity. But, like, I'm trying to imagine even Underdark Vex taking this deal, and I don't know if I see that. Maybe pre-stream Vex. I don't know. I agree this offer would have been really killer as a mid-battle pause, like you say, when the hero seems to be on the verge of losing and highest temptation. Yeah, that could have been cool. Like a Dark Night of the Soul sort of moment. That could have been pretty killer. Especially if he is secretly very close to losing. That could be extra killer. But there's no like outward sign. But that has to be balanced very carefully. It can be hard. Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely ambiguity with how the personal offer is as one made to Vex. His words are definitely tending towards vague. Vex's reaction seems to be that's taken. Yeah. Would this have been a good chance to offer a multi-class to Warlock? If so, should Matt have been more clear with Laura that he's making a multi-class offer? I mean, I wrote it down, Warlock multi-class, anyone? I have done almost this exact thing, but it was voluntary. So the player, the demon basically said, "I'll be with you. I'll be watching. You just let me know when you want to come to me." And then the player eventually did. I don't know that he needed to be more clear with that. But also, if multi-classing is the only thing on offer, that's like a worse deal than just getting Fenthros. So I think that Matt maybe should have been more clear with, like, what is on offer, like, broadly. Because that's where I'm maybe tripping out of this a little bit. I don't know. The mood dissonance between Saundor and Laura reminds me of VLDL skit where GM starts heavy RP about backstory, but the player doesn't remember their own history, so they're like, "What?" I mean, I think that Laura did a nice, you know, badass, like, my heart already belongs to another. I released the arrow. Like, that's a fun moment that is very cool for a player to participate in. But yeah, I guess it's a little bit shallow from what I was expecting. Yeah. Except of course, except Laura rolls with the like pro. Yeah. Timing this meeting up right after her dad is probably part of that, as it was a key. Yeah. I do think her being passive is the point to my earlier comment. Passive X would have taken... Well, that's more of what I'm saying is I can't see that level of growth. Like, to me, she has always been here. I'm not seeing the growth of, like, if I had seen her down here and then, at some point in between she grows to up here and now she won't take the deal, but down here she would have. I think that's kind of my point is I can't recall a time where she was ever down here. Like, I can't picture a version of Vex that takes this deal out of anything that I've seen. Like I said, maybe it was pre-stream. And that might be a little bit different. But to me, the growth of it, I can't really... Yeah, I don't know. I just don't see it. But that could be a difference in interpretation of early Vex, because like I don't see like Craghammer Vex taking this deal, but that could be a difference in interpretation. To me, it feels like when I try to play a god or demon lord or something in my campaign, my objective is to come off as super deep and tempting and saying exactly the right thing to tap into that weakness, but like me, it doesn't always land and requires extra player buy-in to work. Yeah, it definitely can be. It definitely it can be hard to offer real temptation. And I think that at its base, it requires understanding what a player's current flaw is or a flaw that they have gotten over. And I haven't seen any progress in Vex. And that's maybe I think where like that's the differentiator is like this temptation could be interesting if it was always going to be a denial from Vex because she's grown previously. But I haven't at least feel like I've seen her grow previously, so it doesn't work as that. So then if it's a real temptation that's supposed to actually be legitimately tempting, it needs to tap into a real flaw. And especially for Vex the Haggler, I think that concrete value is kind of important there. Like, really concrete value speaks to her flaw specifically more than the vague abstract power. She is very concerned with getting a deal. And if she had felt... And this is maybe an aspect of the temptation. If she had felt that it was actually a good deal, even if the cost was crazy high, if she knew what the benefit was and she knew that the benefit was also crazy high, maybe she would have, Maybe she would have taken it. I don't know. But I think that's kind of the thing is either I have to have seen the growth or... it has to really speak to a flaw, which I don't think her lack of confidence really is a flaw. At least in the maybe like more analytical sense. Like you could conceive of it as a flaw, but it doesn't really have any expressions as of right now that are actually like a problem for the party. It's more just flavor. Yeah, I think that a real temptation has to hit on a flaw that has not been overcome and expresses itself in the campaign for a real temptation. Now, you can have a post-growth temptation that is meant to display how much they've grown, and that totally works. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Obviously staying vague, but I think it's handled better in Lovum. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Not getting legitimate tempting. I think we also don't see Vex as someone who craves romantic love. Vax or Scanlan would be more tempted by emotional intimacy. Vex doesn't seem lonely enough. Right, exactly. There has to be like, if loneliness is your flaw, that could totally work for like companionship and being together, but Yeah. I think it's much more simple than you're making it. Maybe. The Archfey is a simple stand-in for her father. Their names are even only single vowel off pronunciation, right? How is he a stand-in for her father? He's like the Archfey has been hurt, where I don't really think that her father's been hurt. He's craving companionship, which her father does not crave. Like, you're saying he's a stand-in for the father that she never had. So he's like, I'll be with you. Again, if that's supposed to be the temptation of like, I'm going to give you the fatherly like nurturing that you never had, that would need to hit on a real flaw of her really caring about the loss of her father, which she cares about how her father perceives her and how the people of Singorn perceive her, but she is not bemoaning their lack of relationship, and she's not bemoaning the father that she never had. They do somewhat bemoan the... I don't know why I keep using the word bemoan. That makes it sound like pejorative. She's not really recollecting on like wishing that she had had a father. They kind of wish that they had their mother. But I also don't think that he's supposed to be a stand-in for their mother. So I don't know. Again, if that was supposed to be the thing of like, hey, I'll be the father you never had, she would need to want to have one. Whereas I don't, that gets back into like the legitimate temptation thing where I don't really see that from her. A Warlock multiclass for Vex would have made Vex a 3-way multiclass. Also true, yeah. It could be pre-stream. For some reason, I have this idea of Vex being far more independent from somewhere, and I think Vex may have done it. Yeah, I don't know. I agree there might be subtext here that Matt and Laura know about, but we don't. There's possible subtext here. I think for the table, depending on how the pre-stream Vex was played, there's a huge possibility that Vex has already had an arc that we just never saw, and that wasn't lore relevant, so they didn't put it into the story of Vox Machina. Where this is a culmination of something that she overcame pre-stream, that's super duper possible. We'll never know, but that's super possible. Yeah. Maybe it's because she has let someone actually more deeply into her heart that is this scene has value as a whole. Who did she let more deeply into her heart? Her and her brother have always been tight. Do you mean Percy? I only kinda see the Percy thing. But her and Vex have always been inseparable. That's kind of it. Vax even said, like, I've always thought you're the best. I'll always continue to think you're the best. You're sick. You're the bomb. So that's what I'm saying. Is like I don't see the transition or the difference. Yeah. Hopefully no one else was lagging. I don't have any drop frames on my side, so hopefully not. A reference her early conversation with Vax. I think she conceptualizes Vex as having a front up all the time. Right, I agree. But that the front in and of itself hasn't been a flaw. Like it hasn't actually presented any problems. So there's no reason for her to actually want to get rid of it. That's kind of where I'm going with like the legitimate temptation versus not legitimate, is if her having that front up had actually been a problem up to this point, then it would be a plot relevant flaw, we'll call it. But to me, it's more of just like flavor and character dressing and I truly do not conceptualize it as an actual flaw because it hasn't actually caused any problems or really any tension even. Like, we talk sometimes about Percy's flaws. Percy's flaws do cause tension within the group, and they do cause occasional disagreements, I think on purpose. Whereas Vex having a front up never has, at least that I can think of. So that's why I don't consider that as like a realistic avenue for tempting her. Yeah. On that thought with the my heart is someone else's could be the defining line. Maybe if it wasn't, she would have taken this, since it seems Saundor was asking for companionship. Maybe. If her heart is someone else's, like maybe Percy's, I don't know. That has been super... I don't really feel like that's been displayed to us. Maybe in like small hints, but it's taken place largely in their heads. I don't know. Yeah, I got thoughts, but I'm tired and needs more episodes. That's fair. I think Ross means that the Fae is taking kind of a Freudian approach of thinking that women seeking out missing fathers and its trauma he can neg. So, yeah, I want to be clear. I don't think that like the Archfey is a bad character or is like making arguments that don't make sense for him to make. I am looking at it from the like more 1,000-foot view of how this places within her story and what kind of decision this is. And that's why I'm saying that I feel like it's a little bit more shallow than original, because the arguments that he's using don't seem to actually apply to Vex. They seem like they might apply to Vex if you're kind of an egomaniacal trickster Fae. So like that's like decent characterization of the Archfey. But from an aspect of actually wanting to provide a legitimate choice to Vex, or a legitimate temptation and like a legitimate character moment, like I don't feel like this is much of a character moment. This is just kind of, yeah, this is what I would expect. Her to like the defining character moment for Percy, I feel like, is when he chooses not to kill Cassandra even though the list tells him to. And I don't feel like this is anywhere even close to that. Like, he could have killed Cassandra. I think it would have been a reasonable decision for him to make. Just straight up. But he chose not to, and that was like a character growth moment for him. And I don't see that here with this, yeah. Other flaws than her confidence, where he also calls her selfish and cruel. And again, it's like... yeah, I just don't see those as real flaws that have actually like caused problems for her or anyone. Yeah, I don't know. Laura and Matt act to this moment well, and the idea is okay. I think they're both acting it very, very well. I will very much give that. Yeah. That didn't go as well as the second meme we see, so maybe there's something there. Possibly, yeah. Yeah. I was thinking he sounded like he was trying to give her a feeling of acceptance by others that I believe drives her shiny disease. A feeling of acceptance by others. And I think that a feeling of acceptance by others would be a way to go with Vex. But I don't know that this really got me there. Like, if he had said, I'll make you... I don't know. The weird thing is, I don't know what he could offer to her that would guarantee acceptance by others. Honestly. Especially now that Percy made her a baroness. Like, I legitimately don't know what he could offer her that I would feel like is actually a temptation towards that. Because, like, generic power, again, she's going to get that with Fenthras. Yeah, I don't know. For what it's worth, I feel like he's successfully diagnosed it. Yeah, the chats are starting to come in slower, so I think we're getting to the bottom of it. Definitely agree. This is more behind the scenes reveal about Laura's concept of Vex. Yeah. Just because it's not shown to the audience or plot relevance, it's clearly something important to what Laura thinks of her character. I mean, this is the thing. We say it's clearly important to Laura, and I do think that it seems somewhat important, but I honestly don't know. Like, I don't want to make an assumption. We can construct a way to where this is maybe relevant, but I don't know that I can see it. But that is something good to keep in mind, that like there could always be like pre-stream stuff that's relevant here, back end stuff that her and Matt have talked about. This could be an impactful moment for Laura, but I don't know that we can say whether or not it is either direction. But I guess the takeaway there is make sure that it's impactful to them one way or the other. Like if Matt knows that she has overcome a certain flaw that he's hitting on, then this all makes sense, even if we don't see that. Yeah. So self-interestedness has caused her harm for sure. I mean, Vex literally very textually died to her loot goblinism. See, I very much disagree with that characterization. She didn't die to her loot goblinism. Percy killed her to his loot goblinism. I don't agree with that at all. Like, Percy's the one that killed her. She was trying to scout it out. So I don't see that. Cassandra, Percy killing his sister, I'm not sure I can see that. Oh, I absolutely can. I could at the moment. It seemed to be hard for him. And then they had to charm him to get rid of the list even after the fact. So it seemed to me much more obvious of Percy's struggle with it. And like Percy had said earlier, we'll kill her if she steps out of line. Now you could say, maybe he was lying about that.
Take a break.
Take a break. Maybe he was lying about that. It's possible. But yeah, I don't know. Even with the influence of Orthax, I can't see Percy killing Cassandra. I don't know. That might be an agree to disagree thing. He seemed to struggle with it a whole lot. So I don't know. Yeah. But I'm going through here. The fact that she no longer needs acceptance by others is a reason she did not accept it in my head. I think that's maybe the biggest thing here is I think a lot of you are saying like it's representative of growth. And to demonstrate growth, you have to show them you have to show them doing the bad thing or the undesirable thing, and then present them with a similar thing and they don't do it. Yeah, that's like the growth there. I've never seen this part. It may exist. And if it does exist, this is probably great. But I don't feel like I've personally seen it. She ran across the entire room to get close to the looting. She ran across the room to scout it out. I don't know. I definitely agree that that Percy has a major fault there in terms of triggering, but she has no reason to be there until she realized the shyness across the room. I mean, I really did not like that death broadly. I thought that death, if you watch my reaction to that episode, I really hated that death. I don't think she deserved to die for the actions that she did. And so it makes it hard for me to be like, yeah, the consequence of her actions was death, because I don't think she should have died. Like, So that it makes it very hard for me to evaluate that as like her fault or like a consequence of one of her flaws. I don't know. Fair and about inferring importance to me because she's not shown it all yet brought it up to Vax in a heart-to-heart shows she's thought about it off screen. Yeah, and maybe it's I have a very and this may be like a philosophical difference in how I'm interpreting this, like a real life philosophical difference of like I personally like, if you are doing all of the things that you want to do and accomplishing all of the things you want to accomplish, I don't really care if you have any sort of vice. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're doing the things you want to do, you're not causing pain to others through your actions. Like, I don't care what you do. I think that things become flaws and true, like, problematic vices when we get into a territory of you either causing harm to others or inhibiting yourself from accomplishing your goals. And so if I don't see either of those things, like an inhibition from accomplishing goals or a causing harm to yourself or others, it's very hard for me to consider something a flaw. Like a true flaw, like worthy of temptation. But that just might be a philosophical difference and like a bias that I'm bringing into this analysis. I don't know. Vex was stone cold killed by D&D Traflunk. Yeah. Yeah. So like functional addiction, for example. Yeah, like if you are addicted to a substance, but it does not cause harm to you or yourself. So, like, and I also include long-term harm in that. If it's not causing long-term health damage to you or someone else, and you are getting everything you want to accomplish done, I don't have a problem with that. So that might be that might just be a place that I'm coming into that makes it hard for me to evaluate like flawed like manipulation based on flaws or temptation based on flaws, because I don't view Vex as having many. I view her as having personality traits. And occasionally she values loot too highly, and it causes distress. She values real manifestations and representations of power. So like if he was like, "Hey, accept my deal and I'll upgrade Fenthros for you. It'll be so much way cooler, way more powerful, blah blah blah." Then I could maybe hear it as a legitimate temptation for her. But otherwise, I don't know. Yeah. Greed is the largest open flaw. Yeah, it's definitely greed. It definitely is greed. But it to that extent, and I think I'll say this and then go take a break. I don't see him as actually having hit on her greed enough. I think if he had hit on her greed more, we might be having a different conversation. Because I do, despite how my pushback at the loch example, the tomb example, I do think that greed is far and away her most obvious real flaw. But I don't actually feel like he hit on that well enough. He hit on a bunch of other emotional stuff, but those emotional things might have been to show growth. It's very possible. So I'm going to take a break, and then we're going to get back into it. And yeah, see you in a second. What up? Hello. Fun fact, that was a 46-minute discussion. I anticipated that sort of thing. Hey, that's why we got the talking budget. That's why we got it. And why we have breaks to a lesser extent. They forced me to switch subjects. So even though I actually thought of more things that I wanted to say, I'm not going to. We're just going to continue.
As the arrow hits.
25.
All right, go ahead and roll damage.
Roll damage.
A lonely guy.
16.
No respect for anyone.
16 points of
Yeah.
piercing damage.
Black diarrhea out of this tree.
That was the word.
As the arrow hits his form as he's being pulled up, you hear like the air escape, like he had the wind knocked out of him. Yellow eyes blink, blink, and his jaw kind of hangs open there in the low lit darkness. And you watch as more of that black, thick tar just begins to pour from his mouth, splattering and seeping into the floor. His jaw slowly closes. And I am to be alone. He reaches his hand up, and you watch as these vines reveal and gift to him this large, curved bow that he grasps in his hand. The other vines curl around his body, and you see his form begin to build, like his actual body begins to grow as the vines become part of him. His face of flesh disappears behind an exterior of dark and gnarled wood. The voice grows deep as he all of a sudden draws into the side of the tree itself, and then bursts forth, landing on the ground. Not an elf-like entity, but some sort of gnarled root-like tree creature holding Venthris in one hand.
Was that bad? Should I have not attacked him?
You did
No,
great.
no, he
Hey.
was being.
We should bleed.
Your choice is made.
I call out
Become
Tree.
another memory here, and keep me company in oblivion.
God.
I don't normally like to comment on looks or whatever, but I want every player to look at me with this much concern when I'm doing a badass scene moment. Liam is a great audience member.
The two dead trees quake and begin to lift up from the sides of the tree. Everyone roll initiative.
I feel so
Don't
guilty.
fail me. No, he was a fucking
He
cock.
was terrible with
cock.
me.
No, dude.
Okay, we're in the tree. We're in the tree.
Like you said,
What
I
are
don't
you
trust
gonna do?
anyone
Give him a
who
hug
says-
and become possessed?
I know, but
forever?
he's offering terrible things, right?
He was a dick.
Like anyone who tries to act like we didn't make our own choice to come in here.
And for that matter, anybody who says we're not so different, that's usually
That's a-
signed as a
that's a-
terrible
they were
person.
totally
It's a
different.
terrible person. Only terrible
Because
people
we're
say
terrible
that.
people.
Oh, that's very fair.
Beating on my sister, fuck him.
Yeah.
I was only not shooting him to be polite.
Oh, shit. He said,
No.
All right, so 25 to 20. Anybody?
21.
21.
23.
Nice.
so you know your nose.
It's cute.
All right, and so Vax, Percy, 21 or 20 to 15.
15.
15.
Alrighty.
Got that one hit and that was all I got. Sorry.
All right, and then
14.
14. Okay. Alrighty. So top of the round, Vax. You have first up. You are currently over here.
Yeah, I can see fuck all through this magical window, so
understand.
I see where I am in that circle. What are the big clumps of food? Where is-
This right here is part of the root that's kind of growing up in the center. This kind of sort of tree. There are two trees on the side that are shifting, and the actual large, dark-rooted form that is now Saundor is over here on the far side.
All right, boots, click. I am hanging back behind. Trinket out.
He's out.
Still?
Oh,
No?
I haven't brought him out yet. No, I haven't brought him out.
All right, then I'm just leaning out from behind Grog, and I am going to dagger him.
Alrighty, go for it.
And I'm first to attack, so I have advantage.
You do.
Okay, so the first hit is a 26.
6 hits.
Yeah, second is a 26. And the
Hits.
third is a 21.
21. All three hit.
Okay, so the first one is sneak attack. This one is the flames one. Here it goes. Okay, one. And here comes the sneak attack.
All
damage.
sneak attack damage. Percy
Again?
next, just so you're right.
Yeah, 13, 14,
I'm hip.
21, 28. 30 for the first,
30, nice.
7 for the second, and 8 for the third.
Great. All right, you tap into the boots, rush out behind Grog, fling all 3 daggers, all seen stick into the kind of wood armored exterior of Saundor's treant form. You see, it kind of pulls back a bit from the impact. Damage definitely has been sustained unexpectedly.
Where am I in relation to the party, to my sister?
You're right
to
there.
Ellie?
Your sister is right there. So you're about 10 feet from her.
I'm going to just roll forward and just crouch in front of the load to give her a shot that's in front of her.
Alrighty, there you go. All right, that finishes your turn. That brings us to Percy.
I'm going to dart to my to the right. I'm going to keep about 10 to 15 feet distance away from the exterior wall because that looks creepy as fuck.
Okay.
About there. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out bad news and I'm going to take a shot. I'm going to try and disarm him.
Okay.
So, see if that does anything. Natural 20.
Yes!
At least 5 a session.
That loaded die was the best investment we ever
It was
made.
the best. It was such a wonderful.
Did the fan
wonderful
give that to
the
me?
fan gave that to me. Yes,
All right,
they did.
natural 20.
Natural 20, and that means I don't even burn the grit for it. And that's an arm shot. So, strength saving throw against the DC 19.
That is 21. Just maintain.
Okay, so it maintains. I forgot to cast Hex, but goddammit. Yeah, I'll do that later. That's fine. So taking my shot.
Nice times 2.
That went well. It's 19 times 2. That's 38. 9, 40 for 1. 40, that's 44 points of damage.
44 points of damage in the critical hit.
Piercing damage. I'm going to reload.
Right.
I'm going to cast Hex.
Okay. The impact manages to hit part of the wood splinters, not doing as much damage as you'd expect.
That's fine.
But still, a nice hit, but the form seemed to resist.
Seems to
the
be
impact.
taking it. That's fine. I'm casting Hex.
All right.
I'm giving him a disadvantage on strength saving throws.
All right.
I'm gonna take another shot.
Checks, not saving.
Yeah, checks. Excuse me. I'm gonna take another shot at getting that damn bow out of his hand. So let's see if we can do that. Yeah, 19. So that's 29. That's 32 to hit.
That hits.
He can roll his saving throw.
It's 17. So no,
He drops the bow.
Bogus throw.
Oh, shit.
Bow's on the ground.
Oh, balls on the ground, balls on the ground.
And that's a terrible roll. That's okay. That's 10 points of piercing damage and 2 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
How do you want to do
You
this?
fire the second drop, does hit. A little crack of impact, the kind of wood in the exterior splinters a bit, but the necrotic hit does still push through. All right, that finishes your turn. His friend thrust gets blasted off, a finger is actually missing from the impact. The finger begins to grow back.
Bow's on the ground.
All right, Grog, actually, no, before you're up, we're at count 20. All right.
20.
What does that mean?
What does
So,
it mean?
suddenly, the ground kind of quakes for a second, part of the roots expand, and a cloud of gas begins to fill a small area about that big.
Oh, of course.
I need Scanlan, Keyleth, Vax, and Vex to make a Constitution saving throw.
That's our specialty.
Yeah, right? Not bad.
Oh, natural 20.
Nice.
I'm gonna burn a luck. 16.
All right.
15, or 20 total, 20 total.
20 total.
All of you guys managed to just in time catch your breath and keep below the poison fume cloud as it dissipates in the vicinity of you.
Okay. Matt is doing something that I often don't do because I personally find it hard to balance, but that is a personal issue. They are not actually that much harder to balance. I just, for some reason, my brain has difficulty with it. So I was raring myself up to call this a white room. But it being a loop makes it definitionally not a white room. Because there is a thing in it. And that's really good. There's a thing in it. You can do a lot with things. Matt's already doing things with things. Oh God, that's Taliesin level. Matt's already doing things with things. But this poison cloud essentially is going to pie off and create separate segments of the map. It is going to occasionally make this route non-viable or this route non-viable. I could hope that maybe he even has more environmental factors. But having placeable AoEs in very what do you call it? Not barren. In like a very barren map setup, having placeable AoEs that you can move around can be very interesting. Can be incredibly interesting. I find it hard to conceptualize because I find it hard to understand how my players are going to flow through things, it becomes a lot more chaotic in my brain when I'm trying to like imagine the combat. It's a lot more instinctual a lot of times on where you place these. But it absolutely can work. It still is a tiny bit barren for my taste. But placeable AoE, especially, it seems like this is just gonna happen on initiative count 20 every time. Which also, like, if it's just consistently rolling and changing every single time, that makes the entire thing feel much more dynamic, yeah. Doing things with things. The audio is the most important part, but the new cameras and lighting they have nowadays helps a lot. Yeah. Well, I'm not always playing it at the highest of resolution. A lot of times I'm playing it at like 480. But, I mean, 1080 does not look much different. I think they are now filming, and they're probably, they probably got better lighting. I'm sure their entire setup is substantially better. You do need things to do things. So it seems like Matt possibly went way harder into the villain, into the adversary. And if you want to highlight a single adversary, I think this is, we'll have to see how it plays out, but I think it's maybe a decent arena for that. That's not too complicated. Because this is locking them in a teeny tiny little room. It's not like Vex can start flying. It's not like Percy can get in a tree to get, they can't run away. They are forced as a group to interact with this single adversary. But it avoids the White Room aspect by having consistent reasons for the players to move around. So if I had to guess, he is probably immune to the poison clouds. So I'm sure that on initiative count 20, if he wanted to, he could probably cast the cloud on himself. So it's going to give them a reason to disperse throughout the room, and then once they're dispersed, he can start targeting specific people to make them move even more. The entire thing that, or at least not the entire thing, but I think a good core heuristic of is a battle arena interesting is, does it force players to move? That is super basic and will fall apart upon any specific scrutiny. But it's a good, I think, place to start when designing. Is there a reason for them to move? Now, a better question is there an interesting reason for them to move? Or are there interesting decisions for them to make? But at the very base, do they have to move? Or can they just stand in a circle slapping the enemy over and over and over again? Not single. 2 trees started to move. So I don't know where they're supposed to be on this. And that is that I wrote that here. He narrated 2 trees. I don't see them yet, unless it's maybe that thing. Which in that case maybe puts this as more of a something kinda more akin to this. Which this could be the case. I'm honestly not sure. Something more along these lines. Depending on where those 2 other trees are. Which this could also be a very interesting map setup, again, when you have these placeable threats. But yeah, so this is going to draw a lot of attention towards the adversary, which is, I think, now seeing it all, I think that's what Matt wants. And as long as there are interesting things that cause them to move around, I think it's solid. Matt had his players do-si-doing the entire session, so the entire Shademark is a great battle. It's so true. True. The studio and setup they have now are gorgeous. Fuck yeah, I can't wait. Anyways, play.
So you reduce the damage to each of you guys to be 12 points of poison damage to all of you guys.
It's half.
So 12 points of damage to each one of you guys. Now, Grog, it's your turn.
I would like to advance. I would like to range.
Right.
And I would like to advance as far as I can get towards the tree end.
Get right there. You're not quite close enough.
Hey, that's cool. And I'm going to use the Train of Returning with the Blood Axe. I'm going to throw it at the tree.
All right.
Or at Saundor.
Go for it.
That's not correct. 20 total.
20 total? Alrighty.
Oh no. We gotta get a new cable. We got a new cable for you.
I have a new iPad coming actually.
Oh, okay.
The budget's been issues strangely. It's a shame because this works really off this battle.
Actions, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
Music help.
You try.
Oh, and that got so awkwardly quiet.
Doesn't it?
Oh no, it's all.
Yeah, I don't want to hear it. All right,
It
whatever. It's
just
fine. It's fine.
sounds weird inside the tree.
If anyone works for
Acoustics.
Apple and wants to send us all new iPads.
iPhones, iPad Pros.
Preferably in rose gold.
Better?
Like my Mac.
Better?
That sounds better.
Yes, much better. Much better.
Yeah.
All right, cool. We're good.
Forget those iPads.
So, Grog, what's your attack roll?
It was a 20 total.
That does just barely hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Just, okay. 24.
24 points.
Plus 4 points of necrotic damage for 28.
28 points of damage. Wow. The axe, with all your heating behind it, travels the 10 feet to slam into the chest of Saundor. Reaches and tries to grab Smash between his hands and hold it there. Go ahead and make your strength and pull back.
So then
18.
18, yeah, that works fine. Okay.
it appeared he took damage from the necrotic,
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
so he can't take necrotic damage.
Apparently he can.
And he took,
Good to
But
know.
not as impacting even the necrotic damage as much as you hope.
Okay.
The necrotic
that
damage.
beam did something. I mean, that axe did something.
Yeah, you guys have all done damage to him. It was generally lesser than you hoped it would be.
Yeah.
But yours was surprisingly good.
Piercing damage.
Well, he just we
haven't found a winner
or
yet.
he
Okay.
just-
Sneak attack damage.
We haven't found a winner. We've just been hitting him really goddamn hard.
But anyway, so you pull the axe back, grab it from the chain, it's back in your grip, you're fine, good to go. Is it your turn?
That does.
All right, at the end of your turn, he's going to go ahead and burn 2 legendary actions to cast. Oh.
He's like a dragon.
All right, I need
I should have just gone evil.
everyone, all of you, to make a dexterity saving throw.
Is he?
He is, yes.
I will attempt to counterspell it.
Okay. All right, go ahead and make your d20 plus 6.
I'm gonna go at level 5.
Okay.
At level 5. What do I have? D20 plus 6?
Correct.
24.
20. All right.
Hell yeah.
He goes to create the spell, and suddenly it fizzles in midair, unable to actually have the effect.
Hell yes, Canlin. Hell yeah.
All right, so that finishes that. Ending Grog's turn. The legendary actions return now.
Return?
Yes.
We should just use them.
Yeah, it comes back at the beginning of his next round. Okay, at the beginning of his round, you watch as his form begins to seal up the wounds he had taken, beginning to heal ever so slightly.
It's turn now. The bow.
He reaches down and grabs the bow from the ground. You watch as he sinks down into the ground, roots reaching up and grabbing him, and he vanishes in the bottom of the tree.
Yeah. That makes sense. That's what I would
He's
do.
getting that invisible figurine that he has.
And reemerges
Oh, hi. Hi, friend.
way up in the top of the tree, out of the branches up there. His upper torso extends outward, and he pulls back the bow and begins just unleashing arrows that are forming out of his hand. These like thin, thorn-like arrows are kind of built his viney-like arm, and he pulls back and releases them as they snap as arrows towards you guys. He's going to make a bramble shot attack at you, Grog.
Bramble shot.
That is going to be 21. Hits. All right. So you take 7 plus 14 points of piercing damage, reduced to half. So you take 7 points, plus 4 points of lightning damage.
Hi, Liam.
Hey, you have
Back here.
Plus an additional
Oh,
18 points of piercing damage, halved to 9,
Wow.
as the arrow hits you and then bursts into a series of jagged, thorny vines that wrap around you. I need you to make a strength saving throw.
That's pretty awesome.
We're going to set him on fire. We're going to hit him with light. We're going to
I
hit
was
him with
thinking fire
things.
too.
lightning.
22.
Anybody try to like
22. You feel the bramble.
Sorry, I should maybe say I don't think it was a reaction, but it was an off turn. I do love a reaction. But even just like off turn, yeah. Yeah, this is giving me, unfortunately, vibes of the Orthax fight, which I didn't love. But already the arena's a little bit better, and he seems more interesting than Orthax. And him just essentially having a little teleport of like go from the fucking floor to the ceiling. That's chill with me. That's chill with me. As long as he's like out all the time, I'm cool with that. Did we speed up for combat? Yeah. We're up to 0.75, yeah. He's part of the tree, so feels fair. He can manipulate the environment. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I'm down with the I like the teleport, yeah. I don't want him to, because I was worried at first that he was just gonna like sink into the tree and just like disappear, and I'm like, ugh. It's not even like bad in terms of balance. It's just like, damn, it just elongates combats. Yeah.
Vines wrap around you and try and hold you in place, and you just angrily burst out of them. No effect. You are not restrained.
Yes, for once.
I'm not grappled.
He's gonna go ahead and unleash 2 more arrows. This time towards you, as he's kind of focused now at the.
Both of them at me?
Yeah, he's not too happy with being rejected. It seems. The first one is 24.
That hits.
Second is a 25 to hit.
Both hit.
All right. So you now take
No.
She's definitely dead.
13 points of damage with 1 lightning, and that's a lucky roll. 8 points of piercing damage with 1 lightning.
Okay.
Both arrows, just right inside of you. You just look down and you see these large, thin stiletto-like wooden thorns that are just pierced into your armor and cut into your flesh.
Like, is that +1 additional lightning damage?
Yeah.
You mean? So 14 and 9
Correct.
are the. Okay.
Yep. That's going to end Saundor's turn. The 2 dead trees that you saw quaking on the sides suddenly burst out the roots, becoming legs, and you watch as 2 treants emerge from the sides of the
I
tree.
was joking when I said it.
Large, sort of freed and sentient trees begin stomping forward towards you guys. This one is going to go ahead and rush up to you folks, while this one is going to go right for Percy, which is right inside there.
This is a tough one.
2 slam attacks against you, Percy.
Ooh, fuck.
That is a 19 to hit.
That hits.
And natural 20.
That doesn't hit.
All right.
Natural 20.
That sucked for you. All right, so the first hit, you take 17 points of bludgeoning damage. The second hit, 28 points of bludgeoning damage. As the giant tree just whack, and then as soon as you try and get out of the way, the giant fist comes down and slams you right across the neck and shoulders, causing you to take a knee, and you can feel like the muscle pop from some sort of overextension. The giant tree now, you can see its bark contorted in this angry face as it kind of pours some more of that black oil-like liquid out of the corner of its mouth. The other one that's rushed up against the 2 of you is going to go ahead and take 1 hit against you, Vex, and 2 hits against you, Vex. Sorry, only 2 slams, 1 on each. My apologies. The one against you, Vex, is going to be 16.
Oh, it misses.
Hey!
Look out of the way, it actually slams the large root tree to the front of you. The other one goes to Vax, that's going to be a 26 to hit.
Oh yeah. Dodge.
Okay, so you take 12 plus 6.
Oh, at disadvantage, excuse me, because of the cloak of displacement. It's
That's
hitting it.
more than 18 on the second one, so he still hits you. So that effect goes away, but you would take 18 points bludgeoning damage reduced to 9 because of your uncanny dodge. All right, that turn. Now it is Scanlan and Keyleth's turn. What are you guys doing?
Preference?
I'm gonna go for the ants.
I'm gonna go for the big guy.
All right, so you go first then.
All right, I'm gonna go a couple steps to the right, like split between me and Percy. I will use the wand of, well, geez, lightning or fire. Wand of fireballs. I'll use 3 charges.
Fuck yeah.
At the big guy upstairs.
there?
Yeah.
Pew.
The big guy upstairs. Santa Claus.
A
The
DC
CEO of this tree.
15.
Yeah, he makes a save with 19. So half damage. But go ahead and roll that 5 charges.
Yes, I use 3. I get 3 charges and then 2 more is 5. Yes, 5.
so-
So it's 10d6.
Right.
Okay. 6, 8, 14, 15, 16, 17, 23, 28, 32, 33.
33. Have that, or 15, or 16 actually. Sorry, 16 points of fire damage as the fireball bursts upward. You see some of the roots are blown off, and a bit of the upper ceiling kind of collapses and hangs for a second.
Did it look like it actually affected him, the fire?
It looked like it took damage from it, yeah.
It didn't catch fire.
It didn't catch fire, no. In fact, the kind of decaying liquid that seems to be spewing out of it is almost
a natural retardant.
Yeah, it's preventing any flame from catching on the creature in the vicinity. As the flames slowly go out, the vines begin to reform to close up the ceiling, and you see Saundor is still kind of like gliding through and using them to move along the upper outside of the tree. Is that going to be in your movement? And your...
Yeah, I'll use a bonus action. Do I heal or do I inspire? What's more helpful here? I will heal Percy a little bit. I can only heal it. You cast Healing Word at level 1 section, right?
You can cast any level you want to.
Oh,
You didn't
okay.
actually cast a spell, you used the wand.
Oh, that's true. Okay, well then I'll do it at level 2. Okay. I don't know what I'm going to need today.
What's
It's 2d4 plus 5.
Okay, do you roll that or do I?
I do.
Plus 6 your charisma went up.
Yep. Oh, nice. I will sing to him. Let's see if I can do this. Come on, get your scaling on. It's Thursday night and it won't be long. Gonna play my flute, play my shawm. It's Thursday night and it won't be long till I get your health up. I got all you need. No, I don't shoot bows, I don't swing swords, but damn, I can sing.
You take that kind of inspiration.
That was really good.
Time for a supper.
Okay.
44 plus 6. 4 plus 6, 10. 10! Ooh!
10 is better than
The
nothing.
song pushes your healing at a rapid pace. It is so inspiring. All right, are you staying where you are, Scanlan?
I already moved a little bit.
You
I'm
moved,
gonna stick right there, yeah.
You moved 10 feet, so you're still there? Okay.
Yeah.
Keyleth.
Okay, so these trees that are moving appear to be living trees, more or less.
Yeah.
Correct?
From what you can tell.
I'm gonna cast Tree Stride on myself.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go into fire elemental form and flame on.
Oh, shit, girl.
No, and I don't know if it's really gonna work.
Johnny
so I just
Storm?
wanna... Oh, well, I've done flame elemental before, yeah.
Okay, so you're going to move next to this tree then? Is that what you're going to do?
Well, I'm casting Tree Stride.
Right, but tree stride, you have the ability to enter a tree. You must use 5 feet of movement to enter a tree.
Right. I'm casting Tree Stride because it's a
Okay.
concentration in the last minute.
Right.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to flame on.
Okay.
This is pretty cool.
If this works.
Where once was Keyleth is now.
I fell over, I was so impressed.
Of the fire Ashari. And then I'm going to enter inside that tree and right in front of me.
She's going to enter inside.
I'm going to very nicely enter it with its permission and consent.
Okay.
Move, and then I'm going to multi-attack.
So you're using this to just stay within the tree. On fire, while punching it on fire.
Well, and ideally, because as per the rules of tree stride, I may use. I instantly know the location of all other trees of the same kind, and as part of my movement, I can pass into any other trees of that choice of that same kind. So I'm going to take this guy on for right now.
Okay, go for it. So make your attack rolls against this tree.
Interesting, Keeler.
We're doing some crazy shit.
We brought a gun to a tree fight.
Yeah.
Those are pretty good. The first hit. Sorry, I don't know I'm trying to find what I add here. Oh, okay. So the first one is going to be 25.
Yep.
And the second one's going to be 16.
Just barely hits.
Yeah. Boom, boom.
I send one of yours to the Feywild, you send one of theirs to the moor.
Don't forget your additional, if you know your found, you still get your additional fire.
Flame hand, which is an additional d6, correct? So I am rolling 2d6 plus 3 twice. So I'll do 4d6. Oh, no, wait. Well, I'll roll 3d6 twice. First one, not bad. 8 plus 5 is 13. Plus another 3, so 16. 16 for the first one.
16 points of fire damage. All right, the next one?
The next one is 11 plus 3, 14.
All right.
And until the creature takes an action to douse the fire, the target takes. Oh, it also anything that if I move within, it immediately takes 1d10 damage whenever I move into its space.
All right, so go ahead and roll another d10.
9.
Also, if it's a tree, it instantly dies.
The roll.
Well,
That's what it
you
says.
notice as you tear into its body using the tree stride, you kind of open it up, it looks down confused as you pull into it, and then just begin pummeling and scraping inside of its form. As you do so, from the inside, what little bit of kind of fire retardant like, black liquid was somewhat dried or coated on these, not as thick as it was in Saundor. Not only has it caught fire, but the wood here is very, very ready for kindling. And
yeah, this is... I also like the concept that Marisha is going for, and it is one of the sort of balancing act things between kind of like the flavorful language that we were talking about earlier and like the game. Because it's like Matt always describes them very flowerly, very, very poetically going through the tree and what have you. But, that's not actually how tree stride works. That's just like the fun flavor. I mean, I would absolutely let her teleport between the two trees using that. And I guess, fair enough to allow her to bypass their unique resistance. I don't know if it quite works, Rob, but also Tree Stride is a really high-level spell slot that she has to maintain concentration on. So as I've said before, rule of cool, it has to be really, it's all sliding scales of how cool is it and how costly is it. This is a pretty high cost, and like the gain from it probably isn't as high as if she just cast a spell with that spell slot. But honestly, if she's bypassing this resistance, maybe it is cool. I don't know. Or maybe it is a higher cost or a lower cost. It bypasses my rule of cool filter. Like it gets past what I would filter out, and like allow it to do something interesting. Yeah. Tree Stride is different from teleport. Yes, it is. It is. Yeah. The way this is done in Lovum is pretty awesome. Hell yeah. This is largely close to Rod, just not the staying inside the tree to attack. Right. Everything else is cool, but like there's no distinct reason that having Tree Stride active would have any effect on like what you can do to it offensively. But like it's a big enough spend that I'll give her something, That's a pretty big spend to get that. So, I'm good with it.
It's vulnerable to fire. Everything in that was doubled. So you just like tear. It watches this tree and it has a flaming elemental in its stomach just like bursting forth in gouts of fires. It begins to crack up the center and parts of it are now bursting into flames and burning on the top.
Holy crap.
It's having a bad day right now.
Keyleth.
And
Serious.
then your turn?
That I am satisfied with, yes.
All right. And in Keyleth's turn, that brings us to Vex. You're up.
Oh, okay. I'm going to step just a little bit of tree.
Yes.
Okay.
Is now a safety hazard?
To the side. I'm just going to step to the side.
Careful for falling limbs.
Yeah. I'm going to Hunter's Mark.
Whoa.
Saundor. Damn it.
Okay, as you pull back, it does get an attack opportunity on you.
Oh.
That is an 18 plus 10, 28.
Well,
Fuck.
So you take
A million.
17 points of bludgeoning damage as you rush backward, and the flaming tree just reaches out and strikes you right across the back of the head, almost sending you tumbling to the ground. Giant, dull thud in the back. You feel the headache growing in your skull, but you continue forward.
Okay. Hunter's Mark, Saundor. Sandor?
Saundor, yeah.
Yeah, Saundor.
Sandor is in Game of Thrones.
Yes.
And then I'm going to attack him with the Sky Sentinel bow.
Go for it.
17 on the first one.
Misses.
Natural 20 on the second one. What up? And 19 on the third. Fucking balls, mother bitch. Okay, well.
It's a damage with the critical.
So what do I just double on my dice?
Yeah, double the dice and then add the bonus at the end.
How's the Skybar?
I think this is caramel. Nope, fudge.
Oh, you got the fudge
I'm
in.
at the fudge end.
Times 2 is
Mapleton
12.
Verde.
60 times 2 is 32, yeah? Plus 7 plus 2. 41
41 points of damage.
on the first attack, and then I'll attack him again. Because that was just one.
Right, that's this guy's
Yeah.
You didn't double the bonus, right? That was just
Doubled my dice.
shit. Yeah, with the Hunter's Mark, yeah. That's
Yeah.
like, all right, go for it.
Okay, so the second one I'm going to attack him through the Blazing Bowstring.
Go for it.
And that is a 30.
30 hits, yes.
How high is Saundor?
He is roughly 30 feet up.
At the very least, I might try and get him to drop the bow, and then you're going to be the one who has to grab it if things get.
Is 14 plus 8 is 22. 22 on the
22
second
points of
one.
damage. Nice.
And that was with 8 points of fire damage. That matters.
Is he pressed against the roof of this chamber?
He's getting up towards the roof, yeah.
Towards it, all right.
And as the two arrows kind of shoot to the sides, the one single arrow pierces into the side of his chest and arm where Percy had shot before, and the arrow disappears inside, and you see the burst of electrical energy causing the one arm that was getting ready to it's kind of thorny arrows, kind of goes limp for a second, and the second arrow just shoots right at the side of the face and it's not protruding from underneath his cheekbone.
And for my movement, can I get on my broom for my movement?
You have to pull the...
I'd have to pull it out.
Your broom is like kind of leaning slung over your shoulder.
Right.
So,
Then I'm just going to, I feel like anywhere I go, it's danger zone in here. I'm going to try to hide behind that tree in the middle, but I feel like that's a bad idea.
okay.
Yeah, just where he, like, I don't want him to be able to hit me with arrows if possible.
Right, no worries. All right, at the end of your turn, he's going to use 2 of his legendary actions. A different spell, actually. He begins to, from up there, lift his hand up like this. I need everyone but Grog to make a dexterity saving throw, including the treants.
Including me inside the treants.
I guess I will try to counterspell this as well.
Okay.
Also at level 5. I don't know if that helps.
So go ahead and roll. Plus 6.
Am I ready? Plus 6? 16.
Nope. Sorry. Close. You're 1 off. So dexterity saving throws, treants. Nope. And nope.
17.
29.
Oh,
So Vax succeeds.
17.
Grog, you also back to your radius.
16.
Percy.
14.
Oh, am I rolling for...
You are.
What does it save?
This is dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw. 14.
All right, Vax, only you succeed. Suddenly, you feel as if there is a sense of weightlessness, or at least you're being drawn at a very intense speed upward in the room. Vax, you manage to reach down and grab one of the roots in the ground and hold yourself there, while the rest of you are thrown, including the treants, at a similar velocity as you would plummet off a cliff, but upward. Up into the ceiling and roof, slamming into the roots. Crack! And then gravity returns to normal, and all of you fall once again, slamming back down onto the ground.
Damn.
Am I immune to that as a fire elemental?
Damn.
You still take bludgeoning damage as an elemental.
Just resistant to it.
How high is the roof in the ground?
It's about, say, 30, 40, 50 feet at the top.
So 100. No, that's just 2 times in a row.
250 blocks. Wow.
That's a total of 24 points of bludgeoning damage to, except for Vax.
I take half
You
damage.
take half that because...
How much did you say was my
not you, Grog. You
24.
Yeah, but the treants must take it.
Bro! Poor guys.
Alrighty.
No problem. No problem.
Not a tree.
All right, end of Vax's turn. Vax, you're up. You watch all of your friends and the treants come crashing down from the ceiling, slamming. You hear the groans of various people kind of getting up off of root knots in the ground. Your feet come back to you, and it's your go.
So the treants are prone, right?
In fact, the most part is prone, yes.
Everybody's prone, and that gives me advantage on the attack as well, doesn't it?
Technically, yes. But we'll
I'm
see
immune
if it
to
does.
prone.
All right, so I'm just going to whip down and stab into the treant that's at my feet now.
All right, go for it.
Okay, first attack is a 29.
That definitely hits.
Actually, yeah, 29. Second attack is a 29.
It's
And the third attack is a 17.
hits. All 3 hit.
Okay, so the first one, which is with the dagger of venom, I don't see anything, but I'm going to use the poison in it. 2, this is 8. 28, and the poison DC on that is 15.
No, it does not succeed. Hold on.
So the poison is 11 points of poison damage on top of that.
Right.
Second attack does 7. There's a flame tongue dagger. I don't know if that's going to do anything.
Sorry,
And the third attack does.
And how much was your first attack?
I don't remember now. I can figure it out. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Make sure you got it right.
I mean, it was roughly something.
That's what I was down to. Okay,
25,
yeah,
right.
we're good. All right, third strike.
Third strike got 8.
Got it. Okay. As it's like on the ground, spiral out, flames still burning off of it, you kind of leap up onto its thigh and come down to some of the open wounds that Keyless Fire Elemental's been tearing through, and you start prying into it as pulling apart back, revealing its kind of softer, burning underwood, if you will. You do a sincerely awful amount of damage to it, and it looks like the creature's already in dire straits.
This is one of the treants?
One of the treants, yes.
Okay.
Is that your turn?
quickly look in at Keyleth's flaming eyes and say, finish it off, and then I'm going to run double speed along the curve of the wall underneath Flying Puck.
This way?
Other way,
Yeah.
I think.
To the one who's not flaming?
Past Keyleth and the one that I shit out of.
The other way. You were going the right way.
Yeah,
Okay. So you're about there. You're moving.
I
Okay.
go double speed.
All right. Oh yeah, double speed. You'd actually be closer to there if you wanted. All right. Then it's your turn. Percy, you're up. Actually, this turn. It's going to use this last legendary action to go ahead and make an attack with Fend Thrust. As it sees you running past Vax, it goes ahead and takes one arrow shot at you as you're running super fast across the floor.
At disadvantage.
No, because well, no, you
turn on it.
no, you did at the beginning of your turn. So, good thing too. 19 and a 1. So yeah, it goes to fire, but you're just too quick, and as it releases its spike-like arrow, you hear it go right past you, catching the edge of the cloak and actually going through it, leaving a small hole in the corner, but no impact to you. All right, so now it's your turn.
We're both prone. Does that mean that we're in combat, or can I walk away with it and it doesn't get
You're both prone. You can walk away without getting an opportunity. You spend half your movement to get up.
All right, I'm spending half my movement to get up, and I'm backing up against the wall.
Okay.
Backing up against the wall. I'm not using bad news. I'm gonna use the retort. I'm gonna try and first thing I'm gonna do is use bonus action to heal a little bit. That's 9 plus 12, so that's 20. Yeah, that's 21. So that's 21. It's not my turn. Next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start shooting to try and get that bow out of his hands one more time.
Okay.
First shot.
This was retort, right?
Retort. Yeah. same trick, but not nearly as much damage. 16 to hit.
Hits the nearby wood, splinters off one of the vines, sending a shower of broken wood chunks.
Firing again.
Oh, dangerous nerd, do it.
Dangerous nerd.
That's another 16.
Can't quite catch a beat on it. Being a human without dark vision, it's hard to see the low kind of glowing light.
I give off a soft glow.
You're at a distance.
18 to hit.
It misses.
God damn it. Okay. That's my
That's always
Alrighty.
a bummer, man.
End of Percy's turn. That brings us to our next set of lair actions. All right. Suddenly, all the vines and the nearby walls at the inside of the tree whip out, making grabbing anyone nearby.
Oh, son of-
Percy, Scanlan, Keyleth, and Vax. You guys are all of a sudden, the vines try and wrap around you. They pull you back.
I'm immune to grapple.
So yeah,
Dexterity
the
save?
vines try and wrap around you, Keyleth, and burn in the process. You are still pulled right against the wall. I need Vax, Scanlan, and Percy to make a strength saving throw.
Strength.
Yes.
Good
Dexterity.
God. It's just straight strength.
23.
15.
Burn a luck. 20.
20. Okay. Vax and Percy, you guys managed to break free of the vines. You are considered grappled, so your speed is 0. The vines are actually holding you against the side. They're not hurting you or anything, but you cannot actually move from your space because you're being held against the wall of the tree.
Okay.
That ends the legendary action. Grog, you're up.
Can I run immediately underneath?
Where was... Man, it's hard for me to tell who that was actually targeting. Like, I heard who it was targeting, but I can't really see. Yeah. I don't know. We're gonna have to see. But a lot of these feel kind of... So far, it feels like there is nowhere they can stand that they won't get hit by something. Like most of them. And there doesn't seem to be any benefit to spreading out. And Mans is on the ceiling. So I don't know. It kind of took a lot of the things that I thought maybe it had going for it. And it feels more like they're in one of those... It feels like they're in a fucking box that someone is shaking around. And that this is just... Because to me, this feels very claustrophobic. It feels very... Doesn't matter what you do. I'm gonna get ya. So I don't know, and it seems like they should just focus on the treants. But I'm trying to think of like what decision points is this encouraging, and I can't really think of any. You know, there's not a huge decision point on like where do I stand. There's not a huge decision point on who do I attack first. Yeah, I don't know. They're in a tree. I mean, yeah, they're in a tree, but it's also a giant tree. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like saying just they're in a tree, you know, it's a giant magical tree. It could look however they wanted it to look. It could have an extra dimensional, extra big space inside of it. You know, we can do whatever we want here. More so they're in his tree, but I guess you're not. Yeah, it's very, I mean, to be clear, like in fiction, it's fine. Like in fiction, it all makes total sense. It's just like what decision points are they being presented with? I'm not really seeing many. Are you just saying that, or you were influenced by reverse gravity? I was honestly reversed gravity. I was a little bit I don't know on, because I was like, I would have maybe made the borders a little bit more clear, because then it's like if the borders aren't clear, how are they supposed to know how to avoid it or where to go? And then right after that, the vines just coming out from every corner of the wall. If he does these in a certain pattern, maybe that's kind of interesting, but I don't know that we'll have enough time to see that. So I don't know. Why wasn't the entire floor of Umbrasyl's lair entirely an acid pool? Yeah, kinda. I mean, yeah, a bit, Sputnik. See you later, Strawberry. Have a good one. Yeah. I mean, we'll continue seeing how it plays out, but this feels very like the longer it goes, the less I feel like there's a advantageous or a strategic place to stand. It kind of just feels like, sit down and shoot.
Beneath Saundor.
Saundor, yes, you can.
Are there any vines that are hanging from him? There are none.
There are vines hanging from the ceiling, and he's there. He himself just kind of sunk into the tree and then emerged above. He himself does not have any like wayward vines that are staying.
Right. Are there any vines that look like they might be thick enough for me to try and wanted to get to
Probably
this
a
height?
couple, yeah.
Could I grab a few of those vines and try and climb up to where he's at?
Athletics check. With disadvantage.
Disadvantage?
You have advantage because you're raging.
Yeah.
So just a straight roll.
23.
23.
Why does he have disadvantage? Is he still exhausted? Because they long rested, right? Why does he have disadvantage? Am I crazy?
All right, let me go ahead and check and see how far you can actually climb.
I should put on the ducker.
Tense fight, guys.
Good.
Wouldn't want to be here with anyone else.
Us against the
All
environment.
right. Yeah, we're going to test the ducker to see if it works.
One hand over hand, not even pull up, especially with your Titan and gauntlets and that type of a roll. You could probably get right up to him, but that's going to be like your action to get up there.
Okay.
So you only have your bonus action left at that time, but essentially you can get right up to where he is, the top of the tree. As he's up there pulling the bow back, like getting ready to you see another pointed arrow kind of shoots out of his arm. You come right up to his face, and you're right there holding on one of the vines with the axe, so it's kind of hanging over your shoulder with the chain.
Okay. With my bonus action, can I let out the loudest howl I possibly can?
Yes, you can.
Oh, nice. Please, I hope we can get in here.
All right. It's Saundor's turn.
Boy.
Alrighty.
He's deaf from that howl. He's definitely deaf.
No, not so much. Saundor takes Fenris and actually lets go of it to his side, and these vines wrap it, hold it in place just wherever he lets it go. As his fingers curl up into these giant, extremely hard, petrified root-like clusters, and he starts wailing on you as you're standing there holding onto that vine. 3 strikes against you.
Yeah.
First one is going to be a 25.
Hits.
Second one is a 23.
Also hits.
Third one is a 15.
Misses.
Where it hits you, but just not enough to do actually put any damage through them. So, looking at this, that brings it to, oh, that's 14 bludgeoning damage on the first one. Half.
Okay.
God, and the second one,
Oh, it's just the fucking coolest.
22 points of bludgeoning damage reduced to 11.
Okay.
I need you to go ahead and make a strength saving throw to maintain your hold on that vine as it just bats you around.
21.
21. It punches you twice, and your grip kind of causes you to slide a foot, but you catch yourself, and you're still maintaining yourself. The vine is now swinging from the impact, and you're kind of in the process of this weird momentum where you're passing by, a little out of control with your movement up in the air of the inside of this tree.
Awesome.
So that's going to end its actions. You now watch as Saundor reaches up and grabs the bow again, and shifts into the tree away from you. You do get an attack of opportunity, though.
Oh!
As you come around, watching him sink in with your one hand on the axe.
Oh, that was so close to being a crit. That is a... I can't even have that. That's a 33.
19 isn't a crit for him, right?
No.
No. So go ahead. I'll say the damage is going to be a 1d10 as opposed to 1d12, just for the sake of you're swinging with one hand.
That's a... wait, no. It's a 22 plus 1 point of necrotic damage, so 23.
All right, 23 points of slashing damage. As you come around, as the vine is arcing around, whack, you cleave through, kind of catch the side of the shoulder and the jaw. Part of this kind of hard, bony root exterior actually gets carved off, and you see more black ooze just spill out from underneath as it shrieks, pulling back into the tree. You watch him vanish. You're still left there. You
Got
know,
him.
Good job, Grog.
Smack him out of the wall.
Not so good, really.
You'll hide like a potato in the earth.
as high as Saundor can get right at the edge, like actually emerging out of the ceiling portion of the top of it, 10 feet higher than he was before he comes out with Fenthras.
10 feet higher than he was before?
Like before he was like out of the wall, before the ceiling began to come up into the cone. He's now ceiling in another part.
Jeez.
Now kind of hanging out halfway and ready to go ahead and let loose the bow next turn. That's going to end his turn, however.
How high off the ground is that apex that he's hanging out of?
Right now he's 40 feet up.
40 feet, all right.
Yeah. That ends his turn. It is now the tree and Scout. They both get up using half their movement. Let's see. That one currently is just being harried with the flames on the inside. Is it taking damage on its turn?
It does, unless he douses himself, he takes another 1d10.
Go ahead and do anything damage to him.
6.
Yeah.
As it begins to take the damage, it tries to put out the flames, but as it does, the fire just roars into this inferno, and you hear it give out this creaking, painful, as it tumbles forward in a timber fashion, the flames actually burning the lights out of the tree, and it falls to the ground, dead,
Hey.
smoldering.
Down.
You pop out of his form, as the living entity is no longer living, and you're but an elemental now. I'm going to leave him there just for reference, because it's a big thing to get through, but you are now kind of pushed off. That shrink is gone. The other one gets up and steps over to Percy.
I've made a friend.
You did. As you just managed to avoid that, the tree comes up and goes into a double slam against you. That's going to be 19
Oh, that hits.
and 21.
That also hits.
Alrighty. You take
Fine.
13 points of bludgeoning damage. 20 points of bludgeoning damage.
That's mean.
It's now pushing you up the side of the tree. You can feel like the roots hitting the back of your head, and as you ricochet off the impact, you come into another fist right to the face. You feel the nose break under the impact, and possibly a tooth get loosened as you spit blood outside. It's a rough hit on you.
Yeah, that was rough.
All right, that ends the train's turn. Scanlan and Keyleth, you're up.
You're still
You're grappled,
grappled.
and currently prone.
Where is he? Where are you, Scanlan?
You're right over there.
Side of the wall.
But because your movement is 0 and you're grappled, you can't get up. So right now you are prone and stuck to a wall.
Can I pull out a wand?
You can pull out a wand. You're just at disadvantage at all attacks right now.
At all attacks, even spell attacks?
You have disadvantage on attack rolls. Any attack rolls against you have advantages. If they're within 5 feet of you. Otherwise, they have disadvantages.
I might be able to try and do something if I
That's
go
attack
first,
rolls.
maybe?
Fireballs just happen.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Be able to burn you away.
So I'll fall on the tree ant. I'll aim it far away enough so that it won't hit us. Is that a thing? Is that possible?
It is. It's hard because you're on the ground and he's right there.
Can I go
Ask Tiberius, man.
Can you hit Saundor?
Yeah, but I don't know how.
It's your call. It's a tough circumstance here because to hit the tree from your perspective, you'd have to hit behind it, but you have no view behind it because you're on the ground.
Got it. All right.
So I mean, if you want to try that, I'll give you a roll, and based on how good you roll, it may or may not.
Then I will not risk it, and I will just fireball good old Saundor, I guess.
Alrighty. How many more?
I'll use 3 more charges.
Okay.
I have 7 total. So.
7 total left, or total?
Total. So I've used 3.
Well, no, you used 5 last time.
But the first is just 3 balls. No, I don't know how this shit works.
What does it say on the actual item?
I don't have it anymore. I lost it months and months ago.
It's a good thing. It's in the dungeon master.
What the hell, Sam?
Here are these things. I can get you the item for now.
You can Rob, right here.
Okay. One of fireballs has 7 charges. You can use an action to expend 1 or more charges to cast the fireball spell. For 1 charge, it's level 3, and for each additional charge, it's more than that.
Yeah, so I used 1, 2, 3
So you used
charges.
3 charges, so you have 4 charges left.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I can use 3 of them.
3 more?
Yeah.
All right, go for it.
All right.
Another
understand
10d6.
that.
I don't understand that at all.
It does not make a saving throw. He's going to use legendary resistance to.
Fucking dick.
Does it
Okay,
half it again?
testing the duck again to see how quickly it comes back, because it's not coming back in quick enough.
It's a new feat I have.
Yeah, or something hits you, you can use your reaction. We'll use your reaction to attack opportunity, so you still hit them.
Oh, that's true.
But essentially, they don't have to do that now. As long as they hit you, you can use your reaction to just hit them
Hit
back.
them back.
So yeah, as long as you stay
As
within
long as they're
melee.
at 5 feet, right?
Yeah.
That count on his 2 hits against me?
I mean, you can only do it once, because only 1 reaction.
One time.
Yeah. And you technically already hit him with that. So the same thing, so you use your attack opportunity. But yeah, you can do that whenever anybody hits
Oh,
you.
see, you're fine.
Laura, are
You're good, but good to remember.
About to die?
I haven't used it before.
Yeah.
All right, there was 29. So
29, half that. 8
And
points of fire damage. Just another fireball bursts into the air, lighting up the room even brighter for an instant. You can see now as the smoke clears, the front of Saundor's form is now black and beginning to char with each blast of flame. A lot of the oil has been dried up and now coming off in like clumps.
That's good.
Almost like.
Yeah.
All right.
I will also heal Vex. She's close enough, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
With an inspirational quote. Something Percival once said.
Oh, no.
A long time ago.
I'm ready.
No.
Oh.
Life needs things to live. That's it. That's the whole quote. Earlier tonight. Percival von Frederickstein von Rollo de Frankenstein de Rollo. Credit where credit is due. Oh, and I'll do it at level 3, so that's. Oh, no, it's not inspiration, healing. Healing.
Oh.
All right, that's definitely part of what solidified it as a big meme.
Thank you.
All right, Keyleth.
Okay, I am going to dead. Oh man, I don't. To that guy.
In number
I
2.
have number 2. Tree number 2.
All right.
Boom, boom, boom. And I want to see if I can tree stride through him.
Did you take damage from the fall area? Make a concentration check.
No, I have resistant bludgeoning damage and all that.
So just add your constitution modifier.
Oh, my constitution modifier as
As a fire elemental.
just my modifier?
Yes.
8.
Yes, tree stride is hit.
Fuck. Oh. Even as a.
Concentration spells take damage, man.
Well, I still whelm him.
All right.
That guy in front of me. I still can move
Into space.
Into space. Yeah.
So make your
That's
attacks.
my fucking opal dice again, asshole. Oh look.
You gotta roll it angry. That's
Yeah. Oh, maybe that's the key.
Maybe you have to
It's so
roll.
fucking nice.
Angry die.
Just like every time you
Keyleth
roll
has to
it.
embrace her anger to actually make
Yeah.
a nice word for it. I like that.
2 slam attacks.
See, that's Talison's secret. He's always angry.
You're rolling with advantage.
13. Do I roll with advantage?
No.
That's why I saw you throw 2 dice, so was it both attacks at once? Gotcha.
No, I'm rolling my
It
3
2 slam
dice.
attacks, right?
Oh, you have 2 slam attacks. Did you roll to hit those?
Yeah, Topaz, and I would only do it
2 11s.
during combat where anything huge is pretty clear and obvious. Yeah.
15 for the first one.
Okay.
All the big ones, they just,
Love it.
yeah, they're pretty, but they...
And another 15 for the second one.
And for the
Why would you do that?
That'll suck. And then he's on fire now, right?
He's on fire. Oh, and he takes another d10 because I moved into his space.
Oh, good, that's good.
And he's on fire.
So another 4 points from me.
Alrighty. So yeah, the flames burn up into his form and start shrieking as the fire's curling up his body. It does not like being on fire. Then your turn?
Yeah.
Alrighty. At the end of your turn, Saundor is going to go ahead and
Possibly permanently.
God damn it.
going to cast another spell.
Take a break.
Over here, you piece of shit.
Anything?
Take a break. I am on my way.
The bow's held off. He looks down and sees you on the...
Today I learned trees don't like being on fire. Yeah. Today I learned about myself. This is not something I've ever thought about before. And I'm reserving full judgment for the entire combat. But I don't think I love stick to walls bosses. Like him just being able to go from the wall to the ceiling to the floor to the wall to the ceiling, whatever, just basically be wherever. Tonally feels very right, but I would have almost rather him trying to think of a version that I would have done instead. I would have almost had him been chop off parts of himself, then go skittering away and into the roots, and then he's on the ground. But maybe you have these small little things, maybe twig blights or something that crawl up the walls or, come out of the walls, come out of the ceilings and shoot. And they're 1 or 2 hits to kill. So that's what the ranged combatants can focus on. But with the main boss, the main meat sack, I mean, I guess this is me assuming that he's the main meat sack, which is why I'm saying I'm reserving full judgment for the end. But the main meat sack being at a point where melee combatants can't really get to him, you either need a lot of smaller combatants for them to be going after, or other objectives for them to be doing, ideally. But this is a situation where I don't know that the treants are going to keep them busy enough for long. I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, reserving full judgment, because this could work depending on the HP distributions, but it's a little strange. I don't know. Narratively, it works well, but from a play sense, not as fun. This is kind of a pretty broad statement. I think the majority of CR works in the narrative. I think that Matt largely thinks Watsonianly, where he thinks about what makes sense in the narrative and not necessarily whether it'll be fun to experience as a player. So I think if you put me in front of any given scene and you asked me if I thought it would fit better in the narrative or better in the game, I would every single time. I would bet on black. I would bet on it fitting in the narrative. But trying to marry those up, I think is the goal. It's the ideal. Would you like it better if there was a roots twisting stairway? Potentially, yeah, like a stairway on the outside, or maybe some platforms that they could hop up and down from. Maybe it's an athletics check, an acrobatics check. Or maybe more distinct vines. Travis, the goat, the national treasure, made a way for him to go up and attack, but also Matt made that way incredibly dangerous. But also, to be fair, his melees have throwing, have the chain of returning. I mean, they're kind of a broadly non-melee group, so maybe it doesn't even matter. Maybe it doesn't even matter, because they're like a broadly non-melee group. Or at least they all have very consistent ranged options. And maybe this is just meant to be kind of a challenge combat for, like, Grog mostly. I don't know. Yeah, I'll update my opinion at the end. I don't know. It's coming off as weird and not great to me right now, but I might change my mind. We'll see. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and I will be right back. What up? Hello. I mean, Gavarn was constantly flying the entire arc is based on dragons. Yeah, there's a weird aspect of like flying versus just in the wall, you know? But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird factor. And I do think that Grog has a bit of tendency to... I think he goes for the most dangerous... The ostensibly most dangerous enemy. because he views himself as the tank. And I do think in this case it would have been better tactically for him to go after the Treants and for Keyleth to go after Singorn, or whatever his name is, Saundor. And this is kind of a question of like, how do you ease them into that tactical thinking? And I think you have to be a little bit more obvious about it. Like with the Famerk Crocodile. I think the Famerk Crocodile was a little bit more obvious about what you needed to do to it. And it's like, if he didn't want Grog to go after him, he almost needs to like put him like way higher up, or even have the Treants go after Grog to like encourage that fight more, and then like make him like have him see the benefit of him fighting the Treants. I don't know. It also depends on, do you want this fight to serve as like tactical training or not? That's kind of tough. Like I said, they do all have ranged options, and he's only 40 feet up, so it is kind of like, does it even matter? The only reason it matters is because if he's the one doing the equivalent of flying, they all have ranged options. There's even less of a reason for them to ever move once they get these Treants out of the way. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like it's pretty natural for DMs to tend toward the narrative over gameplay, simply because it's harder for DMs to playtest for quality and easier to intuit what's interesting narratively. Ooh, that's interesting. I'm trying to think of if I agree with that or not. It's harder for DMs to playtest for quality and easier to intuit what's interesting narratively. Yeah, I honestly don't know if I agree that one's actually like easier over the other. For at least for the majority, I don't know that I actually think one is easier to intuit or not. I think I'm thinking about DMs I've played with. I'm thinking about my experience, things that I've watched. I think for people that have a maybe acting and storytelling background, I think I can heavily agree with you. I think I can very heavily agree. But more like what we might call like war game type tables that I've seen and played at, I think it is easier for a DM to I think it was easier for that DM to intuit when we were having a bad time with the fight, and he would sometimes skew fights in ways that didn't really make a lot of sense narratively, but that made them more interesting as a fight. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I agree that it's like inherently easier. I think it depends on where you're coming from. Like, are you coming from like a writing, acting, improv sort of background, or are you coming from like a gaming, strategic background? Because I think that if you're coming from the more strategic side of things, like if it's a table full of chess players, I think that they're going to have an easier time intuiting what is an interesting situation in combat, rather than necessarily what makes narrative sense or like tonal sense, you know, like they might give Saundor an ability that really doesn't fit with the entire arc, but is cool for the combat. Now this group, I think, definitely intuits the narrative part. Yeah. This group especially informs the narrative form. Yeah. I very much agree with that. Yeah, I don't know. Recently I tried a Strahd stat block with no legendary actions instead of opting for reactions. I had no idea how much better reactions would feel until I started playing. Mechanics feel different in play. They definitely do. I fully agree with that. But I think that a natural inclination towards thinking about the mechanics first, second, like thinking about the mechanics first compared to thinking about the narrative first, I think is maybe what I'm saying isn't as directly is maybe differently intuitive for different people. I don't know. Now, if you did so again, you'd have a better idea. Purely depends on experience, and the same is true narratively. Yeah, I think I'd agree. I think it is. I think it's dependent on what you're interested in and what you experiment with. You know, if you're not experimenting with a lot of different mechanical situations and a lot of different combat types, often you're not going to be good at intuiting it. And the same thing with narrative. If you're using the same bog standard narrative, you're not trying to create interesting flavored monsters, all of your NPCs say the same 4 words of dialogue, you're gonna have a hard time intuiting that narrative. I mean, I think it's best when you're, you know, really trying to do both. But I don't think you can ever have a 50-50. Well, maybe you can. I don't know. Yeah. It's an interesting thought process. I've never really thought about the like strength of intuition there. But it's a fair thing to point out and think about. Huh. Yeah.
The ground Vex.
Ow.
He just extends his fingers and says, "You had your choice." Make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, good.
Like a mother.
Your choice.
20.
20. Success. Take half damage.
Half damage. Wait,
No,
dice.
that's a,
That's a lot of
Fucking
dice.
miracles, what that is.
that doesn't sound like. That sounds like a handful of hay.
Dice, yeah.
That was like 4 days.
It's okay, they're all D1s.
You take 16 points of necrotic damage.
You're good.
Still up.
As the blight spell takes over, you feel
Whoa.
the vines wrap around you and the life force pulled from your form momentarily. Suddenly they crack and break as you shove them off. The air pulls from your lungs and you gasp for air, holding on to that last sliver of life you still have.
Play that game.
Alrighty. Now it's your turn, Vex. Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna take. Can I? As
Still
my,
thrown on the ground, by the way.
I stand up.
Alright, half your movement.
Can I take a greater healing potion?
You can.
As a bonus?
Yep.
How much?
Greater healing would
I think
be...
many DMs get more story through cultural osmosis. I think maybe this is maybe fair to say, given what D&D is, and it might like transfer depending on the system you're using. That D&D is a more narrative experience than something like Pathfinder, and that's more narrative than something like Warhammer 40K. Like, because there is slightly more focus on the narrative, that it attracts people that are into that sort of thing more broadly. I could maybe see that it's like more about a trend of who becomes DMs as opposed who becomes DMs specifically in D&D as opposed to what sort of broad experience any given person could have. Because I was looking at it more from that angle of like, well, any given person might have more or less mechanical or narrative experience, but are the people becoming DMs going to trend one way or another? I could see I could see that the people that become DMs trend more in the narrative direction. I could see that. Yeah. 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 Interesting. I don't know. Yeah, I'm thinking through it as well, because I'm still not sure. Yeah, interesting.
Send me back.
Good, that's good. That's 7, okay. Okay, I guess I will, his hunter's mark is still on him, right?
Actually, you should make a concentration check because of the blight damage, which I forgot to take as far as the fall damage earlier as well, so make your concentration checks.
Cool.
Yeah. So, add your constitution modifier?
Yeah.
19 for the first, and a natural 1 for the second.
Yeah, no, that's faded, sorry.
Okay, cool. Okay, so,
Actually, person needs to make a concentration check as well. And you get better.
I guess for my, Jesus Christ.
2, 1 for each slam.
It's a Constitution?
Yeah, your constitution modifier.
10.
Yeah, so the X is also faded, sorry.
Fuck. I guess I'm gonna warn him.
Okay, go for it.
I'll tip attack him.
Right?
Just hurt him.
man.
Just hurt him.
Okay, so that's a regular attack.
What level are you casting it at?
Oh, right. Oh, I can cast it at higher. I'm gonna cast it at a level 4. Fuck it.
Go for it. So
Okay.
go ahead and roll the attack.
That is, I roll a d20 and then I add what? My spell attack bonus?
No, you just a regular attack, and if it hits, because you cast the spell's bonus action onto an arrow, release the arrow,
20,
hits.
27.
27 hits. So you do
Okay.
damage with arrow, plus an additional 40
40, 10. That's good, that's good, that's good. Oh, that's good. Okay, 15. 17 for the actual hit.
Nice.
And then additional 40, 10.
Yep.
Wow, that's awesome. Hopefully this will be good.
Oh.
20 additional hit.
20 points damage. Nice. As you release the arrow, spoof, it sticks into his chest. You will just burst in his chest. These thorns go spraying into him in the nearby area, just like 1,000 nails went off in a pipe on his chest. And he's like, all right. And do you want to move? Or stay where you are?
I gotta stay where I am.
Okay.
But I'm gonna hold on to that tree.
Okay, you grapple onto the tree. End of your turn, he's going to use his last legendary action to make one attack of Fenthros back at you out of anger. That is a 25.
That has me.
All right. So it's going to be.
I'm gonna actually wait. Can I cutting words that?
Sure. What do you do? What do you say?
I'm gonna insult him. I'm gonna call him a. Oi, you fobbing, elf-skinned flap dragon! You paunchy, ill-breeding lewdster! You unmuzzled, reeling ripe mumble news! Shakespeare insult generator.
That is fantastic.
That's unbelievable.
That is really
He's really old, so it's a lot to him, you know?
And unfortunately, they fall on deaf ears. He's beyond 60 feet from you and doesn't take the
I
insult.
thought the roof was only like 45 feet off.
But
50
you're
feet
over
up.
there.
I yelled it really loud.
Use the cone. No, you can't use cone. Oh, you could use cone.
Just on the cusp at an angle. Let me see here, because he's about 55 feet from you, and then is 40 feet up at the angle. Yeah, he's just out of range.
Oh, Pythagoras,
Sorry.
screw him, man. Come on, that's like right at like 60, right?
Probably wouldn't
Right
say
Just
at?
misses him.
Maybe-
Just misses him.
A square plus B squared equals.
It's lying.
Oh, come on.
No problem.
Yeah, he's just out of range. You shouted at Echo, so it was a great insult, but he's too focused
Fuck.
and loses the arrow. It manages to catch you for
Oh, don't make that face.
15 points of piercing, 1 point of lightning damage.
Okay, okay.
Still up?
I'm good.
Ish.
Ish.
Ask.
All right, up to the top of the round. Vax, you're up.
All right, I think from where I'm standing, I'm close enough to see that Keyleth is absolutely mauling the tree, and she's right on top of it, right?
It appears to be the case,
So
yes.
with double speed, I can get there, yeah?
Yes, you can.
All right, so I'm going to flit across the floor, come up right behind Keyleth, swoop around the side of her, and stab up and in. 1, 2, 3.
Holding onto a tree.
First attack is a 28,
28 hits.
a 29,
Hits.
and the third attack is a 26.
Hits. All 3 hit.
Sneak attack on the first 2, plus 6 is 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 15, 21, 22, 24, 30. The first attack does 7, and the third attack does 10.
Then, alrighty.
10 and 7.
You rush up from the side, seeing the inferno engulfing the creature as it's shrieking in pain. You rush up and just start stabbing it repeatedly, throwing your dagger up into the various exposed parts of its bark form. You can see it's actually. It's still holding itself together, but it's looking pretty rough.
Am I burning at all, as I just came up next to Fire Lady here?
What's the radius, Keyleth? What's the radius for
Fire
things to take
damage?
when they come within a certain area of you?
No, it's when I'm like
Sharing space.
5 feet, maybe. Wait, I think it's when I'm sharing feet.
No, actually, no, it doesn't affect you that way. You're fine, you're fine. You're good. You can feel the heat. It's emanating from it, definitely. All right, then you turn backs?
Yeah.
Percy, you're up.
I just watch this. I put my gun down, pull out my sword, and start hacking at the tree.
For it.
What happened? That's 25.
25 hits.
Hitting at the end. Yeah. 23.
Hits.
And 27.
Hits. All 3 hit.
That's that's a thing that happens now. Okay, and so that's a.
Jesus.
Thunder strikes outside the tree.
What's that?
That was Travis hitting the
Too big
side of
for
the
this
room.
35 points of slashing damage.
On the first hit? Or
All 3
Oh,
together.
shit, yeah.
I just went thump, thump, thump.
Yeah.
You're playing about better than I am.
As it's on fire and shrieking, you pull the sword out, and seeing the wounds that Vax already left open, you leap up off of one knee, take the blade, spin around, and jam it into the center where you see the. And with that, you look down at Keyleth, and together, she forces outward as you dig down with the blade. The tree actually splits up the middle and it falls to 2 sides and begins to burn from the inside.
It's looking pretty rough.
Is he dead? He's dead.
He is
Good, that's good.
Dead and on the ground there, just
the body.
burning.
Might get some.
So much lumber.
Make s'mores after this.
Percy, do you want to move or stay where you are?
I'm going to move. I'm going to charge north just to get away from just to split the group up a bit.
Over here?
Yeah. Actually, if I can like hug the edge a little closer, like
Around this way.
around that way, and like 10 feet away from the wall.
20 feet away?
Yeah. So, and then bonus action to put my mask on in case anything more gassy happens.
Okay.
And then I've got a grit left, so fuck it. Oh no, because I can't switch weapons fast enough. Never mind. Yeah, I'm gonna call it.
Can I have a question? Am I
Yes?
I thought Percy gave me that mask.
I took it back from you the last game.
He did,
Right,
yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah, because you weren't there.
You were there, and he was walking through the swamp. Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah, you can have it back if you want. I just took it for the swamp.
All right, let's get on it.
All right.
All right, it's now count 20.
Any sign of umber werewolf?
So, the, first you watch as a low mist begins to slowly filter into the room. One in this here, it's going to be Keyleth, Vax, Percy, and Vex. I need you all to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, and a boy.
Wisdom.
Yes. As the fog fills in.
Natural 20!
Oh, wow. This is the roll of my life.
What'd you get, Liam?
21, which is huge.
21.
Natural 20.
18 plus 11, so 29.
23.
Whoa. Jesus Christ.
It's just on that smog thing.
You feel like the fog, as it fills your senses, begins to cloud your mind and your vision begins to blur, but then you shake it from your mind, focus in, and it's no effect on you.
Yes!
I can help that. At which point, the area that had closed before, where you guys entered, you hear this loud creaking sound and the breaking of wood and bark.
Yeah!
Suddenly you watch as it's forced open as these two feral claws.
Yes!
And Ukrat darts inside from the entrance. Around, looks
I
up,
forgot about this dude.
looks up and sees Saundor. So be it. And begins jumping onto the wall and climbing and running up the side of the actual
Parkour.
Yeah!
parkour. Indeed.
You could cut me out first. Okay, just go. It's okay.
Picks up and runs, and with this, he only manages to get just up to where we'll say where Saundor is there.
Look how big they both
He's
are.
now right up in the face of Saundor. Sick him. All right, that ends his turn. 20 Grog, you're up.
I'm so taken out of this fight, it's driving me crazy. I'm hanging from vines, I see Wolfman come up, I'm not going to be left out of this. Can I try and Tarzan my way
Yes!
over to the fray?
Yes, this will be the majority of your movement and your action to do so.
Just get me there, baby.
All right, so you go like check
Okay, with advantage.
with advantage, at disadvantage because your skill checks are just regular attack.
No.
You roll.
Good one.
Watch out for that tree.
Start getting your momentum. You pull back, and your feet catch the edge, and you push off, and you swing out. And as you reach for the next vine,
Oh my god!
Oh.
you plummet to the ground.
Boo.
No!
That puts you. You take 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And fall prone.
And prone. That's insulting.
Are you halfway done yet, Groggy?
Because it fails, does that still take up all my action? All my whole thing?
I mean, you still have your bonus action.
Get up?
No, you have your movement, but yeah, you won't be able to this turn. So.
I'll cry a little.
Is anything you do for bonus
Do I keep my rage because I fell and took damage?
Let me double check the specifics of the rage here if it's just to make sure.
I mean, he's got to be pretty angry.
Yeah.
I would think I'm
I'd be
pissing the
angry.
fuck off.
It seems like he should be pretty angry, yeah.
All right, so that ends Grog's turn. It's now Saundor's turn. Saundor is looking at this sudden large werewolf entity that shows up out of nowhere. Knows he has to get away from this, and is going to go ahead and attempt to.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes, like, I'm debating on this if this is like a good teaching moment for Grog,
That does hit. 27. So
or if it's just feels bad. Like, it'll depend on if Travis takes away from this. I shouldn't go after the elevated enemies.
Exactly where Grog was? That's cool.
Oh, so close to where Grog was. Damn it.
From there, he's going to go ahead and make 3 attacks with Fenris. First with 2 Vex.
Oh my god, what a miss.
That is a 20.
20 is my armor class.
You suffer 15 points of piercing damage and 4 points of thunder damage, or lightning damage.
It's 19.
19.
Cool.
You're still alive.
Still alive.
Wow. That's impressive.
Their first arrow hits you, and you take the damage, and you kind of lean into the tree, and you're still standing. He goes, pulls back and takes another shot.
God damn it.
Can I shout out? I was wrong. You're so dreamy.
Same exact attack roll. 20. Hits again. Natural 9 on that one. This one is going to be. What's the next again? There we go. That is an 8 plus 3. 8 points of piercing damage plus 3 points of lightning. So it's 11. With that, Vex
Down.
falls unconscious onto the ground. With his third and final shot of the round, he's going to look down at. I'm going to say Percy, who's right below. Take it on Percy. Natural 20.
What?
Wow.
What?
Against you sometimes.
Fucker's having a good round.
23 points of piercing damage and 4 points of lightning.
I'm going to do a missile snare.
Okay.
It's 23 points piercing damage.
Correct.
That's going to be 13 points piercing damage.
Okay, plus 4 lightning, so 17.
And can I use that for? I'm going to take that
Well,
for.
Sarah, that's why I'm glad that they simplified and just allow you to use your bonus action to maintain it in 524 in the 2024 PHP. I liked that change a lot for that reason.
It's going to be against Scanlan and Keyleth.
You want to do the?
I don't know if I can be grappled. Door though, I can try and take you.
No, I can't. I can't do that.
I can try and come and get you undone. I don't know if
No,
I
I
can.
can't. I can't dimension door. Not this.
No, I mean burn you from the vines
Oh.
and get you ungrappled. I don't know if. So, question: quick hand toss of fire elemental's ass, like.
Yeah, I mean, you have some sort of physicality to you. It's just somewhat fluid, and
So it's like a kind of magical hand meets a magical fire elemental kind of work.
Bring 'em all out, okay.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go over Scanlan and I'm gonna burn the vines around him that are holding him in.
Okay.
Is that your action though?
It'll be your action, yeah.
That's
Then
my
you
action.
Don't do that then.
You
need
can just
to.
do it.
You need to
Yeah,
attack.
don't
back.
use your action to-
Fuck that.
You can
I'm
just do it.
fine.
So as you run up to Scanlan, he's telling you this. What are you doing?
Leave me. I'm fine. This is cozy.
I go okay, and
I've realized. I just kind of put the pieces together in my mind of why I don't like this version of like teleporting and like wall grappling for Saundor is because with ranged combatants, one of the most fun and one of the most traditional ways for ranged combatants to interact is that ranged combatants fire at each other and they also fire at melee combatants. Sometimes each other, depends on how good the cover is, right? But they stay back and they fire in, and that creates kind of a deadly zone in the middle where melee combatants either try to just like trust in their side's power and just like push through the other melee combatants, or you have flankers, skirmishers, like, like the skirmisher rogue, or like the monk, or even some flavors of fighter that are melee but very fast and go around the middle dead zone or somewhere and will flank and try to get at the ranged combatants where they are to force them out of their position, either to make them more vulnerable to your side's ranged combatants, or to make them, or just to fucking kill them straight up, because ranged combatants aren't as good when they're right next to melee combatants. I think that my problem with this guy and his abilities in Saundor is that none of those factors are playing into this. There is no real reason to try and get up and melee fight him, because he'll just move. And he can move far enough away that you cannot easily get back to him, coupled with the fact that because he is not teleporting to, like, platforms that you can stand on, you have to do additional and extra skill checks just to be even, like, in melee, like, fighting range, Tarzaning him at the same time. So there's no amount of dynamicism. Dynamicism? It is not very dynamic to me, because it is sort of taking this, like, what it's kind of more turning him into a turret, like a movable turret. But even that is a little strange, because again, you know, a melee combatant getting up to him really close should have some effect, or should be not this difficult. And I think that Grog maybe kind of views himself as that, like, monk disruptor type character, since you have, like, Vax that does so much damage up close, that I think Grog tries to hunt down the ranged people, but he can't do that at all. I'm also trying to think of, like, how would I change this? I mean, I think an easy way to change it is just to make there be platforms that either need to be jumped between or climbed between, and he can just teleport to any of those platforms, essentially. So that it adds, you know, maybe some standard verticality to the map, and then either their ranged combatants can utilize it, and you have, like, Grog and maybe another melee, like, hopping between them. That could kind of work. Yeah, in general, though, I thought the way that Matt was going to go with this was going to be, like, basically have him be a skunk with a ranged attack. So he is very effective and deadly at range, but then he has a very good melee deterrent. That's what I thought when I saw the first gas cloud. I was like, oh, he's going to have a great melee deterrent, similar to, like, a dragon's breath weapon. Pretty decent melee deterrent for a dragon. And so it's going to be this kind of back and forth tug of war of, okay, he uses the melee deterrent as a legendary action, but then he can't use it next turn. So the melee people, you know, stand back for a second, and then they rush in, get their licks, and then they gotta bounce before he does it again. Thought maybe that was what we were gonna see. I don't know, though. Yeah. It certainly is. I am realizing over the course of the combat, it's like so many of them have ranged options that it's actually not that bad. Like, it's not that weird that they can't get to him in melee, other than the fact that it's not very interesting. It just devolves to two archers shooting at each other across a field. Which is not a super interesting combat, you know? Also, good morning, G. Hercub. Hello. Welcome. This makes me wonder what my character role is in battle. Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing to conceptualize. It's a good thing to think about. thinking about, like, what do you do? I mean, I think generally most roles can be really generically classified by melee, range, and movement speed. Everything else is, like, it all matters, but it matters, I don't think, to as a substantial of a degree. Yeah, it's interesting. I doubt this is true, but there are dragons. They are getting ready to fight. This could be a training fight for Travis to think out a combat in different ways. It could be. And that's why I'm kind of going back and forth on this of like, okay, this could be a training fight for Travis to like think about these things strategically. The next time they go into a combat with someone on the ceiling, maybe he won't go after it. Maybe he'll stay on the floor. That's super possible. And like sometimes training combats are going to be naturally less interesting because they have to do things a little bit more bluntly to get the message across. I don't know. I had to go for a bit. Can I just say that the text on the right is great for getting quick ideas as to where we are when jumping into the middle? Great. Awesome. I love that. I like the amount of space it takes up now. It takes up a little bit less space than it used to because it's now like the vertical. I like it too. I'm glad that you like it. Good. I think the idea of a boss artillerist, I think, in 4E terms works with a teleport, but I very much agree it should be to platforms. Artillerist, yeah. Because the platforms are difficult, but they're not that difficult to like play with. And you have some play with like shoving people off. That could be another good melee deterrent that a boss could have, is having like a knockback feature that knocks people off of platforms. There's a lot of good options there. But to the narrative versus mechanics conversation, I think that platforms around here that this guy just bamfs to wouldn't feel nearly as narratively resonant with who he is. So that's why I'm even hesitating to recommend them, because I do think that would reduce like how tonally good this guy feels. Because he does, like, his abilities do feel tonally super right. So it's like how to keep that narrative and tone working, but transform it into a mechanical output that is maybe a little bit more workable. I don't know. It's interesting. Especially for an episode like this, figuring out roughly where we are is important. That's fair. It's morning over here, so good morning indeed. Good morning indeed. I kind of split between melee sword, misty step, control spells, mixy matchy, hex bard. I kind of split between melee sword, misty step, and control spells. So it seems like you're more mid-range. But with a lot of options, it seems like you're just generally a flex. You're filling whatever hole isn't being filled by someone else. So you've got, you don't have the natural movement of a monk or a barbarian to be able to cover large distances, but you got Misty Step in a pinch if you need to. Which fill is filler flex or whatever you want to call it. Very important role. Very flexible. I would say like Keyleth is a flex. Even like Scanlan to I would say to a lesser degree. Yeah. How to train your barbarians. I feel like my whole table is good at adjusting our combat rolls depending on each other. That's sick. That's very, very sick. What if there was cover in hazardous areas? So if you did want to line up a shot, you'd want to avoid certain angles. That is actually kind of what I thought was originally going. I originally thought that they were going to fight outside of the tree. And Matt early on narrated these huge roots, and obviously the entire place is basically like varying levels of tar pit. And especially super close to the tree, I thought that tar pits would have made a great idea, or would have really worked. He also mentioned like a lot of these branches like coming down and shifting, and I was like, that could be interesting. So that's really similar to what I originally thought this combat was going to look like. But inside the tree, in a little bit more of a cramped area like we're experiencing here, my version was a lot more about the environment, and I think that Matt wanted to draw more attention to the Archfey, which he did. He definitely did. Yeah, but I mean, working in like covered and hazardous areas, I also, at the beginning of this combat, he put out like a little gas cloud, and I was like, oh, that's great. And I do like the misty cloud that he also put out. Yeah, this combat feels like it's on the edge of being good, of being really good, but I can't quite, because it's already narratively, I think it fits. Inviting them in, he has control over the whole thing. It feels good to me tonally, but I don't quite know how to massage the mechanics into it. Yeah. Yeah. Marisha's pose while pause. She's fucking it. You can flavor the platform to be large knots of the tree. That is true. You could do something along those lines, yeah. Big branches, yeah. Generally a flex, I would say, is accurate. Yeah. It's not quite strong enough to be a full DPS and not quite as controlling as a wizard or cleric can be. I kind of sub for whoever is out that session. Yeah, that totally works. Or who's just in a disadvantageous spot in the combat, yeah. It doesn't have to be just filling for who isn't there. There are times when a single wizard can't control everything. That's true. It might be a situation where more control is just needed in this combat, so you can flex to support them. Whereas if less control is needed, you can flex into other things. Yeah. Like if we get stuck in places that dictates a lot. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's cool to have specialists with some flex as well. I think in general, a good party comp is like a fast person, a strong melee person, and a strong ranged person, and a control. But you can kind of swap out any one of those roles with a flex. And it's just like, okay, our party isn't quite as good at one thing, but we can be really good at like three things because this one flex person can flex into three of the other things. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah.
And I go, whoof, and
I'm
I
not
hold my
good at
action until I
ending.
wait for Scanlan.
Okay, so you move over there and you hold your action waiting for Scanlan to...
Go to
throw you.
to throw me.
Okay. All right, Scanlan.
I will heal Vex with bonus action first, right? She's still within range, yes?
Yep.
I don't know. I'm giving you everything. This is true.
Is that Spice Girls?
If all I want from you is a promise you'll kiss me forever.
It's girl power that heals me.
Girl power, heal me.
Girl power.
I feel it.
Feel that. Yeah.
All right, so that's
Spice magic.
at level 1.
So 1d4 plus...
8.
Awesome.
So you heal 8. You come to consciousness again on the ground, face down. You can see the sludge just kind of filling in the nostril.
Spice Girls. This is my jam.
And then I will cast Bigby's hand.
Already. Next to Keyleth.
And cup her gently.
I kind of turn into like a fireball myself.
Okay.
And just sort of cup and fling.
Cup that ball.
Very gently.
As you've cupped so many before.
Yes.
Okay, roll a d20 plus 8. That is the strength of Bibi's hand, throwing the elemental.
Got it.
I believe in you. You can do the thing.
24.
24. Whew, you lob the elemental at a wild arc. It makes it most of the way, and then falls past and lands on the ground there. You are by him. Not quite a hit on that one, unfortunately.
Damn it!
But you do take 5 points of bludgeoning damage from the fall.
Oh, nice.
If they'd been 25 or higher, would have got to him.
5.
He's a long ways away.
Yeah.
5 points halved. Or
You still got your attack.
did I?
Yeah, you've been
You
thrown.
used it, you held your action, so you use your action to do something if you can. I don't
Can you?
Can
Throw
I?
fireball.
I can't.
Doesn't work
Aren't you Johnny Storm?
No, I gotta touch. I gotta be in there.
Yeah, it's a melee thing.
Do I have some any movement?
To get through, I'd say, what's the movement speed of an
50.
50? Took you 25 feet, you have 25 feet, I'd say, yeah.
Can I climb up? Start climbing 25 feet up the wall?
Make an athletics check.
Okay.
Using the strength of the fire elemental. Add your strength modifier.
Not good.
Oh, you 5? You start climbing up, you get maybe 5 feet up the wall, but already like the impact of the fall and most of your round exhausted you for this one pass.
Okay, well then I'm gonna take the rest of my. I'm just going to angrily slam into the tree and see if I can catch the tree up under him on fire.
Okay, cool. Ending your turn, Caliph. Vex, you're up.
I'm up?
Yeah, you're conscious, you're on the ground.
Run away.
Oh, you're on the ground. Can I... Fuck. Okay.
Actually, hold on. Sorry to be a dick here. Because he takes legendary actions back at the end of Caleb's turn. Watching Scanlan heal you, he's going to go and use one of those legendary actions to take an attack on you as you come to consciousness.
You're an
around.
asshole,
His attack does have
Saundor.
disadvantage though because you are prone. That puts him at a 16.
Yay!
Fires an arrow, but it hits the ground inches from your face. You see the spike impact and then turn to dust. Alright, so take a turn.
Fuck. I'm gonna... It's useless. It's not... I can't do anything.
Heal yourself.
I know, but my heal is an action, and then I can't attack.
Any more potions?
I've got just... I've got a superior healing potion. That's better than a greater, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll use that.
Is that like a venti?
Yeah, that is 8d4 plus 8.
Whoa!
Okay.
That is one of the praise healing.
Oh, well, okay.
Burn it.
4, 7, 8, 10,
That would have been so cool.
No.
20 plus 8, 28.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the last time I listened to you.
30.
Okay, I'm back at 36. Okay, all right, I'm gonna run and duck behind Grog.
Okay, well, you get up, which is half your movement, so you have 15 more feet, so you can move.
Can I get to
squares.
Grog?
You cannot.
Oh.
You get there as close as you can.
All right, I'll go there, and then I will, I'm gonna Hail of Thorns him again.
Okay.
Oh, wait, is
No,
that...
your health points is a bonus
action,
You already
okay.
used your heal spells, so no.
Okay, then I'm gonna... So I've got 2 attacks on him.
Yep, you do.
I'm gonna hit him with 2 attacks.
Go for it. Roll the attacks.
Do I get another
Sure,
flaming
go.
bowstring? I got 1 more flaming bowstring.
Go for it.
Someday.
The first one is flaming bowstring.
Really?
Really?
17.
17. The flaming shot unfortunately goes whams into the wall next to him, and the flame curls up.
Okay, so 23 on the second hit.
Flaming hit does hit. Roll it though.
15.
15 points of damage. Alrighty.
And then I'm gonna duck behind the tree as much as I can.
Well, that's your full movement once you get there, so.
Well, can I have not used my full movement to get...
The tree? You wouldn't really have much of a shot of him.
Could I have shot him before I moved?
You would have been there? Sure.
Shoot him before I move and then move
Normally
behind the
don't let
tree?
that retroactive
Okay,
thing
okay, okay,
happen.
okay.
I'm gonna say you're halfway through. You're right there. You're sort of there.
Okay.
Alright, so. Vax, you're up.
Vex just heal herself, right?
She did, yes.
Already? Alright, and is he with
I actually love using creatures as cover, but I also use I believe they're optional rules in the DMG. They might just be standard rules. I honestly don't really recall. But the damaging cover rules, I'm a big fan of. So not only do I say that like most cover can be destroyed if it's hit enough, but that if you're taking cover behind someone, they could also be hit. And cover is hit if the person rolls enough to bypass the normal AC, but not the increased AC from the cover. Hitting cover is optional IRC, and I like them. Yeah, I like hitting cover. I like hitting cover a lot, and I like it even more when you start considering using creatures as cover. It makes me want to allow more things to be cover. More fun and risky things. Yeah. My goth level 16 campaign restarted last week. We were Swordsword Twilight Cleric. I really like a goth campaign. That's very funny to me. So far, Grog was turned to stone, swallowed by a plant croc, and now this. Yeah, he's really getting the shit kicked out of him in the Feywild a bit. I think our table forgets about cover. We barely remember to talk about it in the combat. Yeah, it can be it's a weird thing. It takes, I mean, speaking of intuiting like fun mechanical things, it takes a lot of trial and error, I think, to start doing good cover. I don't even know if I'm really there. Because sometimes I still like putting cover that either just doesn't get used at all, or is way too oppressive. That's definitely one of the like balancing levers that I think I'm the worst at when it comes to like constructing a map with it for an encounter. Is I'll introduce cover sources that really unbalance the encounter in a way that I didn't expect. But only way to get better is to keep trying. Yeah, no. Yeah, but it does require a lot of like presentation and for it to be sometimes kind of oppressive. Yeah. I've only ever heard of that as an official rule. Thought it was, or I've never even heard of that as an official rule. Thought it was only homebrew. Yeah, yep. It's in the DMG. Is a treasure trove of weird and niche rules that I sometimes forget are actual rules, or I sometimes forget how they work. I sometimes have to go back and read through it just to make sure that I haven't miscategorized anything. Plus sentinels, so they can't leave the fire side. Oh, yeah. I remember cover for objects, but I always forget creatures causing LOS in cover. I need to start. I might add these hidden cover rules too. Ooh, hidden cover rules are so much fun. I love them. And then I think often it feels cool for the wall. Like if your wall is being used as cover and then they end up getting hit, but they're saving the person behind them, that's great. That's like the tank fantasy. So yeah, I think they feel super fun.
Is he me?
He is, but at the end of Vex's turn, he's going to take a second shot. No, he's going to use his other 2 legendary actions to cast another spell.
Just has so much.
Angry that she gets up and runs off to the side.
I think I know what Daniel is saying, like shadows, places of super dim light. Basically take the because cover has both a vision benefit to the defender and like an AC, objects passing through benefit. So remove one of those benefits, either the vision or the actual like prohibiting objects passing through. So with like concealment, you can still get the vision benefit, but once they know you're there, they can shoot at you without any problem. Or maybe they have some slight problem, yeah. The first version of cover I intentionally used were ledges in a circular mine shaft. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I can end you're playing with high ground there as well, a little bit. Yeah, that'd be really cool.
You stay down! I need you to make another Constitution saving throw.
Jeez Louise, come on, man! Saving throw?
Yes.
19.
19? What's your Constitution modifier?
0, but I have a +2 on all saving throws with my ring.
That's true. Nice. Alright, that is...
God damn it.
Yeah, when it's like playing fucking Applejack right there.
I know.
Is this another blight? Did he cast blight again? Motherfuck.
41 points of necrotic damage, half to 20.
That was so cute. I kept looking back because Bird came over to me. Paige was in the bathroom, and she came over to me and like looked at me all sad. And then I didn't give her too much attention. And then she walked over and just sat staring at the bathroom door like this, waiting for Paige to get out. Ridiculous dog.
Take 12.
You got it
Aren't
again?
you?
No, it's half to 20, so I'm 16.
Hey.
But a second light is used.
Oh, God.
Life's chancy.
Alright, Vax, now it's your turn.
Is 60 feet of me?
He would be, yes.
Alright, and is there anyone around me? I just can't see too well from here.
Yeah, no, there's people around you, but there's nobody next to him.
Next to him, no, I know. Fuck it, I'm gonna bonus action and shoot out wings. And I'm gonna fly into his face and stab into each side of his neck.
Yeah. All of a sudden, the giant raven wings streak out from each side of you, and whoosh, whoosh, the air, and the entirety of the room begins to swirl around you. Your hair gets tossed as the giant wings begin to push him into the air. The raven-like dagger-wield champion of the Raven Queen leaps up and finds himself face to face with Saundor, blades out. Go ahead and make your attacks.
The breeze from his wings kind of stokes my fire elemental form a little bit, and I'm kind of into it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are. All right, Vax, go for it.
28 on the first.
Hits.
29 on the second.
Hits.
As I stab into both sides of his neck, I say, if you want to get to my sister, you gotta get through me. Stab. First one is 10. Second one is 8.
Alrighty. As you jam both blades in the side, the flames kind of curling up from the hit of one, the poison dagger jamming the other. The head descends and the mouth opens, and from the inside you can see the semblance of the human-like face you saw before come peek through, leaning out almost like the queen alien's secondary mouth. It kind of leans into your face, and the grin kind of curls up in this evil smile. I'll take both of you at this rate. There's only so many trails one can survive. It clinks back into the head, the jaw closes. That finishes your turn, Vax. Percy, you're up. At the end of Vax's turn, no, you can't. You already used a spell. You're right.
All right. Okay.
This guy had a rough breakup or something, man.
That's no breakup. Is that rough? Here we go. I'm going to. I'm switching back to bad news, and I'm going to reload, and I'm going to try and. I got that last grit. I'm going to just try and get him to drop the bow.
Okay.
Come on, Percy.
Part 1. That'll do. 24.
24 hits.
Make a strength saving throw.
2. He's going to use a legendary resistance, the second one to make the save.
Mid save with using legendary resistance.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Don't care.
Don't care.
That'll do. That's 20 points of damage.
Alright.
Let's make a strength check.
He has to make a strength saving throw.
Saving.
Yeah.
And he made it.
Because I had a cutting words a while back.
Right, but if he has disadvantage, but even if he fails, which he would in that case, he still gets to make it automatically as part of legendary resistance.
It's okay.
So that's negated my cutting words as well.
And for legendary resistance does, which is why if you can burn through those early, then natural creatures are a little more vulnerable.
And just because nothing else seems to be happening, I'm just going to burn my my action surge. Just keep plowing into him for 2 more shots.
All right, how much damage did the first one do?
That did 11, 12, 13, 20 points of damage.
Nice.
Taking another shot. That's 16, 26, 20. That's 29 hits. That's 22, 28 points of damage.
3 hits. Go and roll the other 2 damage now. So you hit with all 3. So
No, I've been doing damage.
You know, oh. I was a little skeptical of this being such a substantial change compared to the laptop, but I do actually think that it's more of a substantial change than I gave it credit for. It is actually, I am sometimes occasionally forgetting that he's not there. It's a pretty solid upgrade. I think there are still better ways, obviously, but it's more solid than I thought.
Oh, there's the damage. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's 20 points of damage and 28 points of damage. 20 points of damage on the first attack.
Yeah.
Attack I just did was 28 points of damage.
Sorry. All right. And then the third.
And then the third one.
Roll to hit.
That hits. That's a 19, 29 to 31.
All right.
Do you crit on a 19?
I do not crit on a 19. That's 18 points of damage.
Nice. So, you can see now he's starting to sag as he hangs outside of the wall, and with the dagger still held in him by Vax. Both impacts each blast hitting the side of his torso. You can see now the wooden armor exterior scattered, and there's just this writhing mass of dark, veiny vines holding his torso together. He's looking pretty.
Lay into him, and I'm gonna run, and try and get some cover in the int, in the dead ant.
Dead end.
Dead ant.
Dead ant.
Roger up.
All right, can I stand?
Yes.
Can I casually walk over so that I'm standing between Vex and Saundor, right in front of Vex, like a human shield?
Right there? Yes.
Yeah, and I look up and I'm like, Jesus, this is fucking stupid. I've broken some hearts in my time. Stupid Romeo, taking it way too far. Guess what? Nobody cares! And I take the javelin of lightning and I throw it at him.
Yay! So let's go and roll for that.
Javelin of lightning.
I mean, well, very. Let me see what you have to do. You have the animals there? What does it say?
I have to make, if it hits, they have to make a DC 17 dexterity saving throw. If it hits the 46 lightning.
Great.
Half if they make it.
All right, so go ahead and roll. What was it?
It was 24.
24.
Yeah.
That hits. Go to limit.
Didn't do that
46.
sort of legendary thing, Matt?
Well, when you hurl it, mirror change lightning, you don't roll to hit with it. 5 feet wide extends out from you to the target within 120 feet. Each creature in the line, excluding you and the target, must make a DC. Lightning bolts back. No, you're right. You didn't make I read too far ahead. All right, yeah, you're good. So 46 lightning damage.
Nice. 8, 7, 12.
12 points of lightning damage?
12 points of lightning damage.
How do you want to do this?
You got the kill?
Yes.
I'm walking around like an idiot the entire game.
You fell 5 times!
You basically killed him with
Cheeky
bro
line
shade.
about romance.
I know!
Line about romance.
I'd like to take the javelin, throw it, and hopefully get it to go like right in his mouth as he's trying to have a comeback. And I'll just look bewildered that it worked.
As you chuck it
It's a
upward,
bonus action to push his sunglasses up at the end.
Yeah.
as you chuck the javelin, you see it burst forward with the lightning-based propulsion magic. It sinks into the center of the jaw, which eyes kind of go wide. The jaw hangs open loosely, and you can see the secondary face of Saundor inside. The javelin pierced through his jaw. Now his eyes wide, and you see the hands kind of reach to try and grab the back of the vines. As it does, the javelin it just bursts into a shockwave of electric, scattering his body into 100 pieces across the wall, falling off. Vax, you are pushed back from the force of it, kind of tumbling with energy, and you catch yourself in the air with your wings, still flying as the rest of Saundor's body just comes clattering to the ground in chunks.
I jump up on Grog's back. What the fuck?
I honestly did not expect
I'm
that.
gonna walk up and grab the bow real quick.
I go get the javelin because it's obviously.
I instinctually throw Keyleth in the air.
And I go for it too.
Yourself out of your vines and rush up to Keyleth.
No, with the
with the hand.
hand.
Oh, yeah. The hand darts over, grabs the fire elemental, and just kind of.
Can I run back to Vex and offer a healing potion unless someone else can do better?
Oh, I can cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Are you alright?
I'm fine. Thank you. I was really regretting that. Attacking him, I thought maybe I should have just said yes and
What,
dealt
become
with
a
it.
corpse bride?
I don't know, I just felt terrible. He was...
Drop my fire elemental form.
I was a terrible person.
It's alright.
Thanks, Grog.
You did good.
Thanks, so did you.
Loud impact sound as Ukrat lands.
Oh, thank God.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself before anything else happens. As high of a level as
for
I
it.
can, which is level 3.
Does my Song of Rest need to be during a short rest?
Yes.
We have a mansion that's like within
You want
walking
the potion?
distance.
Still exists.
And if we have to, we will run.
I'm okay.
I'm gonna hand her the potion anyway after she's done healing herself.
Okay. Well, as she finishes healing herself, Ukrat walks up towards the center of the room where you're standing next to her, and just kind of, kind of pushes.
Okay. maybe this is more of a start of a Vex arc than I thought. Because she is sort of expressing some, like, martyrdom type of things of, like, I was very worried that I put you guys in danger. Maybe I should have just said yes and dealt with it. I didn't want to put you guys in danger. Like, stuff that I have never seen from her before. I've inferred an amount of, like, her caring about the party from, like, things that she said, but I've never seen her get like that, which is much more because the decision was much more hers. It was a very singular decision, and her decision is what put
Take a break.
Take a break. Is what put them into this situation. Now I'm curious to see if this level of, like, this sort of, like, almost protective bubble that she, like her not wanting to put anyone else into danger, I'm wondering if that will be more tested. That'd be something I'd be very interested in seeing from a Vex arc, is her kind of learning to let go, and that sometimes people do leave and that's okay, and like if somehow she had to sacrifice Trinket. Oh God. Not now, but does kind of seem like the first time that I've really seen it bubble to the surface. Yeah. The problem with characters who internalize things is that it's very hard to tell if they're going through something or not until they break, like Vex did a bit here. Yeah, which I think is potentially a cool direction that we can now start going with it. Of it's like, oh, like that was a pretty clear decision, and she is distrusting herself to the point of breaking down over fear for what she might have done potentially to her friends, which that is much more of an expression of a flaw than a lot of things that I've seen from Vex. So I'm really curious to see if that maybe, so it is, oh my gosh, it is almost kind of more of what I thought, where this was way back when, where this was maybe gonna kickstart more of an arc for her, because I haven't really seen any manner of arc here necessarily. It's more been reinforcing her personality traits and beliefs, but this is maybe something here. I don't know. Especially because the decision to do this, to do that, was not her overcoming this, right? It was not a moment of growth. This was, even during what should have been a moment of growth, she still can't get out of her head about it. Or what could have been a moment of growth, I should say. That's kind of interesting. I don't know. We'll see. I feel like all adventures kind of have to internalize to a degree. Otherwise, they would be nonstop breaking down. I mean, yeah, a bit. I think and at the table, you can be, you can say above the table things that let your fellow players in on things that you're going through that maybe we as the audience aren't as privy to. Yeah. Trinket, Matt would not want to test his luck like that. It'd be... We want to talk about something that would actually fucking test Vex? Woo! What's more dangerous, threatening Trinket or the broom? The Trinket, yeah. Yeah, it's gotta be Trinket. It would be tough for the broom, though. We'll see. But I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back. And I think We've got like 19 minutes left, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, 19 minutes left. I'm assuming big shit. We'll see. But hopefully we can get... We'll be pretty well within our time range of 9 hours. So, like I said, see y'all in a second. Goodbye. What up? Hello, 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 hello. Did we ever hear it called the Echo Tree, or was that just in the title? We have not heard it called the Echo Tree yet. So what about that moon tree theory? Brrr. I mean, look, I'll just put it this way. When I made the moon tree theory, I did not even know about the Archfey. And the closer we have gotten to Fenthros, the more the tree has been de-emphasized and the Archfey has been much more emphasized. So I think it's a bit of a it's a bit of a change in emphasis, and I don't know that I would say that, like, maybe the right things were foreshadowed or alluded to. There's still 20 minutes left for the moon tree. There is 20 minutes left for the moon tree to happen. I mean, I think we'll get the Echo Tree in the last 20 minutes, but I think it's going to be like the former version of the Archfey talks to him, or maybe the tree is his long-lost lover that he was accidentally poisoning, and he trapped her in there, and he didn't even realize. I don't know. It's going to be like an echo of the past. I am. We'll see. There's echoes and anagram of moon. No, it's not. Shut the fuck up, Sputnik. The moon tree arc was fun though. It was. It won't stop me from theorizing, but we'll see. Hey, we got 19 minutes. Let's see what happens.
Is the currently now smoldering body of the tree into his side.
The late call to arms. Kind of sad I missed most of the fight. Didn't want you to miss out on all the action. Got a couple of picks in. Well, I guess this calls us even.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you for joining us.
Be safe.
You too.
Wait. What will you do now? My business is my own. As is yours. I'll find my people. We'll find a home for us. Now, you've done your task. Leave before you plummet into any further unknown dangers, foolish people.
He turns around and leaps towards the opening that he carved in, crawls out of it, and just
You know, from
disappears.
him, I think that was a compliment.
It kind of was.
Yeah.
That is so awesome.
It is sort of sad that we didn't catch any kids.
Can I try to jump to the hole like he did?
You reach over and leap to the hole. Catch it. Yeah, it's still open. It's like pulled open actually.
It's a leg up there.
Well, no, the hole that he pulled in was the entrance you walked into the base.
Oh, good.
So you get there. You're like,
a little colonoscopy.
A little bit, yeah.
I go up to Vex, and I just grab her arm, and I say, don't let any man, or anyone for that matter, make you feel like you need them to be great. Because you don't. I'm not good with words.
That was wonderful. Thank you.
But he was an asshole.
Oh yeah, he was really, right?
And I don't want you ever dating an asshole.
Thank you.
He wasn't good enough. He was mean.
I'm going to saunter over.
What?
We're a lot alike, you and I.
What an asshole.
You
Jesus.
drug your friends to the table.
Can I walk over to Vax while they're making a show?
We keep making a show.
What? I say, what was he talking about with the bloody dagger?
Sorry, Feywild interference. What was that?
No, what was he saying about the bloody dagger when he was talking to Vex?
You know, it's interesting. I understood exactly 0% of what the DM was saying when he was in character as that particular character due to the nature of Skype and microphones. So I was faking understanding the whole time and then picked it up in retrospect listening to Laura's responses. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Who's this Laura you're speaking of?
I don't know what he said.
That's okay. Fine that you didn't hear. He said nothing about a bloody dagger. Nothing at all.
We should find that dagger. No question.
Is there anything other than the bow worth looting in these terrible persons and some rummaging through his...
Make an investigation check.
Right.
Well, let's not downplay the bow.
I've got it already.
Hey guys, I'm still trapped in the vines.
I run over and I start pulling the vines off of him. Holy shit, Scanlan, I'm so sorry. Thank you for healing me.
Are you in vine form? Should I hit you till you
No,
turn
don't
back?
hit me. I'll sing more Spice Girls.
That was really lovely. Spice Girls is so empowering.
So you pull the vines free from as you inspect around too. You notice that in time there's not much really of worth here. This home is mostly natural in its base. However, the slow trickle of the black oil-like substance has ceased. Most of it's grown thicker and stopped, and it just feels like the whole place went into this sudden stasis, like the slow crawl of everything nearby. The vines, everything kind of stopped moving.
We didn't kill the whole forest, did we?
I drop to my knees and do a commune with nature.
Okay.
Do I gather a different energy from the surrounding plants?
You still feel the ever-present bloom of life and life forces surrounding you entirely. You feel a wave of relaxation hitting. There is a sort of general, like, radial sigh that is slowly trickling from the center of the tree.
Do I still sense the presence of Saundor?
No.
Last question. Does the tree seem happier? What is the tree gonna do from here on out? What are you gonna do, tree? Exist. Cool. Everything seems great.
Cool. Since I got the killing blow, can I chop now?
This whole tree?
No, it's just a tree now. I think it's okay.
Yeah, now that the tree just told me that it actually feels much better.
I get to chop a tree at some point.
Don't you see those trees over there?
Yeah.
They're already down.
No, I see it twitching, Grog. It's definitely twitching. I see
We've
it.
got the Vasselheim soon. You can cut down a lot of trees there. It's cold there. They could use the firewood.
Trees that won't take it personal.
I know that's not nearly as much fun, but it is available.
What are we talking about? Vexalia?
What?
I'm fucking curious. Pull that bowstring.
Well, I don't have it.
Toss it.
Are you sure Vexalia should get it?
I know.
Did you need it, Scanlan? Do you think?
I think maybe I should get it. I fought bravely in
You
that
did.
fight.
Maybe Grog should get it. I mean, he did get the killing blow.
Scanlan, I think you would make a very good arrow for it.
I could get down with that.
If you hold it in your hand and look at it, the handle is wrapped with very, very tight, dark brown black leather, and at the cusp of where the handle itself is and where the arrow is notched, it's this nice golden bronze cap-like metallic inlay. The rest of the arrow of the bow itself is this curved, almost deep green jungle vine type texture to it, where it almost like builds on itself like a series of natural leaf scales. And as it curves into the ends of the actual recurve bow, as you hold it, it flexes and shifts on its own. It actually looks, as you hold it, it almost seems to tighten and then relax. And then as you reach back an arrow, it goes taut and the string goes extremely tight. As you pull the arrow back, it's like no strength involved at all.
What?
It pulls back on its own, and as soon as you release, the arrow that you fire shoots off at an incredible speed, and the actual bow itself flexes with such intensity that it makes this roaring whoosh sound with each shot.
Well, that's exciting.
That's really badass.
You want to shoot me with it?
I want to shoot everything with it.
Do you still have muscle strength to pull it, or is it just easy peasy now?
It's kind of easy peasy. I guess anybody could pull this.
Oh, you're gonna have to start doing push-ups then.
I guess I just say something.
Here, I'm
shoot
going
me.
to use.
Oh, I'm not going to shoot you.
Okay.
You don't know what it does.
Look at that scar. It's beautiful.
Can we get out of this fucking tree?
You're right. We should probably get out of here, maybe.
Guys, life needs things to live.
I had not had my coffee. I was tired. There
And
was
we
no bacon.
know and those things. I think we've all learned a lot today.
We've learned so much.
I hate you so much.
I walk out of the tree.
I need fresh air. I'm done.
What does it look
All
like
right,
outside of the
all
tree?
right.
Is the black muck still?
I get it now. I get it now. It's I understand how this became the line. I was like, I mean, it was a little funny. But now with Sam making fun of Taliesin is funnier than the original thing. Tal makes a mediocre one-liner one time.
Black mucky?
I mean, the whole forest is still just coated in this horrible thick liquid.
Good sandwich, buddy.
I did, but there wasn't much.
But when you approached and you inspected the tree, there was just an ever-constant flow of it, of this kind of thick molasses-type material, just slowly drifting down the tree. You look around and a lot of it seems to have stopped and is hardening, almost like an amber.
Okay.
This is good.
Yeah, at least it's not burying
No,
the forest anymore.
We did very well. Let's go home.
You guys ready to go home?
Well, do we want to, is there a reason to stay or is it time to go home?
Let's get
I
out
think
of
I've seen enough of the Feywild.
I'm
We
quite
couldn't stop
pleased.
at that hut on the way out.
How about
Never
let's-
found the.
The theatre, the theatre. What about the theatre?
You know what we
Sorry,
could do?
brother, I think
you
we
know
have
what
other
we
things
could
to
do?
attend to.
Vexalia, we could go about 200 feet away from the hut, and you could just and
And then,
see what it does.
and then we
And
just
we'll
shoot out of
go shift out of
Feywild.
there.
How about no?
Do you want to climb to the top of the 200-foot tree to see what the rest of the land looks like?
Oh, someone's coming out.
Right there.
Who's
Someone's here.
You hear slow clapping from nearby.
That can't be.
Is Garmelie evil? Is it evil Garm Garm? Is Garm Garm the spurned lover? Wait a minute. Is Garm Garm the embodiment of the sun tree in the Feywild? What? Yeah, Garmelie is actually the Archfey's old lover. He's his boy lover. No. Oh, you want to depose Saundor, exactly.
Oh no.
As you look off to the side of the tree, rounding the bend, you see a very tall and thin, chest-forward, eagle-posed, almost elf-like, but still exaggerated in the Fey-like features. Long ears that kind of curl past the head. The head itself is small with a pointed chin, the eyes almond-shaped, and wild, kind of curly orange hair like a lion that goes down to the lower back, just kind of up and large. It kind of curves up at the very tip. You see sleeveless silk vestments of blue and green billowing freely behind him as he walks up clapping.
I instantly cast Cure Wounds on myself again.
Him?
At a level
Who's
3.
this? Who's this dickhead?
How much do you heal?
13 plus 8.
Whole lot of help you were in that last battle, fuckhead. Who the hell are you?
8 is 25?
There you go, 25.
No, that's wrong.
Bravo,
21.
everyone.
Who is this?
Bravo to each and every one of you. It's been fun to watch. You know, I get so disinterested in these lands. I have to say, I'm impressed. Well, I wish to say adieu. Good luck on your journeys.
Who are you?
But I am a simple wanderer. An individual who sees the landscape for artistic benefit.
This is fucking Scanlan if he never joined Vox Machina. And I mean that as a huge insult. Oh my god, this guy sucks. And he's also the exact type of character that I love to introduce and play.
I knew it.
But I'm glad to have made your acquaintance. It definitely made these past few days absolutely devoid of boredom at the very least. And filled my sketchbook.
Garmelie?
As one of one names. I prefer Octagon. But,
But it is Garmelie?
Garmelie suits needs here and there. I go by many names and many.
I knew I
interesting-
should have asked for that portrait.
What are you?
I'm afraid the time for questions is done, as your journey has come to an end.
I knew there was something.
And I have to be out of here quickly. As
I cast Odaluk's on him.
And I cast Hold Person at the same time.
What?
Nice.
No! Oh!
What is he?
All
Who
right.
is he? What is he?
What's the DC?
Hold him,
19?
19.
I didn't pull up the cone.
Like a god?
Right. So, the sphere appears around his form. However, Keyleth, your spell does not seem to take any sort of hold on him. As it forms around him, he's still just standing there, unmoved, hands clasped. That's adorable. So, where to now? Where's your journey taking you? I take it this was not your only purpose. Where's your next destination?
You left an empty grave inside. It's got your name on it if you don't talk.
We go home. And we kill a dragon.
Good. They are fickle creatures.
Okay.
They need to be taught a lesson.
Any tips?
Don't be eaten. Do not, misunderstand their intelligence. Some are more bestial. Some are more together.
Yeah, we know.
Anyway, if you I'd like to get on with my day.
Wait, one last thing. What is this statue that you tried to steal from me?
Nice.
Oh, that's a companion. You're welcome to keep him with you. I just figured since I was leaving you soon, I'd have someone to wander at my side as well.
A companion? What does that mean?
The statue.
Does he come to life?
With the right words, yes.
What are those words?
Well, take some time with it. You'll learn them soon enough.
You know, for someone who hates the theater, you've made quite a show of all of this.
Oh, man. What the fuck? God damn it. What the fuck's his name? Artagon? I wasn't even close. Artagon. Fucking sure? Mega, it's Artagon? Should I know Artagon? Or are you just correcting my spelling? Artagon. Artagon is how you pronounce it. Artagon. Artagon. Atagon? What? I'm gonna need to. You guys are giving me all different pronunciations. Wait, I'm just gonna go back 55-45. I'm gonna go let Matt pronounce it. 55.
That's one of one names. I prefer Artagon.
Artagon. Sorry, I needed to put that pretentious stank on it. Artagon.
With the right words, yes.
What are those?
Oh, I hate him. I hate him so much. Oh my god. Artagon.
Words.
Well, take some time with it. You'll learn them soon enough.
You know, for someone who hates the theater, you've made quite a show of all of this.
Oh man, that was the 10.
That's good. That's good, Keaton.
Yep.
Touché, Keaton. Touché. But no, seriously, I fucking hate the theater. You avoided the other one, right?
The hag?
Hag.
The hut? The hut?
Oh,
The hut.
The hut, yes. You avoided the hut?
She's not a hag?
She's many things. She's not a hag. She's an ex.
Oh.
Anyway, if you don't mind.
One question.
Now you grow boring and dreary. I hate boredom.
Do you stay on this plane or do you come with us?
No, I stay on this plane.
All right.
Unless I decide to come with you. But that's on my own volition. And probably when you least expect it.
All right.
Good day to you, Puck. Good day.
What's your name again?
Ah, well, Artagon.
Artagon.
Thanks for the fun.
Thanks for the art.
Thanks for the memories. Ah, memories.
You know, at some point you should ask yourself why we didn't just kill you and why we were there the whole time.
What, do you think I didn't let you find me? You think you could have killed me if you wanted?
Artagon, did you know Saundor?
I know of Saundor, yes.
Did you know Sorodin?
Who?
Sorodin the Happy?
Sorodin, I did not know her. I was aware of the enchantment left behind. But who am I to lead a horse to water when you are so eager to drink yourself?
It was great fun.
That it was. It was great fun. But alas.
All right.
I have a feeling we'll meet you again.
I hope so. It does get ever so boring.
All right, I'll release the sphere on one condition.
Yes?
I
No?
believe you have a quill that belongs to us. Just a single writing imp. We lent it to you. We want it back.
It kind of appears in his hand. Glad to give it to you, but I'm apparently trapped in a sphere of magic.
All right, I'll let you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vax, was this yours?
It was your raven feather. Nice.
All right. Travel safe. Stay alive. And, maybe visit. If you get lonely. And he gives a deep bow and just kind of vanishes in a...
He was fucking...
Dear God, let's get out of here
I
before something
really
else
liked
happens.
him.
Everyone hold hands and say kumbaya.
Let's go. Plane back to our
We don't
plane.
want to see the X?
No.
No.
I've dealt with enough scorned lovers for one day.
People get bitchy over here.
Man.
Where are we popping in?
I guess Whitestone?
Whitestone.
Yeah.
We're warping out?
Yes.
Warping out.
Say bye to the
Hold your
Fae.
hands up, brother. We're holding your hands.
Yeah, but I'm tangling my fingers up, if she'll let me, with Keela.
Oh.
Gross.
I let go.
Ew.
All right.
Take his hand.
And say, just quietly to the side. You know, you've been pretty fucking amazing lately.
I say,
Usual.
you haven't been quite bad yourself. And then we go to Whitestone.
Whitestone. The transition takes.
To Whitestone. Alrighty. You know what's weird? Is I don't even, for the theorizer in me, I don't even have much to say about this. Because I don't feel like I got almost any indication that he was whatever the fuck he is. And also, whatever the fuck he is, seems to be so powerful that he can kind of just do or show up whenever and wherever. So I don't even have a whole lot to say. This episode in one sitting, it was a doozy. We're clocking 8 hours, 31 minutes, and one episode 63 down the hatch. All right. He is someone's ex-lover. He is someone's ex-lover, I guess. The Moon Tree was the friends we made along the way. How'd you like the Feywild arc? I liked the Moonbrush a lot. I liked Singorn fine. The beginning I didn't love, but I think it was just like getting us back on track from like an unexpected kind of curveball from Matt. I liked the Gilded Run a lot. And the Shade Merc was fine. I think it was really an arc for me, honestly. I felt the same about the beginning of it that I did about the end of it. They were both fine. They were probably necessary, but the middle bits are where I enjoyed it the most, personally. What do you think our tagging is? Like, bro, I don't know. Like a fucking Magic the Gathering Planeswalker? That's a lot more what he feels like. Or maybe another Archfey. I don't know. He is no one that I recognize, or like any existing lore that I recognize, but I also don't know like existing Feywild lore all that well, so I don't know. I probably should have noted down his description a little bit harder. Let's see. I might go back. That was our tagging. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so great. He pulls back. The area you fire shoots off. Oh wait, no. Shoot Saundor's body. But yeah, I'll find the description and I'll paste it into the notes. I'm proud of you. One episode on one sitting. Ooh, let's go. And a fucking long one at that. A long ass episode. It was good though. The talking budget does not make any sense. And honestly, we got it done with it quicker than I originally estimated, but also I knew what the estimation was and I was like closing things up quicker than I otherwise would have. And I ran it on higher speeds than I estimated for a lot of it, which is good to know. I knocked nearly an hour off just by occasionally running it at higher speeds and like some behavioral changes. God, that was a long one. It was good. It was functional. It did things. It finished it up. The combat was interesting. The final exploration through the Shade Merc was interesting. Yeah, it was I don't know. It was a weird end, but it was I liked the arc overall. I liked it overall. It was a little long, a little meandering, but it's tough for me to hate that too much because the episodes that I liked the most were right in the middle when it was at its most meandery. So I can't hate that too much. Yeah. Good for me in Australia. I actually got to watch a bunch. Fuck yeah, Deadly. Good. Depending on lengths, I might starting later occasionally to give like the Russian, or not Russian, but like Asian Australian times more opportunity, but we'll see. I'm just glad I'm getting better at estimating the lengths. Smart scaling, don't let the witch keep personal items, yeah. The thing that's spooky about him to me is how unconcerned he was about being trapped. Well, it's like it's a level of unconcern of like, oh, okay. He's very clearly very powerful, and or he's bluffing like crazy. Which is also possible. It is also possible that he's just bluffing out of his mind. But also, he didn't get held by held person. He's probably a fae of some kind. Which I don't know if fae count as humanoids for the purpose of hold person. I honestly don't know. But I think he's some sort of toy with mortals, person of power. I think he's probably on the level of Vecna, potentially. Probably on the same level as the guy they just fought. Although less insane, so he's more able to wield his power. And he hasn't, like, spread out his power through the whole swamp, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't think Matt used the Feywild as quite the mirror of the material plane like you considered for your theory. No, absolutely not. I don't think he did at all. Which is like, you know, that's just how it goes. There's multiple lore facets for any given dimension. It is I latched on to one that I thought made sense. And it didn't end up happening. Matt seems to have leaned much more into like the gods of the Feywild, which I guess makes sense now that I think about it, with everything else about this campaign is very like gods versus magic. Huh. It is all that, huh? And the magical waters of the Gilded Run containing the Shade Murk from an archfey, which are sometimes conceptualized as gods or demigod level. Huh. We'll see. We'll see. Is the Moon Tree theory dead and buried? I'd say so. At least as of now. Maybe I'll revive some parts of it under other names, but Moon Tree's pretty dead. Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking forward to more long episodes. Yeah. Hopefully, I've been doing a lot of work on keeping the voice good. Voice doesn't even feel too bad right now. So hopefully if that also continues to be solid, yeah. I'm looking forward to the next set of eps as well. I have no idea where they're going. So I don't even feel like I can really theorize on where to next, because where to next is Whitestone, and then there they will actually decide. You know? Yeah. We know he's not as powerful as Kima. Well, no one is. Interesting. I really enjoyed the Shademark Body episode and was almost bored to death on the 13 Rivers episode. Yeah. I mean, there was a lot more like role play, and there was a lot more like narrative happening in the Shademark. But it was all kind of... The fact that there was more narrative happening meant that I was more distracted as to how it fits into the larger narrative. Like, I think as like an individual, the narrative of the Shademark Bog was kind of interesting, and like the final fight. But I find them strange in the overall context. So I think that was why I didn't quite enjoy them, whereas I just enjoyed the 13 Rivers episode as like a somewhat interesting exploration and combat. Mostly because, well, maybe not mostly, but just they were like a novel thing. Matt hasn't really done a lot of like super hard explorations. And so I think that I liked it from a novelty perspective. But I liked the 13 Rivers about as much as Singorn. I liked the Moonbrush the most. Yeah. I liked the Moonbrush the most. Yeah. I've actually become more convinced that the Feywild mirrors the material plane. I wrote a whole thing in spoilers chat, and then after hearing Matt slip that northward was duskward, I'm convinced. Oh, really? I mean, it might mirror it in vague geography. That's certainly possible. And I bet that if I really sat down and tried to make it work, I could possibly figure it out. But it seems like individual things aren't quite as connected as I originally assumed. But I could see it, Sputnik. I'll be curious. Maybe I'll think about it a little bit more, or maybe we'll talk about it during like a theory stream or something. Because I could be interested in diving into that a little bit more. Yeah. See you, Joshua. I think he was tolerating this. Yeah. Is he a traveler but couldn't cross the magic waters or the Gilded Run? I think he was following them. And the magical waters of the Gilded Run are still there. Oh, but like he got fastballed. I don't know. I think the moon tree theory and some others suffers from assumption of too much connectedness. A tree, what other trees are there? Kind of like Allure's party theory. It's honestly I assumed connectedness because the Feywild has a layer of connectedness within the fabric of its lore. But I think you're generally correct. I mean, I'm always working with complete information, so I'm always trying to draw connections to draw out more information, or to create information where there is none. And I can't really do that without drawing that on that level. I was also incorrect about what I thought the tone was going to be. The tone was much more revealing Vex's fucking personality entirely. And I did not anticipate that being the tone at all. So that also made the moon tree theory suffer, because going into it, I felt like I had only received signals of Vax and Keyleth are diving into their personalities and their arcs, so we're going to explore that more. That's entirely what I thought we were getting during the Umbrasil segment. And then we took a hard pivot once we got to the Feywild. So yeah, it's a little bit of like too much connectedness and too much like smoothness almost. Like there are much more like hard left turns within the narrative that if I can't really predict them because they're kind of inherently unpredictable. But I'm not going to let that stop me from trying. But there's kind of no way to just anticipate, like, they're going to take, like, a big left turn like this, you know? TBH, I'm amazed May can remember names like the Gilded Run in one ear, out the other for me. Well, you guys have a lot of CR knowledge baked into your brains. I am watching it all for the first time, and it happened, like, a week ago for me. Yeah, writing things down also does help, yeah. Swish oil in your throat. Oil can be problematic, at least from the oils that I've seen. They can lead to you overusing your throat because it feels better. Sort of like the numbing cream that I have for my canker sores. I can make my canker sores worse because I don't realize that I'm hurting them. But I've got a voice care routine that is starting to bear fruit, kind of. It's not quite the upside down. Yeah, that's true. I'll post my Feywild geography musings in YouTube comments since we're past spoilers for it for now. Oh, sick. Beautiful. That sounds great. What do you think the hat and the threshold crest were for? I'm assuming that he is some sort of... His shape-shifting abilities require objects. So I assume that, like, the threshold crest was to shapeshift into, like, a generic Singornian, and that the hat was for specifically shapeshifting into the leader. And that he has some sort of, maybe even the sketchbook itself is what allows him to shapeshift into the form of Garmelie. That's what I'm assuming he's some kind of like trickster god, sort of Loki coded, and that his shapeshifting, rather than just being like hyper flexible like Loki's, it requires some amount of totems. Kind of like the Find the Path. Find the Path needing like a material component from that place in order to shapeshift into someone. He needs some sort of totem from them. That's my instinctual guess. He seems very Loki coded to me. So that is kind of how I'm thinking about him broadly. But yeah. I will say I think the plot idea of two connected trees across the plains is a very cool plot idea. Yeah, I thought so too. Thank you. And I really did think before they got to the Feywild, I truly thought that everything was pointing at it. I really, really did. And then the moment they got to the Feywild, Matt just stopped talking about the tree nearly as much. Everything became about the Archfey. Which, like, you know, that could be somewhat related to the different planes' interpretations of what happened to Fenthras. But, yeah, unclear. I love trickster gods. I want to see Artagon go to the theater. or Artagan. Yeah. Oh, but with that, I'm out. It's been a long one. I gotta go eat food. I had like a protein shake this morning. I'm hungry. Thank you so much for joining. Laters, nerd. And I will see you all very soon. I don't know how soon. But hopefully next week will be a lot of fun. I think it will be. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I know that. But hopefully I can return on like Friday or Saturday. Probably only one more stream until Sunday because Paige is going on a trip, so I'll be hanging out with her a lot. But we'll see. Maybe 2. Either way. Peace out. I'll see y'all later. Thank you so much for joining. Goodbye.